A Laird's Promise. Highland Heartbeats Book 1. By Aileen Adams. Chapter 1. Sarah gazed into the distance, wishing more than anything that she could disappear into it. To leave her life behind and find a new beginning. Even as she daydreamed, she knew the folly of such wishes. Impossible to achieve. She sat on the grass blowing in the breeze coming off of the north shore of the Firth of Forth, an estuary that gradually made its way into the North Sea. To the north and west, she admired the rugged landscape, dangerous yet intoxicating at the same time. What would happen if she disappeared into it? Would anybody in Kirkcaldy miss her besides her sister, Heather? Sarah MacDonald had hoped for so much more from her nearly 23 years of life. Over time that hope had gradually dwindled, to be replaced by practical acceptance. Maybe her sister Heather would have more of a chance than she. At 21, she was still considered of marriageable age, unlike Sarah. Heather was the beauty of their small family. Her long blonde curly hair was favored over Sarah's nondescript brown. Where Heather was fair-skinned, Sarah sported sun-brown skin and a splash of freckles over the bridge of her nose and high on her cheekbones, due to the many hours she spent outdoors gathering herbs for her remedies and tinctures. Heather was dainty and petite while Sarah, though slim-framed like her sister, was deceptively strong, more than likely due to her outdoor adventures. She often climbed trees, scrambled over and under fallen logs, dug for her treasures and once had to fight off a wild boar with her knife. Thankfully the boar had been young, easy to discourage with her shouts and one poke of the blade. There was nothing she could do about her appearance, not that it bothered her much. The villagers had always given her a wide berth, not because she wasn't pleasant, good-natured and friendly, but because of the reputation of her stepfather, Patrick MacDonald. Try as she might, Sarah couldn't ignore the image of him in her mind's eye, a huge towering hulk of a man, overweight, unkempt most of the time and often drunk. She frowned. His attitude toward her emphasized the belief that he blamed her for his misery when it was all Heather's fault. After all, it was she who had begged their mother to take her for that walk along the cliffs a decade ago. She recalled that day as if it were the one before. After a week of rain, Sarah and Heather both were anxious to get outside and play. It was still cool, a light mist falling when her mother Fiona had finally acquiesced. Their stepfather was working in the blacksmith shop behind the house, oblivious to the decisions being made inside. Heather had ultimately declined going out into the elements, not wanting to catch a chill that afternoon. Sarah was anxious to get away from the four walls of their small home, if only for a little while. Her mother had bundled the two of them into their coats, mittens and scarves, and headed out, after planting a kiss on the top of Heather's blonde head. It was only supposed to be a short walk. To the top of the cliff and back. After being cooped up indoors for nearly a week, Sarah was happy for that much. The two of them had walked the half-mile to the cliffs and paused there, in the same spot where Sarah sat 10 years later. She bit back the bitter smile of guilt. She was drawn to this spot. Nearly every week since that awful day she visited, sometimes placing flowers nearby, at other times a small cairn of rocks that endured a few months before gradually toppling from the constant winds blowing in from the bay. She had tugged her hand from her mother's to run about in wayward circles, as Fiona had laughed at her antics. At one point, not paying attention, she had ventured a little bit too close to the edge. Her mother had cried out a warning, and Sarah had darted away, her laughter floating on the breeze. She hadn't noticed her mother taking a few quick steps toward her, arms extended to snatch her daughter away from the edge. Then, in the blink of an eye, her mother had disappeared. Sarah had frozen, mouth open, staring at the spot, confused. Mother! Despite only being a child, she had known immediately what happened. A chunk of sandy soil had collapsed beneath her mother's feet. Not a sound had escaped as she fell into the water below, riddled with rocks ravaged and shaped into jagged edges by centuries of waves splashing onto the shore. Sarah had clambered down onto her belly, and crawled her way to the edge of the cliff, to stare down in horror at the sight of her mother floating lifelessly on the surface of the water. The waves had pulled her out a short distance, then thrust her back toward shore. Her red hair had fanned around her, her arms outstretched, her woolen dress worn over her linen kirtle billowing until it grew so sodden it had pulled her under. The sight had driven Sarah to her feet. She'd run back to the house, screaming, her eyes burning with tears as she'd rounded the corner and barreled into the blacksmith shop, where her stepfather had hovered over a fire, one massive hand grasping tongs holding a horseshoe, the other wielding the heavy hammer. Sarah was sobbing, trying to grab onto her stepfather's shirt to propel him outside. Patrick had turned to snarl down at her. She knew she wasn't allowed in the blacksmith shop when he was working. Rules were not to be broken. He'd let go of the hammer and backhanded her, shouting at her to get away, to go back to the house. Finally, she had managed to get him to understand what happened. Leaving her standing by herself, trembling wildly in the blacksmith shop, tears streaming down her cheeks, Patrick had run from the smithy and down to the path that rounded the base of the cliff. Sarah had raced back to the house, terrified. Heather, even younger than she, had taken one look at her expression and burst into tears herself without even knowing what had happened. Arms wrapped around each other and trembling in the middle of the tiny parlor, eyes riveted to the door, Sarah and Heather had waited. They'd both startled when the door flew open, kicked by Patrick's boot. Roaring with rage and pain, he'd filled the doorway, and his pale features and stunned expression had forever embedded themselves into Sarah's memory. In his arms he'd held her mother, limp, one pale bluish-tinged hand hanging down, swinging back and forth with every step Patrick took as he'd entered and carefully laid his wife on the wood plank floor in the parlor. Everything had changed after that. While Patrick had always been short-tempered and impatient with the girls, Fiona had been the peacekeeper, acting as a buffer of sorts between their youthful exuberance and her husband's no-nonsense approach to life. After Fiona's death, Patrick had taken to drinking. More often than not, he had visited the local pubs after his work at the smithy was finished. It was up to Sarah to cook and clean and watch over Heather. So long ago, and yet it felt like yesterday. At times like this, when she was out alone gathering herbs, she often thought of her mother. If her mother had not fallen to her death that day, maybe things would have turned out differently. Even if Sarah didn't blame herself for her mother's untimely death as her stepfather did, she lived with the guilt every day. She had learned that day that life was not constant. That it only took a second for things to change. She sighed, staring out into the distance, wanting to believe that someday she and her sister would find a way to escape their abusive stepfather. As of this moment, she didn't know how. Even the little bit of money she made was put back into the household. Food, repairs, supplies for the smithy. Her prospects for marriage had long been dashed. No one in the village of Kirkcaldy wanted to claim Patrick MacDonald for a father-in-law. Not to mention the fact that no one in this village had the wherewithal to offer a dowry for Sarah either. No, Sarah MacDonald was a woman known to be set in her ways, stubborn, outspoken, not the kind of woman a man wanted for a wife. She couldn't leave, not until her sister found a beau willing to marry her without the promise of a dowry, property or possessions. Perhaps Heather had a chance. Gentle, soft-spoken, demure, she was Sarah's opposite. Yet despite the difference in their temperaments, they were extraordinarily close. Sarah protected her like a mother hen. No one dared cross any lines without risking her wrath. Like Sarah, and despite her beauty and sweet personality, Heather's chances were few and far between. She was a mild-mannered, kind and compassionate jewel that any man would be lucky to have for a bride or wife, and to mother his children. Sarah was another story. She had no patience for men. From what she had seen of men in the small village of Kirkcaldy, they were all much the same. Demanding. Her stepfather reminded her, almost daily it seemed, that she was not worth anyone's time. That she had no rights, or even the possibility of claiming her independence. As far as he was concerned, she was nothing more than a burden. A burden he refused to relinquish. Sarah had no doubt that she could support herself with her healing skills. After her mother's death, she had spent much of her time alone in the woods along the shores of the Firth of Forth, exploring. She had come across a secluded cabin one day, maybe a year or two following her mother's demise. Mary, an older woman who lived by herself in the cabin, was a healer. She provided for her needs with her healing skills. Mary had taken pity on Sarah and began to teach her. As Sarah had grown older, she'd become the woman's apprentice of sorts. She'd gone everywhere she could with Mary, healing, treating injuries, taking care of sick people and helping to birth babies. Such skills were invaluable, and Sarah knew it. She could set a broken bone, treat a myriad of illnesses, and create tinctures, poultices and concoctions used on babies, children and adults. Skills honed over the years. After her mentor had died, Sarah had taken over much of the care of the people of Kirkcaldy, often using the old woman's abandoned cabin to create her medicines, and to escape from Patrick for a few hours when possible. The villagers often paid Sarah for her healings, but usually in goods. A basket of eggs, a chicken, wood for the fire, or repairs done to the house or smithy. The years had passed. It was no secret in Kirkcaldy that Patrick MacDonald had become a mean drunk. By the time Sarah was 16 years old, he had all but abandoned his smithy and drank away his days. While she'd always longed to run away and escape from his overbearing presence, she knew that she never would. She couldn't. Not alone. She couldn't leave Heather. With a sigh, she finally stood, her plain woolen liner blowing in the breeze as she stood on the cliff overlooking the Firth of Forth. She gazed longingly into the horizon, the water glinting, undulating silver threads of reflection in the mid-afternoon sun. No, Sarah was trapped. Maybe not by physical bounds but by emotional ones, and… Sarah MacDonald. Are you listening? Sarah was jolted from her reveries and turned to find Aldith Gordon standing a short distance away, hands on her hips, smiling at her. She turned away from the water and smiled in return. Aldith was an old friend from her school days. They hadn't seen each other for years until the woman married and soon after came to visit Sarah, announcing she was with child and needed her advice. Sarah glanced around. Where's Bryce? One rarely saw either without the other. Though Aldith was the same age as Sarah, she had been married for at least 2 years. Her growing belly announced the impending birth of their second child, in just another month or two. Gently rubbing her belly with one hand, and carrying a covered basket in the other, she gestured over her shoulder with her chin. He's at the woodshop. Sarah frowned. Are you all right, Aldith? She had helped to birth her friend's first child and expected to help with this one as well. What are you doing up here? Aldith held up the basket. I stopped at your house to bring you some eggs, but no one was home. Then I saw you up here. Standing like a statue, unmoving. Maybe I should be the one asking if you're all right. Everyone in the village of Kirkcaldy knew about Sarah and her sister, as well as their drunkard of a stepfather. Sarah had long ago overcome her embarrassment about the entire situation. I'm all right, she said. She gestured toward her basket on the ground filled with herbs, flowers and roots. I was just gathering some of the ingredients I need to make some new tinctures. There's something about this spot that always compels me to stop. The anniversary is coming up, isn't it? Sarah nodded. Aldith referred to the anniversary of her mother's death. Only a week hence. Another reason why she was avoiding the house as much as possible. As usual, the anniversary triggered even more abusive behavior from her stepfather. Odd that he couldn't remember what he'd done the day before, but he could remember that day like it was etched as deeply into his memory as it was Sarah's. She knew his behavior would become even more difficult as the days hovered ever closer to the very day when he had lost the only woman he had ever loved, or so he claimed. Sarah wondered if Patrick MacDonald even knew what love was. Yes, he had given the children his name, and they rightfully belonged to his clan, but Patrick was a loner who eschewed not only clan gatherings, but members of his own now distant family. She took a deep breath, and only barely disguised her wince of pain with another smile. Patrick had taken to expressing his rage against her with his fists years ago. Sarah had learned to read the signs most of the time. But last night he had surprised her. She still didn't know what had set him off, but he had slapped Heather. Outraged that he would lay a hand on her sister, Sarah had stepped between them, glaring up at her stepfather, silently daring him to do it again. He had shoved Heather out of the way, and taken his wrath out on Sarah. She had long since grown adept at protecting herself, and knew his rage was often explosive yet short-lived. She had taken the beating, while Heather had run to their room and slammed the door, like Sarah had taught her to do years earlier. "Wasn't Heather at the house?" Sarah asked, frowning in concern. "I knocked, but no one answered. Maybe she's at the market with one of her friends, or at the Laird's manor house or the school." Sarah nodded. Heather was a born teacher and loved children. While Sarah often took to the woods to escape the house and Patrick's overbearing behavior, Heather often escaped to the Laird's house to help take care of the Laird's 7 children, all under the age of 12. Either that, or she hovered around the small building that served as a makeshift school, at least for those children who had the opportunity to go, if only seasonally. Sarah stooped down to pick up her basket. "Let me walk you back to the village. I'm sure Bryce will be wondering where you are by now." Aldith laughed and shook her head. "I do love him dearly. Honestly, I do. But sometimes, especially of late, I have found it beneficial to be away from him and little Ennis for a while. He's watching her now." She gestured. "You continue with your gathering. It's already late in the afternoon. I'll leave the eggs at your door." Sarah nodded, not wanting to press. "Take your time, Aldith. I know I told you that walking every day is beneficial, but you're too close to your time to overdo it." Aldith smiled as she turned from Sarah, lifting a hand in farewell. Sarah watched her old friend meander her way carefully down the path until she disappeared around a bend. She turned once again to the water, closed her eyes and sent a quick prayer upward, reminding her mother that she thought of her often. Then she turned her back to the cliff and headed toward the woods. A few mushrooms, some bark from a birch tree, and she would have enough for the next batch of tinctures. As she crossed the meadow between the edge of the cliff and the woods where birch, conifers and spruce grew close together, the sun hanging low in the sky and casting long shadows, she noticed how quiet it was. At the edge of the meadow, just before she stepped into the tree line, she realized she didn't hear any of the usual evening birds. Nothing but the breeze wafting gently through the trees, branches jostling slightly. She glanced up at the sky toward the east, wondering if it would rain again that night. She grunted when she caught a vague hint of rain in the air. Another night of rain pounding on the roof of the house. Finding bowls and buckets to catch the ever-growing number of leaks. Another night where Patrick would either stay away, or would come rumbling in from wherever he'd disappeared to get out of the rain. He would collapse at the kitchen table, his mood as usual, dour and demanding. She sighed and quickened her pace. She would collect the last of her items and then hurry home. Perhaps if she had warm lamb stew and biscuits waiting, in case he did come home, he could be mollified. Maybe, just maybe, a belly full of stew, biscuits and ale would keep the peace for a few hours. As she stepped into the shadow of the woods, her gaze focusing on a cluster of mushrooms growing at the base of a spruce, the hair on the back of her neck stood on the edge. She straightened in alarm, casting her gaze through the growing shadows. She heard not a sound, nor the snort of any wild animal. Then again, wild boars often roamed these woods, as her history in these trees attested. She listened for several moments but heard nothing. Shrugging off her alarm as a byproduct of her disturbed and reflective thoughts, she once again bent to pluck several mushrooms from the loamy soil growing between the tree roots. The next instant she heard it. A soft footfall. To any other ear it might have just been the wisp of a breeze, but Sarah spent enough time in these woods to know every sound that the creatures made as they rustled through the underbrush. The sound of squirrels as their tiny claws scrambled for purchase on tree bark. The sounds made by different birds nesting for the night. A deer cautiously stepping through the low-lying brush, seeking tasty leaves or heading for water. No. Not an animal. She sensed the large shadow coming up behind her just before she saw it. Sarah turned, prepared to flee an instant before she found herself clenched against a hard and powerful body. She opened her mouth to scream, an instinctive, reflexive action she knew would be useless. No one would hear her scream. No one. She was too far away from the village. Aldith wouldn't hear her either. After rounding the bend, the sound of lapping waves from the bay disguising the sounds of the forest. Her scream was abruptly cut off as a gloved hand clamped down over her mouth, causing her to bite her tongue. Warm tears flooded her eyes. The pain propelled her out of the frozen sense of panic. Infuriated, she lashed out, struggling with everything she had to escape the clutches of whoever had grabbed her. No. This couldn't be happening. She had to get home. As she struggled, grunting with her efforts, she couldn't stop the questions racing through her head. Who would want to harm her? And why? She had nothing of value. She owned nothing. Nothing. But she was not naive. She had heard of brigands roaming Lower Scotland, kidnapping women. Selling them. Using them. Doing what they wanted because they could, and no one stopped them. She twisted in her captor's arms, kicked out with her feet. Her heel connected with a leg, and she heard a grunt. The grip on her tightened, threatened to squeeze the air from her lungs, but still she fought. She was no stranger to pain, to beatings. She took them from her stepfather to spare Heather, but she would not take it from a stranger. How dare he lay his hands on her? If he intended her harm, then he would have to fight for it. She didn't want to die. No, but she was no wilting flower. She wasn't a fainter, no. Whoever this man was, whatever it was he wanted from her, he wasn't going to find her willing. She made contact with her heel again, this time on his foot instep. A growl rumbled close to her ear. Fear surged through her, pounding through her veins. Her ears rang with a loud buzzing sound. Her breath escaped her mouth in ragged gasps. Those arms were like steel. She couldn't break free. She had to try harder. If she surrendered, she was doomed. She garnered her strength. She had to escape. She had to get back home, to Heather. Heather needed her. She would not be able to bear their stepfather's wrath if Sarah was not there to protect her. With the anniversary of their mother's death so near, Sarah had to be home. Had to shelter her sister from. She suddenly felt herself falling. No, she hadn't fallen. She'd been pushed. She landed on the ground on her stomach, the wind knocked out of her. Her hands clutched at the dirt, grabbed handfuls of it, and then she rolled onto her back as the arms reached for her again. She flung the dirt upward into her attacker's face. A bitten-off curse rewarded her efforts, and she surged upward, scrambled to get her feet under her, her heart swelling with a brief surge of triumph. Run. She bolted. And slammed into something hard and unyielding. A tree? No. Her eyes wide with horror, she realized that she'd slammed into her captor's body. His arms snaked around her, and in an instant she was again caught in a vice-like grip.
Chapter 2. Phillip growled low in his throat as he tried to grab hold of the wildcat with which he suddenly found himself dealing. Who knew a slip of a woman could struggle so hard? He had watched her throughout most of the afternoon. His two comrades had stayed farther back in the trees, but he knew they were within whistling distance. He had even gotten so close once that he heard her humming. She was a pretty girl and well-formed. Her simple beige woolen dress and dark brown kirtle hid her figure, but when she bent over he got a good view of her hips, noted her long legs, and when she'd stretched a time or two her ample bosom had been plainly outlined for his viewing pleasure. Even as he'd watched, waiting for the perfect chance, he'd hesitated. He had never stooped to kidnapping a woman before. A man, either for that matter. But he was desperate. He had missed a chance a little while earlier. Had almost taken it, but then she'd strolled out of the trees and made her way to the edge of the cliff in the near distance. She had stood there at the edge for the longest time. What was she doing? Then, to his chagrin, she had sat down, her basket of herbs and roots and flowers beside her. Unmoving, she had stared out at the water below. Thinking. Even while sitting, she was not idle. Her fingers had plucked at the long grass, even plaited several strands of it together before tossing the strip aside, only to do it again, then again. He had stifled a sigh of impatience as another woman, heavy with child, had moved laboriously up the path to the cliffs, had heard the sound of their voices while they spoke, though he was not close enough to hear what they said. Finally, the other woman had left, and his prey was alone again, heading into the trees once more. Dusk would soon be upon them. No more time to waste. And so, moments after she'd stepped into the shadows of the woods, he had made a grab for her. He hadn't expected her reaction. He had thrust her to the ground already, not wanting to hurt her, had not pushed her hard. To his surprise, she was on her feet in an instant, flinging dirt into his face. He tightened his hold on her, as if he were trying to hold on to a slippery fish. He swore as her heel made contact with his shin again. Despite the fact that he held her in a great bear hug, her back pressed up against him, her arms below her elbows remained free. Her right fist swung upward, caught him on the edge of his eye. Her left hand reached downward, tried to grab a hold of his. He backed away, the twist of his hips barely preserving his dignity. "Hold still," he snapped. She didn't listen. He tried to twist his hips further, to keep his precious jewels away from her clawing hand, his temper fraying. He was about ready to throw her to the ground again. He was not one who often lost his temper, let alone with a woman half his size. He was nevertheless startled by her ferocity. Behind him he heard a chuckle, and turned to glance over his shoulder. "What are you laughing about?" he snapped at Mackay Douglas, his longtime friend and commander of his castle's men. "At you." Mackay laughed, not at all daunted by Philip's growing annoyance at the twisting, grunting, flailing woman he tried so desperately to hold on to. "You've got your hands full for sure." Guffaws came from Philip's second companion, hiding in the depths of the shadows. Philip had had enough. "Grab a hold of her feet, if you can stop your chuckling for a minute." Hugh emerged from the shadows. Philip raised a brow at the mirthful expression on Hugh's countenance. "Hugh, grab her arms and tie her hands before I lose my temper." Between the three of them, they finally got the woman bound, but that didn't stop her from screaming epithets at all of them. If he weren't concerned that her shouts would bring someone from the village down below, he would have let her go at it. As it was, he already had a headache, and her shrieks were only making it worse. Her hands tied in front of her, she still continued to twist violently in his arms. Finally, he had enough. Not so gently, he put her on the ground, a hand pressed against her back to hold her on her stomach in the dirt. She bucked beneath his hand. "Give me that," he growled at Mackay, reaching for the rag tucked into Mackay's waistband, usually tied around his forehead. When Mackay hesitated, he snapped his fingers. "Now. I can't take her caterwauling one more second." With another laugh, Mackay plucked the rag from his waistband and handed it to Philip. In another few seconds, he had the gag over the woman's mouth and tied at the nape of her neck. He then rolled her onto her back and glared down at her. To his surprise, her angry gaze bore right back up at him. Well, now she was a feisty thing, much more than he had expected. Even bound, her hands pounded at him, ineffectual, though impressive in her efforts. He had expected a wilting flower, maybe even some fainting, but this. He stood and then backed away from her thrashing feet. Hands on his hips, he stared down at her. No, not at all what he'd expected. She was supposed to be a healer. Healers were gentle, weren't they? Compassionate? The woman writhing on the ground continued to scream through the gag. It muffled but couldn't entirely block her rage from reaching his ears. He shook his head, glancing at Mackay and then Hugh. "One of you put her on your horse." Both of them stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Mackay spoke first. "You want me to put that on my horse?" Philip glanced down at the girl, at the moment trying to roll over onto her side to stand. How she planned to manage it was beyond him, but he had to give her marks for determination. Approaching from the side, he quickly lifted a foot and placed it on her stomach, just below her breasts, which rose and fell with her infuriated temper. He didn't put a lot of pressure on her, again not wanting to hurt her, but enough to make her stop thrashing. "If you don't stop, I'm going to knock you unconscious. Do you understand?" He had no intention of laying hands on the woman, but a threat might help suffice to calm her. He was no expert in kidnapping, but this reaction was nothing he had anticipated. After several seconds the girl quit thrashing, though her eyes still blazed fury his way toward Mackay and Hugh also. Her hands were balled into fists. "I'm going to put you on your feet. You fight me, and you'll find yourself on the ground again. You understand?" The girl glared at him for a few moments and then grudgingly nodded. He removed his foot from her stomach. She didn't move. He reached down and grabbed her by her arms, yanking her upward and onto her feet. He half expected her to fight him, but for the moment she remained calm. Mackay spoke up. "Hugh, you take her." Hugh McInnes, also a long-term friend, muttered under his breath but didn't argue with Mackay. Hugh, like Mackay, was a soldier who had sworn allegiance to Phillip years ago, and devoted his life to his clan's protection and well-being. Very few people were outspoken enough to argue with Phillip Duncan of the Highland Duncan clan. He usually had his hands full defending his small castle and lands situated on the slopes of Ben Nevis Mountain in the Grampian mountain range. He was noted throughout the Highlands as a fierce combatant, not one to be taken lightly. Most people feared him, but glaring down at the woman staring implacably back at him, he had to wonder. Was she touched? Was her mind in one piece? Was she the one they sought? "Let's go," he muttered to the others. He crouched down, wrapped his arms around the woman's waist and lifted her from her feet, tossing her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She pounded his back with her bound hands, ineffectual. Briefly amusing, though his amusement soon transformed into annoyance. He shook his head, as he walked side by side next to Mackay deeper into the woods where the horses were tied. "You sure this is the right one?" Mackay chuckled. "I'm sure." Phillip wasn't so sure, but they couldn't linger in the territory long. He could only hope that they had snatched the right woman, a healer he needed for his brother. Jake had been wounded a month earlier at the Battle of Largs. Of course they had healers in the Highlands, and none was known to be better than Siana Cameron, the fair one indeed. Not only had his brother failed to improve under her ministrations, but he had grown worse. His search for a healer with the knowledge to cure strange and mysterious maladies had sent him forth on this venture, south toward the coast. He had heard of this one's gift from Mackay, who had heard it from a distant cousin, who in turn heard it from a friend who lived in the lowlands. That friend had learned about her from a storekeeper in Edinburgh, whose family member had been cured by the woman. He had come all the way to Kirkcaldy for this woman. He glanced at his friend, grinning back at him with ill-disguised amusement. Phillip cocked his head. "You're sure?" Mackay nodded. "I'm sure." Still, glancing askance at the woman now writhing silently on his shoulder, he had to wonder. He couldn't make a mistake. He knew instinctively that his brother would die soon if his malady were not cured. Did this aggressive yet beautiful wild young woman have the skills needed to cure his brother? Would she? What if she refused? That would not happen. They reached the horses. Hugh mounted, then reached down for the girl. Phillip hefted her upward, and between the both of them, despite her squirming, they finally got her astride in front of Hugh. He shook his head as he mounted his horse, then without another word spurred the animal into a trot through the trees. If she refused to help him, he would. What would he do? He'd never been confronted with such a situation before. While fierce and unforgiving on the battlefield, he had never harmed a woman. Still, his brother was in dire need. He had no patience nor tolerance for anyone who delayed any chance his brother had of surviving. Phillip Duncan rarely came down from the mountains. It had been years since he had been down by the coast. He didn't like it. Too crowded. He preferred the highlands, the towering mountains, the lochs, the peat bogs of the north, and the wilderness encompassing them. The small villages and scattered population. The closest he had been to clusters of people was the small settlement at the base of Ben Nevis, one of the highest peaks in all of Scotland. In the past, the region was a stronghold overseen by Clan Cameron, But over the past couple of generations, the Duncans had claimed their own portion and held on to it with fierce determination. On more than one occasion, the Duncan clan had sided with the Macpherson and Macintosh clans, bitter rivals of Clan Cameron. More than once, Phillip and his warriors had clashed with the Donald and Macmillan clans, allies to the Camerons. In recent years, the region had been relatively peaceful, but Phillip never took the tenuous peace for granted. He had spent months of his youth exploring the expanses of Ben Nevis, the glacial valley surrounded by slopes of bracken and the wild bluish-grey scree. He enjoyed the sight of the long-haired Highland cattle grazing along the slopes and on the valley floor, the river running through the valley providing a wealth of rich farmland, fish and wildlife. The slopes of Ben Nevis were in his blood, its peak often dusted with snow year-round. He had climbed to the summit of the mountain many times over the years, nearly a full day's travel, but from the top the vistas opening up before him never failed to lift his spirits, to make him stand tall with pride at his heritage. As a warrior and a leader of the Highland Duncan clan, Phillip was a formidable opponent, his body honed by years of fighting. One day, perhaps in the distant future, his clan could live peaceably among others in the Highlands, and generations of needless bloodshed would cease. Most of the clan leaders today couldn't even remember what had triggered centuries of feuds, and he had a feeling that he wasn't the only clan leader who had long since tired of the endless fighting. He shook his head, muttering to himself. He wasn't an old woman. He was a warrior. A clan leader. However, the return of his brother, wounded, unable to recover, had spurred the realization that over the years, his loss of friends, fellow clansmen and even family members had slowly dwindled the size of the Duncan clan to an alarming degree. He and Jake were the future of the Duncans, but if Jake died? He glanced at the young woman, surprised to find her glaring his way. He hardened his heart, convinced himself that kidnapping her had been necessary. Nothing he had ever resorted to before, but a necessary evil. He would do everything and anything to save his brother. Younger by 2 years, Jake had fought for years under the Scottish King Alexander III, son of King Alexander II and grandson of William the Lion. While his brother had gone off to fight against the Norsemen, Phillip, as the oldest remaining son, had been responsible for the safety, protection and maintenance of Duncan Castle and lands and their people, a responsibility he took seriously and dedicated himself to. While Phillip was known as a fierce and uncompromising warrior, he was beloved among his people. He took his responsibilities to heart, and he ruled with fairness and compassion yet firmness over those who looked to him for their safety and protection of their farms and livelihoods. Would it matter to the clan if his brother died? The thought left Phillip feeling oddly untethered to his otherwise solid foundation. He should have found a wife long ago, had children to carry on the traditions of the Duncans, but he had yet to find a woman who he found interesting enough to marry. Oh, there had been plenty of women who threw themselves at him. He was known as one of the most handsome in the region, and his reputation as a more than adequate lover had gained him a mistress or two over the years, but none had held his attention for long. His brother had often teased that Phillip was far too choosy, that he should just select one and get it over with and sire children, but Phillip resisted. Jake, like Phillip, had no trouble finding or bedding women, and Phillip often threw his brother's words back at him. But Jake, a soldier often away from home, had no time nor inclination, at least at the moment, to find a woman to settle down with. Now, Phillip wondered if Jake would ever have the chance. The sound of voices raised behind caused him to halt his horse among the trees and glance back over his shoulder. What the hell? The woman was reaching for the reins of Hugh's horse. What was she doing? He belatedly realized she was trying to agitate the horse, perhaps even toss the both of them to the ground. To what purpose? He growled with impatience. He didn't have time for such foolishness. Stop, he ordered. His voice, though not raised, was commanding. Startled, the woman's attention was pulled from her intention, and she met his angry gaze. Hugh had his hands full trying to pull the woman's hands from his horse's reins and pressing them closer to her body. Phillip knew that a change in situation was required. He quickly dismounted, stepped toward Hugh's nervously prancing horse, and grabbed its bridle with one hand. With the other, he reached for the girl. He grasped her around her arm and pulled her from the horse. She uttered a startled cry as he caught her in his arms, and in one smooth movement had her on the ground, flat on her buttocks, legs sprawled before her. She gasped with indignation. He quickly pulled his knife from the sheath at his waist and slashed at her bindings. She cried out in surprise, probably thinking he was going to plunge it into her heart. Instead, still grasping her hands, he gestured with his chin toward Hugh. Hugh blinked at him, not sure what he wanted, until Phillip waved his hand. Hugh suddenly understood, reached for his own knife and cut a length of his horse's rein and tossed it to Phillip. Phillip quickly bound the girl's hands behind her, then rose to his feet. Reaching for her arms, he stooped slightly, then heaved her upward, again flopping her over his shoulder. She struggled mightily. With another growl of annoyance, he struck the flat of his hand against her buttocks. The sharp slap rang out in the stillness of the forest. He heard her gasp, mutter something in her throat, but the gag stopped her words. She calmed down, at least for a moment. Would he have to deal with this all the way back to his castle? Phillip carried her to his horse, then placed her back on her feet, turning her to face him. Either you ride astride in front of me, or you can lie over the saddle like a sack of grain. You choose. She glowered and managed muffled words from behind the gag. I'll sit, thank you very much. He almost laughed. Almost. Such bravado and audacity. Her tone was defiant, and once again he had to force himself to hold back a grin. That he had never met anyone as feisty as she was no understatement. Without further ado, he lifted her up onto his saddle and then leapt up behind her. Her hands, tied behind her now, were nestled just above his groin. While his intention had been to keep her from aggravating the horses, he now had second thoughts. What if she grabbed hold of his? Where are you taking me? She demanded, her words again muffled but discernible as the gag had slipped slightly. No questions. Now we ride. I'm warning you. You keep your hands to yourself or you're going to regret it. She said nothing, but her jaw lifted defiantly in the air. He urged his horse to a trot, the others following. His mood had darkened considerably, and for once he heard no teasing from his friends. But every step the horse took caused her to jostle against him. His thighs nestled her buttocks and legs. Her hands lingered dangerously close to his delicate parts, her shoulders bumping against his chest. A delicate fragrance wafted from her hair into his nostrils. What was that? Mint. It was distracting and yet intoxicating. His thoughts drifted, and he wondered what this woman might be like in bed. Passionate, surely. He forced his attention away from such an idea, growling in dismay at the turn of his thoughts.
Chapter 3. Sarah lost track of time. She sat stiffly in front of her captor, her heart pounding. Despite her show of defiance and bravado, she was terrified. She had to escape. Where were they taking her? Why? Try as she might, she couldn't come up with a plan to get away. Maybe tonight when they stopped. But as late afternoon turned into dusk and then dusk into evening, she feared that they wouldn't stop. They rode mile after mile in a northward direction. Would they travel through the night? She grew tired as she tried to hold herself away from leaning against her captor. Her hands began to tingle from being tied for so long. Her shoulders ached. Because she was afraid of toppling off the horse, despite the fact that her captor's arms curved around her body as he held the reins of his massive gelding, she had tightened her thighs around the barrel of the horse. Even through her skirt and under her drawers, her skin felt chafed and sore. How long would they ride? She blinked back tears, wondering what Heather would be thinking by now. Worried about her, wondering why she hadn't returned home. Would someone go looking for her? Surely, Heather would have returned to their home by now, discovered her sister nowhere in the vicinity. Had their stepfather also returned home and questioned Heather as to the location of her sister? Of course, Heather couldn't know. Sarah's heart thumped in dread. When she wasn't there to protect Heather, she was often the recipient of their stepfather's foul temper. While Heather was more than capable of putting together a simple meal for him, it was usually a task that Sarah undertook herself. The less time her younger sister spent in the vicinity of their stepfather, the better. Increasingly as time passed, Sarah found herself leaning against her captor's chest. She fought against the sense of despair that rose within her. She couldn't surrender. Couldn't give up, not so soon. She would take the first opportunity to escape, to make her way back to Kirkcaldy. To her sister. But for now, she felt the increasing weariness flooding through her. The result of a long day, the terror of being kidnapped, of fighting her captors, of riding so many hours on horseback trussed up like a sheep to be slaughtered. It took too much effort not to lean against the man behind her. Besides, it was more comfortable. And he was warm. Solid-framed, riding tall, not at all tired. Who was he? Where was he from? What did he want with her? The questions raced through her mind one after the other. He had manhandled her back there at the cliffside, but not roughly. Actually, he had shown great restraint, so much more so than her stepfather. He had seemed surprised that she'd fought back. Why would he be? Wouldn't any woman fight? She was no sheep. Over the years, she'd had to rely on her resilience, her determination, and her anger to get through everything her stepfather heaped upon her. Outside of Sarah's concerns for her younger sister, and of course fear of what was going to happen to her once her captors reached their destination, she didn't have much of a problem riding away from Kirkcaldy. No, getting away from Kirkcaldy was an overriding dream. Ethereal, something that lingered beyond her grasp but which she'd dreamed about nevertheless. She had imagined it often. She and Heather, leaving their stepfather behind to begin new lives somewhere. She as a healer, her younger sister as a nursemaid, a governess, or caring for children somewhere. Unfortunately, they belonged to a caste of people who would forever find themselves listed among the poorer, rural populace. With no dowry, and no remarkable lineage, both were destined for simple lives, seeking out a simple living. Still, Sarah didn't care. Someday, they would get away from Patrick MacDonald's clutches and breathe easier. But now, we'll stop here for the night. The comment came from her captor, who, upon entering a meadow bathed in the soft glow of the rising moon, pulled his horse to a halt. His companions halted their horses, and nearly in unison, all three slid off. Before Sarah could process the fact that they were finally stopping for the night, she felt hands on her waist pulling her from the back of the horse. "You will not fight me." The command was uttered softly, but brooked no argument. Sarah was too tired anyway, her joints stiff from hours of riding. It took an effort, but she allowed her captor to guide her toward a large rock at the edge of the meadow. Her stiff-jointed movements did not escape his notice. "Sit." She obeyed. "I'm going to take the gag off your mouth. If you scream, shout, or speak louder than a whisper, I'll put it back on. Understood?" Sarah glared up at him but nodded. There was a time and a place. This wasn't it. He removed her gag, and she opened her jaw several times, working out the stiffness, using her tongue to moisten the inside of her mouth and her lips. He watched her. "Hugh, give me some water." The man named Hugh stepped to his horse, retrieved a leather flask, and handed it to her captor. "I'm going to untie your hands. Again, I warn you that if you try to escape, hit, scratch, kick, or in any other way attack any of us, I'll hog-tie you, and you can ride belly down over my saddle the rest of the way. Understand? Brute." She had to bite her lip to keep from uttering a sharp retort. Were all men such bullies? She looked up at him as he crouched down in front of her, his eyes on a level with hers. He stared at her implacably until she nodded. Leaning close, his head near hers, he reached behind her and used his knife to slice through her bindings. It took everything she had not to punch him in the nose. Even as her temper roiled, something else simmered beneath the surface. He smelled good, not at all what she expected of a kidnapping ruffian. He smelled of horse, the earth and the wind. For the first time in the moonlight, and thanks to the fire that was quickly built nearby, she got a good look at him. Dark, unruly hair. Clean though. It hung down past his shoulders, much of it loosened from the queue at the nape of his neck. Shorter in the front, a curl hung over his broad forehead. A dark slash of eyebrows. She couldn't tell what color his eyes were in the darkness, but she imagined they were hazel, maybe even almost green. His nostrils flared, his jaw tightened, and she saw the sudden frown he gave her. What? She hadn't done anything. He handed her the leather flask of water. She took it with one hand, and tried to hide the trembling despite her feigned bravery. With both hands, the cork clutched in her palm, she lifted the flask to her lips and drank deeply. The water felt good in her mouth, and as it flowed down her throat. After 3 gulps, she handed the flask back to her captor. Without taking his eyes from hers, he also drank, then casually snatched the cork from her palm to stop the flask. The sensation of his fingers brushing against the palm of her hand sent a frisson through her. Startling, really, considering her circumstances. To her horror, she found herself attracted to him. No, impossible. He'd kidnapped her. "What do you want with me?" she asked, striving to keep her voice calm so that it didn't come across as demanding, although that's exactly what she was doing. She demanded an explanation. He glanced at his 2 compatriots, huddling close to the fire, one of them in the process of wrapping a hunk of already cooked meat around a stick. Rabbit. Her stomach reacted to the idea of food. Luckily, the reaction was soundless. He wandered over to the fire. 3 sets of eyes warily watched her. "You're a healer." It wasn't so much of a question as a statement. She nodded. But how did he know? He wasn't from around here, she knew that. She'd never seen any of them before. "One of my people told me about your skills." "One of your people?" "My name is Phillip Duncan of the Highland Duncan clan in the Grampian Mountains." The Grampian Mountains? The Highlands? He had come from the Highlands down to the Firth of Forth? For her? But why? She frowned. "You have no healers closer to home?" "Let's just say I need one whose skills surpass those that I have met." "Why?" she asked again. He frowned, handing the water flask back to his friend. "Surely I am not the only healer in Scotland with skills that meet your needs." She gazed at him from top to toe. He cut a fine figure of a man, and didn't look at all sick. So he didn't need her. Who did? "I have no supplies. All my herbs, my tinctures and my salves are back there in Kirkcaldy. Do you expect me to work miracles?" "Enough," he sighed. "You will have your answers soon enough." It was at moments like this that Sarah grew frustrated by her many faults, one of which was impatience. She had no tolerance for mysteries or secrets. She closed her eyes, leaned her head back against the rock and counted to 10. "How do you even know I can help you?" she asked, opening her eyes again. Phillip paused by the fire as he headed for his horse. "It is not I who needs your help." "Then who?" "In due time." She groaned in frustration. "How do you know I can provide the help you seek, if you don't tell me what you expect from me?" He paused, staring into the inky darkness of the woods beyond the dull glow of the fire. Then, without another word, he disappeared into the blackness. She watched him go, and then turned toward the other 2, both of them now focusing their attention on the rabbit, or whatever was warming over the fire. She was worried. Worried about Heather. No more than worried. Fear and desperation bubbled up inside her. She glanced at her surroundings, thickly wooded, dark and chilly, very few stars at least at the moment. She had no idea where she was. She had never traveled this far from Kirkcaldy. How far had the horses traveled? 10 miles? Even more? The Highlands. He was taking her to the Highlands. How long would it take to get there? 2 days' ride? A week? What would happen if the person who needed her healing skills died before they got there? It was obvious that her captor, Phillip, had gone to great lengths to help somebody. A person only did that for someone deeply cared for. And if that person didn't survive, would he take it out on her? While she had no doubt of her skills, there was always the chance that she would be faced with a challenge she didn't know how to solve. Healers were not always able to cure maladies. Sometimes a body was so ill or broken that nothing could be done to save it. She barely paid attention to the low conversation between the other two, until one of them approached, shifting a hunk of hot meat from one palm to the other. He crouched down in front of her, much like Phillip had done earlier, and offered a smile. How could he be so lackadaisical about kidnapping her? What did he have to smile about? She frowned at him. Hungry? No, she snapped. Unfortunately, her stomach took the opportunity at just that moment to grumble loudly. He laughed, grabbed her wrist and placed the hunk of meat in her palm. He turned away as she stared down at the meat, resisting the urge to throw it back at him. She had to be rational. She had to stay strong and sharp, and she wouldn't do that by starving herself or displaying stubbornness that would only get her hurt. Grudgingly, she lifted the meat to her mouth and wrinkled her nose at the odor. The meat wasn't spoiled, but it wasn't fresh by any means. She nibbled it slowly, paying attention to what her stomach told her as she ate. After a short time, her captor emerged from the woods. He looked at her, then at his companions. He took several steps in her direction, and then gestured toward the woods. If you need to take care of. He didn't finish the sentence, but she knew what he implied. She felt the heat of a flush warm her cheeks. Fortunate that he couldn't see it in the darkness. With a stiff nod, she slowly got to her feet. He pointed. Behind that bush. And shake the branches so I know where you are. Annoyed, Sarah reluctantly agreed. Turning her back, she hobbled into the shadows. She felt humiliated, helpless, and the desperation of her situation nearly took her breath away. She worried more about Heather than she did herself. Maybe, just maybe she could wrest a promise out of her kidnapper. She knew she had no bargaining power. She had no say-so over what happened to her. So far, he didn't appear to be interested in her, other than her healing skills. But what would happen if she failed to heal a person in such dire need that Phillip had ventured so far from home to find help? He had guaranteed her no promise of safety, not personally anyway. Did she have the power to bargain? Her skills in exchange for her freedom? When she emerged from the darkness, Phillip stood, legs slightly spread, arms crossed over his chest, watching her. He gestured for her to sit down. Slowly and stiffly she did, hiding a wince of pain in the process. Not pain caused by Phillip's manhandling of her. Not the pain caused by stiffness from sitting on a horse for hours on end. It was pain from the beating she had received from her stepfather the night before. He was always careful not to hit her about the head or face. That might elicit questions, though Sarah had learned over the years that very few people in the village were willing, or even capable of confronting her stepfather, even if they did know that she and her sister often took the brunt of his abuse. Sarah and Heather were his property. They were his daughters. He could do as he pleased, and there was nothing they could do about it. As Sarah leaned carefully against a rock, trying to get comfortable, she wondered if someday she and her sister might look forward to a life where they had at least some control over their own destinies. With a sigh, she told herself to quit being so foolish. She was not the master of her destiny, and never would be. She closed her eyes, tried to still her fear, to endure what she had to endure to survive. She would see what tomorrow would bring. Maybe, just maybe, she would be able to gain a promise of her release if she succeeded in healing his loved one. She had determined that it had to be a loved one, be it a close friend, a parent, or a family member. No one went to this much trouble if they didn't care deeply about someone. The thought of Phillip Duncan caring deeply about someone enough to go to such lengths to help them made her feel a grudging and reluctant respect. She knew she shouldn't feel that way, and it confused her. He had kidnapped her. Plain and simple. He had taken something that didn't belong to him. It didn't matter whether his reasons were noble or not. He was a brute. An arrogant member of a distant clan in the Highlands, one she knew nothing about. But one thing she did know: she would do everything in her power to return to Kirkcaldy. Not because she cared about the place or her stepfather, or the home she had grown up in. The decrepit shelter had long ago ceased to be her home. But her sister was there, and Sarah MacDonald was nothing if not determined to provide protection and a sense of security to her younger sister. And she would do anything she had to do to keep her promise to do just that.
Chapter 4. Phillip hovered just inside the tree line, deep in the shadows, watching the camp. He knew that despite their relaxed states, Hugh and Mackay dozed only lightly. An untoward sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of brush nearby, would bring them instantly to full wakefulness, alert with weapons in hand. Mackay, like Hugh, was not particularly happy to be in this region. Phillip stared at the sleeping Sarah, contemplating what it was about her that captivated him so. Her bravado and bluster. Her inclination to fight. That certainly wasn't unnatural to anyone who had been kidnapped. In fact, such a response was expected, but in her case surprising. There were 3 of them, all experienced fighting men accustomed to battle. Muscles honed by years of physical labor, fighting, and providing for the safety and sustenance of their clan. And she? She was a medicine woman, a healer. She barely came up to his chest, and yet she had not hesitated, not even a second, to fight him, nor to curtail her efforts to agitate Hugh's horse earlier. Her actions screamed desperation, again to be expected, but he got the impression that her desperation stemmed from a deeper fear than even her present circumstances inspired. Of course she was worried about her safety. Why wouldn't she be? After she had emerged from the bushes earlier and returned to her place near the rock, he had given her a choice. If you give me your word that you will not try to escape, I will not truss you up like a wild boar. He hadn't really expected her to promise not to try to escape. Even after she had grudgingly promised to stay put, he didn't believe it for a second. He knew that the moment an opportunity presented itself, she would try to escape. Why hadn't he tied her up? He should have. Would have done so with any other captive, not that he had any experience kidnapping people. This was his first and hopefully only time stooping to such measures. Any attempt or successful attempt of escape would thwart his own plans, not to mention put her in even greater danger, but he hadn't tied her up. I'm warning you. If you try to escape, you'll find yourself in danger. He pointed upward at the inky black sky. There is no moon tonight, or very little of it. Not enough to light your way. You will get lost. There are bogs out there, wild boars and wolves. Not to mention outlaws who would not hesitate to take advantage of a woman alone in the woods. His words hadn't made much of an impression on her. She had stared defiantly up at him, but said nothing. Perhaps contemplating the truth of his words. She might be brash, but she was intelligent. She knew the dangers for anyone, let alone a woman, running through the middle of the woods at night without a weapon, no map to guide her way toward home. We will not hurt you, he'd said, crouching down in front of her, his eyes level with hers. She had opened her mouth to speak, but he'd lifted a hand. If you have something to say, say it calmly and softly. He'd glanced into the darkness with a shrug. You never know what's out there, listening. Are you trying to frighten me? You're not frightened, he challenged. She didn't answer, but she didn't have to. The racing pulse in her throat had told him that her emotions roiled. Perhaps she did fear what was in the darkness of the woods more than she feared him. He'd almost smiled. Almost. She was a formidable opponent, despite her gender. She certainly couldn't overpower him physically, but she was crafty. Characteristics that he admired. Despite the fact that she was his captive and she had a purpose to fulfill, for him, he felt a grudging respect for her. Or was it attraction? He'd scowled at the thought. She had continued to watch him, eyes narrowed now. Trying to determine his thoughts. Did she see a softening in his gaze as he looked at her? His frown had deepened. That would not do. While he had no intention of hurting her, it would serve his purposes if she feared him. What do you want from me? I want to go home. You do as I ask, and that's a possibility. He'd seen the flare of fear in her eyes, the acceleration of the pulse throbbing in the vein in her throat. Not a possibility, she'd snapped. A certainty. Do you give me your word? My word? He had almost laughed at that. I kidnapped you. I'm dragging you to who knows where, and you're asking for my word as a gentleman that I'll keep any promises that I make, even that I won't hurt you. She'd stiffened, her lips pressed together. Even in the darkness, he'd noted her face flush with anger. She was not difficult to rile, and that intrigued him. An emotional woman. Perhaps a passionate one. In any other circumstances, perhaps. I may not even be able to do what it is you want me to do, she'd said. It was obvious that every word she spoke was underscored with an effort not to shout. Such a temper. It must have required a great deal of self-control for her not to raise her voice. From what I have heard from others, you can. She had made a noise in her throat. Are you certain you haven't mistaken me for someone else? He'd grinned. I'm sure. He'd stood peering down at her for several moments. Now go to sleep. We will be traveling hard and fast all day tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away from the campfire, disappearing into the darkness of the woods. Hugh and Mackay would hear if she bolted. He'd paused beside a large tree, his finger plucking at its rough bark. Had he done the right thing? Would she be able to help, or had he run a fool's errand that amounted to nothing more than a waste of time? He'd refused to contemplate that. It would be worth everything, if they were not too late. Phillip woke into that half-asleep, half-awake state, not sure what it was that disturbed his light slumber. He wasn't a heavy sleeper by any means. He opened his eyes and glanced to his right, saw Hugh and Mackay sleeping close by. The fire had died down to glowing red embers. On the other side of the fire, balanced against the rock. He bolted upright. Hugh. Mackay. His captive was gone. The two sat up at once, alert if not confused. It only took them a second to notice that the girl was gone. What, did she fly away from here? I didn't hear a sound. Hugh remarked. He turned to Mackay. You. Mackay scowled as he turned to Hugh, his words dripping with sarcasm. Yes, Hugh, I heard her get up and run away. I imagined we'd ride after her in the morning. I rolled over and went back to sleep. Phillip saw them glance at him, likely to ask the same question. Don't say it, he snapped, rising to his feet, a disgruntled frown tugging at his eyebrows. He knew what Hugh had been likely to ask, and the answer infuriated him. He hadn't heard anything, either. How had she managed that? He and his companions were skilled warriors, had spent much of their lives outdoors. The slightest sound usually woke them, as well it should, since life and death were often at stake. And yet that little slip of a woman had managed to sneak away from the camp, without stepping on a leaf. A twig. Not even the rustle of clothing, which, under some circumstances, was enough to wake Phillip from even an exhausted slumber. He cursed and turned to his companions, both staring at the place where they had last seen the woman, Hugh scratching his head, Mackay grinning like an idiot. You want us to go after her? Mackay asked, rubbing the whiskers on his cheek. She can't have gone far. Phillip shook his head. Was she daft? Didn't she realize the dangers of being in the woods alone at night? After a glance up at the night sky, he noted the position of the stars. He doubted she'd gone far since they'd bedded down. What annoyed him was that she had managed to sneak away. If he didn't know better, he might have believed she had fairy powers. If he didn't know better, he might have believed that she sprinkled something into their food or blown sleeping dust into their faces. Cast a spell on them. Something to explain how she had managed to escape from 3 experienced outdoorsmen, warriors, without them being any the wiser. He growled. I'll be after her. One of you keep watch. With a sigh, he turned toward the woods. Looks like we'll be taking turns sleeping till we get back to the castle. With that he turned and stepped toward the rock, looking for a track, his temper foul. Not only because she had, for the short term, bested him. That was an annoyance. Also because he worried for her safety. He needed her. Jake needed her. He had underestimated her. He had gathered she was feisty. But foolhardy. No one wandered into the woods at night, even when the moon was full, let alone a mere sliver. The terrain was rugged, riddled with crevasses and gullies that appeared out of nowhere. Peat bogs. Not to mention the wildlife and his warnings of outlaws. He hadn't been lying about that. Muttering under his breath, he peered carefully at the ground near the edge of the rock and found a partial footprint heading into the woods. He entered the tree line, stepping carefully, trying to stay away from branches or clumps of leaves that would give away his position. He doubted she could move quickly, at least until she ventured out of earshot of the camp. She couldn't have left that long ago. He had ventured maybe 50 yards or so into the trees, when he emerged into a small clearing. Again, he gazed upward at the stars. No, their journey across the sky did not indicate the passage of hours. Maybe 1, 2 at the most. He moved swiftly, though silently, walking 20 paces or so before he paused to listen. The rugged terrain dipped slightly downward. She would not head to higher ground, which took her away from the lowlands. He wasn't sure if she had managed to identify landmarks as they traveled earlier, but it was a possibility. He would not underestimate her again. Pausing for the third time, he scanned the landscape. Toward the southwest, in a break through the trees, he saw an outcropping of rocks. The moment he saw those rocks and recognized them, he knew that she'd probably seen them earlier, used them as a landmark as he had. She would be heading in that direction now. His anger growing, he headed in that direction, carefully stepping over tree roots, gently brushing aside branches. The night air felt damp and chilly. He inhaled the fresh scent of pine and the rich, distinctive loam of the soil. The farther downslope he walked, the more deciduous the trees became. The rowan mixed among the fir and yew, the spruce and birch and ash trees. He was forced to slow as more dry and brittle leaves scattered the ground. He heard something and paused. A noise in the near distance. The sharp snap of a twig echoing dully in the still night. He tilted his head as if that could help him pinpoint her location. There, a bit farther to the southwest. He quickened his pace. When he caught up with her, she was going to regret running off like this. Oh, he had no intention of beating her, but from now on, she would be tied despite any promises she might make that she wouldn't try to escape again. He didn't blame her for trying. Actually, he would have been more surprised if she hadn't made an attempt. He continued on, swiftly passing through the forest, making little noise. How could she move so swiftly and quietly? And then he realized. She'd probably spent much of her time in the woods gathering herbs, digging for roots, collecting mushrooms and flowers, perhaps even tree bark, and whatever else used in her healing recipes. She likely had been familiar with the woods since a young age. Idiot, he cursed himself. While she certainly wasn't skilled in battle, she would know how to move in the woods. She would have long ago learned the dangers of roaming the woods alone, easy prey for outlaws and animals alike. Despite his increased frustration and anger toward her at the moment, his respect for her also grew. He had definitely underestimated her. A mistake that would not be repeated. The next time he paused to listen, he heard a different sound. She moved faster now, believing she had put enough distance from the camp. He felt certain of it. It wasn't the sound of a twig that alerted him to her direction this time, no. She was much closer. A muffled sound like branches brushed aside. Not much, but enough to capture his attention. She wasn't the only one familiar with the woods. The next time he paused to listen, he thought he heard the sound of soft footfalls. Moving at a brisk pace, no longer trying to remain silent. She wasn't crashing through the brush, but she had increased her pace. Running? No, but close to it. He followed the sound, picking up his own pace, but not too much. After traveling another short distance, weaving his way among the trees, avoiding branches, and still watching where he placed his feet, he paused again. What was that? A rustle of clothing against the underbrush. The sound of harsh breathing. He was close, so very close. Up ahead, the trees thinned slightly. An open space beyond, perhaps a meadow, dimly lit by the carpet of stars and the sliver of a crescent moon overhead. He saw a shadow moving in front of the tree line, entering the meadow. Not running across the middle but skirting the edge. Smart. He grinned. Cutting through the trees at an angle, he quickly made his way to the other side of the clearing, where he knew she would likely re-enter the woods. He waited. She moved slowly, constantly glancing back over her shoulder in the direction from which she had come. In the wan light, he watched her shadow grow closer and larger. He could just make out her form. She trotted in his direction, her skirts lifted off the ground, held close to her body. She glanced over her shoulder again just before entering the tree line. And then it happened. She crashed into him with an abrupt oomph and nearly fell backward, uttering a startled cry. She squelched the noise and caught her balance, reaching out with one hand to grab for support against his body. The moment she touched him, her palm flat against his chest, she realized her mistake. He lifted a hand to grab her, but she was faster. She quickly reversed direction and sped back across the clearing, feet flying and skirts lifted high, her braid bouncing against her back. He scowled and muttered another oath, hands on his hips. Where did she think she was going? She would never outrun him now. Without a sound, he started after her. She made little effort to disguise her movements. She ran like a frightened rabbit, darting this way and that, crashing through the underbrush, leaves scattering, branches slapped out of her way, he so close in pursuit that he repeatedly had to duck to keep them from hitting him in the face. She was fast. Quick on her feet, somehow managing to avoid slamming into one tree after another as she careened through the darkness. Her ragged breaths marked her desperate efforts. He'd had enough. If she hurt herself, she would be no good to him or his brother. He didn't want to shout, didn't want to alert anyone or anything else that may be lurking in these woods to their presence. Once again, he anticipated her direction and attempted to head her off. There. Her shadow passed right in front of him. He reached out and managed to grab onto fabric. She struggled. He heard the rip of fabric, a gasp, but she took off again. Sarah, stop, he hissed. She ignored him and quickly changed directions, taking off again toward the southwest, heading downslope. Not a steep descent, but a downward incline. Hopping over small rocks, darting between trees, somehow avoiding clumps of underbrush. She was fast, he had to give her that. He followed at a slightly slower pace. It wouldn't take much for her to trip, to break her neck, to slam face first into a tree, or to go toppling over the edge of a crevice or ravine. Sarah. Suddenly, the night was cut by the sound of an interrupted scream, followed by a silence that made his heart quicken. He caught up to her, sprawled face down on the ground between two trees, arms and legs spread outward. She wasn't moving. He took note of the overgrown root she had stumbled over, and quickly knelt down beside her, heart thumping in his chest. He placed one hand in the middle of her back. Was she breathing? Sarah? He rolled her over, squinting down at her face in the darkness. Was she unconscious? No. He saw the glistening of her eyes as she stared up at him, mouth open. The breath had been knocked from her lungs. He caught the sight of blood on her forehead, shook his head, and gently lifted her from the ground, balancing her upper torso against his chest as he quickly checked her arms and legs for broken bones despite her grumbled half-hearted protests. Nothing broken. Nothing is broken, you silly fool, he muttered. She lay still against him. Do you think you can get up? She said nothing for several moments but then offered a small nod. That movement provoked a wince. You could have broken your neck, he said, standing. He pulled Sarah up after him. He kept his hands wrapped around her upper arms as she stood, wobbled for a moment, and leaned against him for support, still dazed. The contact took him momentarily by surprise. His arms instinctively wrapped around her, pressing her close. She felt good, her head resting against his chest, her body pressed close to his, seeking support. He felt the inklings of arousal, amazed that he could harbor such feelings toward her. He didn't even know her, was angry at her for trying to escape, for making him chase after her in the woods. She raised her hands and weakly pushed herself away, putting some distance between them as she straightened. She lifted a hand to touch her forehead. When she pulled her hand away and peered down at it, he saw the dark splotch on her fingers. "You're bleeding," he sighed, shaking his head. "Can you walk back to camp, or do I have to toss you over my shoulder?" That prompted a response. "I can walk, you pompous." His abrupt laugh drowned the curses she threw his way. "You'd better watch your temper, lass," he warned. "I already told you that I didn't want to hurt you, but if you try this again, you're going to regret it." Once more she muttered a curse in his direction, but as he grasped her small wrist with his hand, he turned from her with a begrudging smile. He was lucky she hadn't killed herself. He tugged her along after him, but she didn't fight him, not really. She probably had a throbbing headache, but as far as he was concerned, it served her right.
Chapter 5. Sarah followed Phillip back to their campsite, if not willingly, at least begrudgingly. She had made her attempt to escape and failed. Her dress skirt and kirtle were badly torn, a portion of it hanging down and dragging through the leaves, her linen undergarment exposed. She had waited for what seemed like forever, for Phillip and his companions to settle down. Had watched the rise and fall of their chests until her eyes grew blurry from concentrating, fighting exhausted sleep herself. Then, everything still and quiet, she had gathered her skirts and slowly in increments stood. No one moved. Before she'd even took her first step, her heart pounding with anxiety, she'd eyed the ground, tried to plan a path away from the camp, despite the one light offered by a sliver of moon and the stars, to carefully plant her feet as she made her way from the campsite. She hadn't known how much time she would have before somebody realized she was gone, but all she could focus on was getting back to Kirkcaldy. She wasn't sure exactly where she was, but she did know that she needed to travel south. When she could, she'd looked up at the stars, noted their position, and oriented herself in the direction she needed to go. She'd moved with extreme care as she entered the woods, careful not to step on a twig, a pine cone, or a dried, curled-up leaf as she'd slowly put more distance between her and the campsite. She had to get away. She had to get back home, to protect Heather. She didn't trust these Highlanders any farther than she could throw them. The leader, Phillip, had seemed sincere when he spoke with her earlier, but long ago she had learned that a sincere promise meant nothing. How many times had her stepfather promised that he would never lay a hand on her again? How many times had he promised that he would stop drinking? Of course those promises had come in the throes of drunken emotion. Sober or drunk, Patrick MacDonald was unapologetic and unbending. No one would or could tell him what to do, or how to behave. Long ago, she had stopped believing anything that came out of his mouth. As a result, she became wary and suspicious of any promises or claims made by men. She knew that not all men were bad like her stepfather, but she couldn't help being cynical. She didn't want to be that way. Maybe someday she would find a man she could trust, a man who would take the time to understand who she was, to understand the things that she believed in and desired most in the world. She believed in loyalty. Though she had seen little of it in her life, she knew it existed. Her mother had told her, when she was a little girl, that someday she would find a man to marry, and she would eventually raise a family of her own. She'd pulled her thoughts from the past to the present. Making her way through the woods, trying to find her way back to Kirkcaldy, she wanted to believe what her mother had told her, but her life had not given her any confidence that any such thing would ever come to pass. She'd pushed her thoughts from anything but putting as much distance between her and the Highlanders' campsite as possible. She wasn't sure how far she had traveled. A half-mile? A mile maybe, before she'd felt an odd sensation. Something was wrong. She had paused, listening, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. She hadn't heard anything, but she'd known, sensed it on an instinctual level. Phillip. He was following her. Tamping down her panic, she had tried to pick up her pace while at the same time remaining silent. How he had determined her direction, how he had gotten so close. She didn't know, but it had happened. She'd slammed into something hard. At first thought it was a tree. She'd reached out for balance and realized that it was no tree. It was the Highlander, as stalwart as a tree and just as hard. Then, foolish though it was, she had turned and broken into a run, desperate to escape. He was right behind her. She knew running in the darkness like that was foolish, but she couldn't stop herself. She'd managed to put a short distance between them, until she had tripped over an exposed tree root and gone crashing to the ground. She'd hit her head, the breath knocked out of her, but she'd clamped her lips over the cry of pain that threatened to escape. Dazed and over the ringing in her ears, she had sensed his approach. Felt his large, warm hand in the middle of her back. Before she could shrug it away, he had rolled her over and pulled her up into his arms, braced against his chest. The thought of surrender had briefly overtaken her. She'd felt so tired, her emotions in turmoil, fear racing through her. She'd wanted to fight him, and yet his support. Hugh, tie her up. She was jolted back into awareness. They had reached the campsite already. Had she not traveled as far away from the camp as she thought she had? Or, heaven forbid, had she made an error in direction, and had ended up going in a circle? No, impossible. She had tried to maintain the slightly downward path toward the south. Phillip let go of her wrist, and for just the briefest of moments, she felt an odd sense of loss at the absence of his large, warm hand providing guidance and support. She covered her dismay with a scowl, glaring at his back as he strode away from her, and then turned to watch while Hugh, almost reluctantly, tied her hands once again behind her back and guided her over to the rock where she had escaped only minutes ago. Had it been only minutes? It seemed like hours, but glancing up at the night sky, she saw no sign of the coming dawn lightening the east. Weariness tugged at her brain. Her head throbbed. It wasn't bleeding anymore, but Hugh stared at her forehead for a moment before clucking in disapproval or sympathy, she couldn't tell which. "You've got a good goose egg there," he commented, then glanced over his shoulder at Phillip. Her eyes followed his gaze. Phillip stared at her with an unreadable expression. While his features looked calm, she noted his hands were balled into fists. He was angry. Still, she sensed he wouldn't hit her. He hadn't hit her yet, even though she had fought, cursed, and run from him. "Tie her feet." Hugh sighed, nodded, and obeyed. It took everything that she had left not to kick him, as he proceeded to do just that. Only when she was trussed did Phillip approach, staring down at her, hands on his hips. "I suggest you get some rest. We have a long day's ride ahead of us, and dawn is just a few hours away. I'm warning you, Sarah MacDonald, if you try to run away again, you're going to ride the rest of the way, hanging over my saddle like a sack of grain." This time Sarah didn't doubt his words. She blinked back tears that formed in her eyes at the thought of the morrow, which would only take her farther away from her sister. Somehow, she had to convince Phillip to let her go. How she was going to manage that, she had no idea. Sarah sat in front of Phillip on his horse, as she had for hours. Dew carpeted the ground cover. A thick mist enveloped the slopes of the narrow valley they rode through, the air damp and chill, settling into her bones, and made her even more miserable than she already was. Her head throbbed, but not as badly as it had just a few hours ago. Phillip and his men had been anxious to get up and leave their campsite before the sun had even emerged above the eastern horizon. In the morning light, she was able to try to gain a better idea of their location. As she watched the mist slowly undulating along the valley floor, her heart sank. She didn't recognize any of it. Perhaps shock and her anger and emotions of yesterday had distorted her idea of how far they had traveled from Kirkcaldy, or in which direction she should have tried to escape. She had tried to spot landmarks along the way. Now, in the early morning light, she realized that the outcropping that she had headed for the previous night was not the same one that she had recognized yesterday late in the afternoon. Similar, yes, but not the same. Discouraged, she realized she would probably have gotten lost in the woods, easy prey for wild animals, or as Phillip had threatened, outlaws if he hadn't caught up to her. While she had no doubt that she could survive for a few days in the forest, more than familiar with a variety of wild root vegetables, onions and herbs, maybe even berries this late in the season, she still had no way of defending herself against wild animals or against brigands bent on mischief. Phillip had placed her on the saddle blanket in front of him. Unlike yesterday, she didn't try to prevent herself from leaning against his frame as they rode. It wasn't just because he was warm, or because he was solid and provided support. No. Sarah had a plan. She would make him tired. Her body weight leaning against him would certainly cause him to expend more effort and energy to sit upright in the saddle. A small bit of revenge on her part. A slight smile had played about her lips as he shifted in the saddle. As they rode, the emotional onslaught, the resulting drain on her body, and her unsuccessful attempts to escape the night before catching up with her, she occasionally dozed, her head resting against Philip's shoulder. After hours of riding, she realized that her efforts to annoy him and tire him out had so far proven fruitless. He had never once sagged in the saddle. Even through her skirts, her legs felt chafed at the long hours on horseback. She had never ridden much, and these hours and hours in the saddle were not only taking a toll on her physical stamina, but also on her emotions. How far did they have to go? Every step the horse took carried her farther from Kirkcaldy and her sister. She was filled with questions but refused to speak to her captor. She knew what he expected of her. She needed to heal someone. Once again, staring between the horse's ears into the rugged distance and toward higher ground, she wondered what he would do if she proved unable to help whomever it was who needed her skills so badly he would venture so far from home to find a healer. Would he kill her? Keep her as a servant? Sell her to someone? She tried not to allow her thoughts to drift into despondency, but it was difficult. Heather must be worried sick by now. She made great effort not to dwell on that. Endeavored not to allow the mind-numbing thoughts of her stepfather taking out his anger and frustration on her younger sister. Surely by now Patrick would believe that she had run away from home. She'd never been gone throughout an entire night. She doubted if he would believe that something might have happened to her. Why would he? She felt her pulse race in tune with her increasing anxiety. Funny, she was more concerned about Heather's worries than she was about her own situation. Not that she didn't find her situation alarming. She did. But she could take care of herself. Phillip needed her, so she doubted that he would do anything to hurt her until she had done what he intended. He had to keep her alive and uninjured to do so. So, at least for the time being, she wasn't overly concerned with her own safety. Her eyelids grew heavy, her eyes dry and scratchy. She needed sleep. She knew that physically, but mentally it seemed like such a waste of time. How could she possibly be tired anyway? She was in an untenable predicament, with no idea how she was going to get back home. Confused and discouraged, she wanted to hate her captor, but oddly enough she didn't. He had done nothing to hurt her, physically at least. At the same time, she scolded herself for having such an opinion. He had kidnapped her. Taken her from her home, her village and her sister. For that, she should hate him with every fiber of her being. But she didn't. He and his men had made no overt threats toward her physical well-being. None had attempted to accost her. Even when he had had the chance, Phillip had not chosen to abuse her. Odd. She expected all men to behave the same. Like her stepfather. Patrick MacDonald never passed up an opportunity to swipe a hand in her direction, to belittle her, to curse at her. And here she was, nestled within the arms of a Highlander rogue who had kidnapped her, and she felt unharmed. Maybe even protected. Of course she realized that he needed her, that if injured or dead she would do him no good. Still. The hours passed. The small traveling party stopped a couple of times to take care of nature's needs, to rest the horses, or to allow Sarah the opportunity to stretch her legs, always within arm's length of one of the men. Morning transitioned toward the noon hour. The mist had cleared long ago, with nothing but green-swept, rugged yet beautiful vistas before Sarah's gaze in all directions. To the north and east, craggy mountains rose from valley floors. In the valleys and glens, thick, lush forests. In between, the mountainsides filled with meadows, wildflowers dancing gently in the breeze. By early afternoon, Sarah was too exhausted to even think of escaping. Her legs were wobbly from so many hours on horseback, her muscles stiff and sore from unaccustomed demands on her body. She continued to lean against Phillip, more out of necessity than an attempt at revenge. Her stomach rumbled with hunger, her head throbbed again, no thanks to her tumultuous emotions. She dozed. At times, forcing herself to climb back from brief respites of sleep lasting only a minute or two, she felt Philip's hand on her shoulder, preventing her from sliding sideways off the horse. She wondered if they would ever stop. The fast pace must be tiring for the horses as well, especially Philip's carrying 2 people. Finally, as afternoon waned toward the oncoming evening, she dared to hope. Not that she had any inclination to run off into the darkness of the woods again. No, she longed to stretch out on the ground and sleep. To get off this horse and rest. A couple of excited comments passed back and forth between Hugh and Mackay, riding a short distance ahead. One of them pointed, and then turned back to Phillip with a smile. Almost there. Almost there? Where? She saw nothing. She heard a sound from deep in Philip's chest. A sigh of relief. Anxiety? The others hastened their horses forward, and Phillip also tapped his heels to his horse's flank. Sarah was jostled as the horse broke into a bone-jarring trot that caused her to bite her tongue. She cried out softly in dismay, lifting her hand to her mouth, prompting a question from Phillip. Her reply was muffled beneath her hand, blinking back her watering eyes. I bit my tongue. He grunted, but offered no reply. She peered into the slowly darkening landscape. To the northeast, saw craggy mountains arising all around. In the far distance, hidden in a mist, loomed a mountain larger than the others. It was an odd-shaped mountain, not pointed at the top like the others but slightly rounded, with steep sharply rising sides to the west, a sloping approach to the south and tree-covered slopes to the east. The western side of the mountain curved down into a shallow valley of sorts, before slopes rose again on the opposite side. Rolling green hills spread out all around the base of the mountain. In a shallow valley between towering forests of pine and spruce was a lake, glistening a deep purple blue in the dusk. Beyond, she caught a glimpse of stone. Sculptured stone. A small castle. You see it, Phillip spoke. That is my home. That is where we are going. My brother Jacob. Jake is there, wounded in battle a month ago. He is not healed. He is growing worse, seems to be suffering from a strange malady. Sarah frowned. A soldier wounded in battle? His wound was either infected, and he was slowly dying, or there was something else wrong with him that prevented him from recovering. Has the wound healed? Not all the way, Phillip replied. You will help him. She resisted the urge to look at him over her shoulder. Didn't want him to see her doubt. This was not good. It's already been a month you say? There may be nothing I can do. Her heart thudded at the thought. What would the Highlander do to her, if she could not cure his brother? Stories of your healing skills have found their way to the Highlands, he replied. You understand, I must make every effort to save my brother. Your reputation and your capabilities precede you. I don't understand, she said quietly. She still refused to look at him. If you needed my help, all you had to do was come knocking at my door. You didn't have to kidnap me. And you, lass, don't understand the ways of the world. My clan is not welcome in the lowlands. Clans. Feuds. Battles over property, castles, it made no sense to her. She had lived with stories of them her entire life, and doubted that anything would ever change. Men. Sometimes they could be so foolish, wasting so much blood, life and possible happiness in an effort to obtain what someone else had. The same applied to her. He didn't ask for her help. He took her, with no regard to her life, her responsibilities. And after he demanded that she help him. She should refuse. If it wasn't for her desire to return to Kirkcaldy, she might have. Then again, she had never turned away someone in need. She had treated soldiers before. They were the worst, their wounds often so horrible that her stomach churned, and it took everything she had not to vomit. She had a strong stomach, but the sight of a limb hanging by a tendon, nearly ripped off by a battle axe or claymore, was enough to cause the blood to drain from her own face. She had treated many soldiers, but there were some injuries that were so severe there was nothing she could do to help. Head wounds were the worst. So too was infection. Infections most commonly started in the region of the wound, and then slowly ate away at the edges of the wound. If left untreated, the infection would spread throughout the body, bringing with it fevers and delirium. Then bit by bit, the body would stop working. Death came soon after. And what of Philip's brother? What sort of injury did he have? Why couldn't the local healer treat him? If the local healer had failed, chances were that either the wound was too far gone, or the woman was not well versed or confident in her skills. She tried to ask Phillip some questions about that, but he did not answer. Finally, growing impatient with her questions, he growled at her to cease talking. She would see for herself soon enough. He didn't understand. She had to have some information about the problem, or she couldn't come up with a plan to fix it. Depending on the situation and the injury as well as severity, she would need certain herbs, ingredients, and time to make them. She tried to explain that to him more than once, but he merely told her that she could determine that once she saw his brother. The horses trotted their way up one slope, then down into a long narrow valley, the slopes of the huge mountain and the castle. As if in tacit agreement, all three of them slowed the horses. Their mounts were tired. The men would keep them at a walk the rest of the way. If they kept up this pace, they should arrive before midnight. As they rode ever closer to Philip's castle, Sarah wondered if she could somehow get her captor to understand her desperation to return home. Philip had gone to great lengths to help his brother. Certainly, he would understand her desire to do the same for her younger sister. In this way, at least, they were similar. Each had younger siblings they felt responsible for. But he didn't know anything about Heather, and why she felt so desperate to return home. She, on the other hand, had learned very little about Philip's younger brother, other than the fact that Philip was willing to go to great lengths to help him. It was full dark, the sliver of the moon even smaller than the night before by the time the trio of horses approached a path that led toward the tan, hand-cut stones of a small castle. Not entirely a castle, not entirely a manor house, but a combination. She'd never seen anything like it. The manor house, with rounded turret-like corners, rose 3 floors from ground level. In the northeast corner stood a short turret with a crenellated battlement on top. To the west, more of a typical manor structure, square in construction, although she saw several more small, clearly crenellated levels behind it. Rising along the top were additional lookout points, one at each of the front and rear corners. To the left, a larger turret, rising over the top of the manor house proper, offering a full panoramic view of every direction of the valley from its crenellated tower. Nestled in the shadows of Ben Nevis, Philip's home was beautiful. The lake, glistening darkly 100 yards from the front of the manor, was surrounded by lush greenery, reeds and a few pines. She smelled the pine, the brackish water, heard frogs and crickets at its edges. It was indeed a beautiful sight that nearly took her breath away. Philip must be rich. As a clan leader, he was of such a stature that he deserved such lush surroundings. As they approached, she saw the stables, a long elongated stone building, and horses gathered in a nearby corral. Her humble abode in Kirkcaldy would not even fill up a corridor of the space of the stables. Was that envy she felt? She shook it off. Not envy. She had never minded her simple life. If it wasn't for Patrick and his abuse, she would have been perfectly satisfied with her station in life. She had her healing gift and the old woman's small place. She had her sister. While their home certainly needed constant repair, she had no doubt that together, she and Heather would be able to maintain it on their own. Patrick was the gloomy cloud that darkened her days. He was the one who made her life miserable, often a living hell. She supposed she should be grateful that she had not hardened her heart against everything and everyone around her. As a healer, she had great empathy for others. Sometimes she even felt sorry for her stepfather. Not often, but sometimes. Besides, riches meant nothing really. Rich people suffered just as poor people did. All the money in the world had not helped Philip's brother. He was human. He bled and suffered as anyone else would. After you see my brother, you will tell me what you need to make him better. I will make sure you have all the supplies you require. He slid off the horse behind her, and then lifted his arms to help her down. She hesitated. She started to tell him that she could get down just fine by herself, but he grumbled and grasped her around the waist and pulled her from the back of the horse. She placed her arms on his shoulders as he lowered her to the ground. She had to say it. You do realize I may not be able to help him. He said nothing, but glanced down at her dirty torn clothing. I'll have a servant bring you clean clothes. Now follow me. Without a backward glance at either of his companions, now leading their horses to the stables, Sarah was compelled to follow Philip toward the manor house. The closer she got, the more reluctantly impressed she was. Everything was kept in good condition. Thick-paned windows, a rarity in Kirkcaldy, were clean. From inside, a dull glow of candles lit the room. She couldn't tell what was in that room at the moment. The grounds were well cared for. The stone looked new, although it was likely over a century old, perhaps more. Philip obviously took good care of his property. A man who took good care of his property also took good care of his animals and in turn his people. The Laird of Kirkcaldy was like that. She had learned long ago, thanks to her stepfather, that a man who didn't care about the condition of his home, or the way he treated his animals, was not typically likely to care about people either. She shook her head as she followed Philip to the door. She had to stop comparing him to Patrick. They couldn't be more different, and that difference went far beyond geography.
Chapter 6. Philip, grasping Sarah's hand in his, not giving her any chance to delay, run, or seek help from any of his staff, headed up the wide stone stairs toward the second floor. Not that any of his servants would dare interfere with his single-minded goal or help the girl escape, but after her previous attempt, he wasn't taking any further chances. Despite his outward aura of calm, his heart pounded with dread. This young woman was his last chance to heal his brother. What she had said earlier was true. She might not be able to help Jake. He knew the woman was exhausted. Dark circles under her eyes attested to her lack of sleep, her torn kirtle a constant reminder that he had kidnapped her, the dried blood on her forehead from her desperate attempt to escape, her occasionally rumbling stomach telling him that he hadn't given her much opportunity to eat. He'd taken her against her will to help himself. To help Jake. As to her suggestion that he should have come to her door and knocked, asked for help. Foolish and naive of her, perhaps, but he still didn't underestimate her intelligence when it came to quickly ascertaining the severity of her situation. He knew she was afraid. Despite her mien of bravado, she trembled. Her fast breathing, though she tried to hide it, and the pounding tempo in her throat emphasized her fear. This wasn't who he was. Laird Philip Duncan was no bully, but in this one instance, he had resorted to abysmal behavior for the sake of his brother. Maybe if things worked out well, and his brother recovered, he would find a way to make amends. No one was judging him. Not Hugh Mackay, any of the men he had left behind to guard his castle and lands, nor his household staff. They knew Philip and Jake. Most had grown up with the brothers. He appreciated their loyalty and dedication not only to him as clan leader, but to his brother. He and Jake had grown up in these halls, terrorized a generation of servants as youngsters always looking to get into mischief. Those same servants who were now as devoted to their care, despite their age and experience, as his own parents had been. He didn't pause at the landing, but strode down the long corridor toward the room near the end. There, a large multi-paned window gave a glimpse of Ben Nevis darkened with ever-increasing shadows of night. A cushioned bench sat beneath the window, and on it slumped an old woman. She appeared to be sleeping, her shoulders drooped forward, chin resting on her chest. A wave of concern swept through him. "Agnes, how is he?" The woman lifted her head, startled. "Och, Philip. You've returned." She glanced at the young woman in tow, her eyes widening in dismay as she took in the disheveled hair, her dirt-smudged cheek, the dried blood and bump on her forehead, and her torn dress. Agnes turned her gaze back to Philip with a frown. "I haven't touched her, Agnes," he protested. "All of that is her own doing." Sarah turned on him. "And if it wasn't for your kidnapping me, I wouldn't have had to try to escape, would I?" He scowled down at her. Now was not the time for her to become obstinate again. He tightened his grip on her wrist, just in case she had an idea to bolt. It was a foolish thought. Where could she go? He softened his grip and turned back to Agnes. "How is he?" "I'm sorry, Philip, he's—" "Am I too late?" He ignored Sarah's startled glance at the concern in his voice. The thought of Jake dying filled him with despair. He had promised his parents years ago that he would always look after his younger brother. Younger by 2 years, not much, but a promise was a promise. Philip had tried to discourage Jake from joining the king's forces. Tried to get his brother to stay closer to home and help him with the duties of a clan leader, a property owner, and his business ventures. Jake had always laughed at him, telling his older brother that he had no patience for politics, for settling feuds among farmers or amassing a fortune. No, Jake was a man of action. A man who often enjoyed fighting, drinking, and womanizing. Not unlike his brother. "No, Philip, he is alive, but I'm afraid to tell you that he's only gotten worse." "Where's Sienna?" He noted Sarah's look and explained. "The local healer." Agnes offered a mild shrug. "She went off into the woods late this afternoon, said she was looking for a specific route. She hasn't returned." Philip turned to Sarah. "You will do what you can to help my brother." "Or else what?" Sarah asked, turning toward him. She tried to yank her hand from his grasp without success. "You'll kill me? Sell me into slavery? Throw me in a dungeon?" Philip heard Agnes gasp at the audacity of the young woman speaking to the clan leader that way, but Philip was not surprised. He glanced at his former nanny. "You'll get used to her, Agnes. But I believe her snapping and snarling is much worse than her bite." "Don't count on it," Sarah muttered. He turned toward the door, behind which his brother had lain since his soldiers had carried him inside a little over a month ago. He dreaded opening that door, but at the same time felt compelled. He looked again at Sarah. Had he overrated her talents? Had he overestimated her willingness to help? When it came right down to it, how could he trust her? What if, like Sienna, she could not save his brother? Before opening the door, he spoke. "If you help my brother, I will see fit to reward you." "I don't need a reward," she replied. "If I help your brother, you will allow me to return to Kirkcaldy." He sighed. "Yes. I'll arrange an escort to return you home." "And if your brother dies? What then?" Philip didn't even want to contemplate the thought, but he knew it was a possibility. He was no stranger to battle himself. He had to trust her. Much as he felt loath to admit it to himself, he had to believe that she would do what she could to help his brother. "Just do the best you can. Give me your word that you will do your best, and I will keep my word." "You have my word," she said, succeeding this time in pulling her wrist from his grasp. "Let me see to him, then." Philip slowly opened the door and stepped into the room. Entering just behind him, he heard Sarah gasp in dismay. He understood why. The room was dark and gloomy, the heavy curtains pulled over the 2 windows on the east side of the room, the same windows that overlooked the slopes of Ben Nevis. The interior of the room smelled of sickness, of putrefaction, sweat, and an unmistakable odor of urine. Infuriated, Phillip turned to Agnes, hovering behind them in the doorway. "Is no one looking after my brother when Sienna is not here?" He hadn't meant to raise his voice, but this was unacceptable. How dare Sienna leave his brother in such a state? Sienna told everyone to stay away, not to enter the room, as there is a chance that whatever he is suffering from could spread to the others, through the entire castle. Agnes stammered, her voice trembling. She began to weep. "I'm so sorry, Laird Duncan. I should have insisted on staying." Phillip heaved a heavy sigh and made his way toward his brother's bedside. Sarah followed. He gazed down at his brother, his heart sinking. Like someone had just punched him in the stomach. He felt a sense of hopelessness and despair that he had never experienced in his life. During the few days he had been gone, his brother had grown worse, his features pasty white even in the gloomy darkness of the room. His breathing was labored and raspy, as if he had to struggle to breathe. "Agnes, could you please open those curtains?" Agnes didn't move. Phillip looked at Sarah, who also looked up at him, as if expecting her request to be granted without question. "As it should be." He nodded, a silent understanding between them. In this situation, when it came to aiding his brother, she would provide the guidance. He looked at Agnes and nodded. He spoke softly but with firm resolve. "Agnes, you will do as Sarah asks as it pertains to the care of my brother. She is not to be questioned or argued with in that regard, is that understood?" Agnes cast an uncertain glance at Sarah, but moved to do what she requested. As the drapes were pulled back, Phillip saw the dark shadows of the mountain looming. "Open one of the windows," Sarah requested. "But it's damp and chilly outside." Sarah gently interrupted Agnes's protest. "Just for a few minutes, Agnes," she said. "We need to air out this room. This air is not good for Jake." With a sigh, Agnes moved to the window, unlatched it, and then pushed it open a few inches. Almost immediately, a cool, refreshing air swept into the room. Phillip stared down at his brother, appalled. When he got his hands on Sienna. "I'm going to need a basin of hot water, steaming hot. I need cloths to wash him." She turned to Agnes. "And also clean bedding and a fresh nightshirt." Agnes locked eyes with Sarah for several moments. Phillip was about to intercede, when the beloved nanny's features softened. She obviously realized that Sarah was trying to help Jake. Agnes nodded and hurried from the room. Sarah took another step toward Jake's bedside. "Can we light some candles?" She gestured toward the small candelabra on a table beside the bed. Another stand with longer candles stood close by, between the bed and the tall armoire. He nodded, found some matches, and lit the candles. Soon a dull glow lit the room, the breeze from the open window causing the candle flames to undulate, in turn casting wavering shadows on the wall behind Jake's head. He watched as Sarah stepped to the head of the bed. She didn't move for several moments but just stood, staring down at his brother. "What is it? Can you help him? I would like to know what this healer of yours has done to help your brother so far. It doesn't appear as if her medicines have done much of anything." She turned to him. "He was wounded, how long ago?" 4, maybe 5 weeks now." "And he's been in this condition ever since?" He shook his head. "No. When he was brought back to the castle, he was awake and aware. In pain, yes, but it didn't seem to be a life-threatening wound. At least not then." Sarah placed her palm on Jake's forehead. Frowned as she looked at Phillip. "He's burning up. The first thing is to get this fever down. I'll need to get him cleaned up, this room aired out. It stinks in here." Phillip agreed, but even a few minutes with the open window had helped rid the room of the stench. He wanted to strangle Sienna for leaving his brother in such a condition. At the very least, a servant or two should have been available to take care of Jake's physical needs, to change his bedding. "Tell me what you need. I'll make sure that you have it." She shook her head, focused on Jake. "I'm not certain yet." She gently pulled the covers back from where they were tucked up under his chin. Philip felt his rage surge when he noted that Jake's nightgown was drenched with sweat. Body odor and other unpleasant smells wafted from the bed. He half expected Sarah to back away, to tell him that she would not touch him until he was cleaned up. She did not. "First I will wash him and change his bedding while the room airs out. Only then can I get a better assessment of his condition, and attempt to remove his fever. To do one without the other is pointless." She turned again to Jake, now shivering. She pulled the blankets back up over him, tucking them around his chest. Philip watched her. She looked angry, but he sensed that her anger was not directed at him, at least not for the moment. Was she angry that her patient had been left alone in such a condition? If so, then he had underestimated her in yet another respect. He knew that healers were generally kind people, but this young woman was showing a depth of compassion for a stranger in the most trying of circumstances. He had kidnapped her to take care of his brother, and yet at this moment she seemed to hold no ill will toward either him or Jake. She displayed no signs of resentment. Her hand, placed gently on Jake's forehead and stroking the sweat-laden hair from his skin, was gentle. The fingers that tested for a pulse in his neck appeared soft and caressing. The hand she placed on his chest to feel his breathing was not heavy, but feather-light. He watched as she moved the covers over Jake's lower torso enough to expose his legs. When she saw the injured leg was closest to her, she covered him back up, leaving only that leg exposed. She eyed the stained, oblong square of linen placed over the wound. Jake had taken the brunt of a battle axe. A blow that had not broken bones, but the wound was deep. It had missed major blood vessels, but in the days it took for Jake to reach Duncan Castle, the wound had bled fiercely. By the time he arrived, roughly 3 days after the battle, he was weak from blood loss. Still, the wound had looked relatively clean. None of them had expected this long of a recovery. Both he and Jake had been wounded in battle before. Philip himself was no stranger to the weapons of war. He was fortunate never to have been grievously wounded, but he also knew the importance of keeping wounds clean. He heard his brother groan, and jolted his attention back to Jake's face. Even in unconsciousness, he grimaced in pain. Philip swallowed back a rising tide of uncertainty, of grief, his hands balled into fists as Sarah ever so gently attempted to peel back the linen. It stuck to the wound. She glanced over her shoulder at him with yet another frown. "This bandage has not been changed in at least a couple of days. There is no reason for it to be so firmly attached to his wound otherwise." She turned back to her task, sinking onto her knees beside the bed, leaning her face closer to the wound, ignoring the odor wafting from it, her fingers delicately testing and plucking at the fabric. She shook her head. "I will have to wait to try to soak this bandage off. It will take some time. If I pull it off like this, it will reopen the wound. Likely cause more bleeding, not to mention pain." She stood and faced him with her hands on her hips. "Are you going to hover over my shoulder every minute?" There, the belligerence was back. The aggression. Despite the fear that threatened to suck the air from his chest, he felt the urge to grin. He had no doubt now that Sarah would do her best to help his brother. Regardless of the circumstances of her presence, she was a healer. His friends had been right. It seemed appropriate that her reputation had extended beyond the borders of Kirkcaldy. She was more than a healer. She was a good woman. Beneath all that bravado and bluster, he sensed that Sarah MacDonald would give her all to save her charge. Philip's thoughts whirled with emotion. Anger at Sienna. A softening toward his captive. Now, he could only wait, watch, and pray that his belligerent, arrogant and feisty captive could indeed bring his brother back from the brink of death.
Chapter 7. In a matter of moments, Jake's bedroom bustled with activity. Agnes re-entered the room, carrying clean bed sheets and bedding. 2 servants followed, one carrying the requested water, steaming from a large wooden bowl, the other carrying a clean nightshirt and linens with which to cleanse Jake's body. Sarah offered instructions to the servants about quickly and carefully dealing with the soiled bedding. To Sarah's dismay, Philip lifted his brother off the bed as if he weighed nothing at all, and held him in his arms, while Agnes, Sarah and the servants quickly stripped the bed of its soiled linens and replaced them with clean. Sarah asked Agnes to close the window, as Philip lowered his brother back onto the bed, bracing him upright, while Sarah and Agnes peeled off his sweat-soaked nightshirt. She quickly dipped a linen square into the warm water, and washed Jake's upper torso, while Philip balanced him in a half-seated position. Immediately after washing one arm, shoulder, his chest, she then moved to the other side. Agnes dried his skin with another piece of linen. As soon as his upper torso was cleansed, Agnes and another servant, again with Philip's help, managed to get Jake into a clean nightshirt. Philip placed Jake on the bed, straightened his nightshirt, and then Agnes covered him back up. Even the heavy coverlet had been pulled off the bed, and replaced with a clean one. In a matter of minutes the room had been aired out, the beddings changed, Jake was half-washed and in a clean nightshirt. Sarah quietly suggested that everyone leave the room, so that she could care for the wound, while preserving as much of Jake's dignity as possible. "I'm not going anywhere," Philip refused. He stood near the head of the bed, arms crossed over his chest. Sarah looked up at him, too tired and hungry to deal with such obstinacy. "You told me you would give me control over the situation." He nodded. "I have. What does my standing here have to do with your healing? I will not interfere." Sarah glanced at Agnes, who merely looked back at her and offered a small shrug. She was probably accustomed to taking orders from her Laird, but Sarah wasn't. "I don't feel comfortable with you watching my every move," she admitted. "Besides, I'm going to need supplies." Again he nodded. "Tell Agnes what you need. She'll make sure you have it." She sighed. "For starters, a chair." Philip didn't react. She frowned. "Do you expect me to kneel by his bedside every moment while I'm caring for him?" Agnes chortled softly under her breath. Philip gave her a look, but it wasn't an angry one. "Of course." He nodded. "What else?" "I'll know more after I've gotten a look at the wound." She turned toward Agnes. "We need to get his fever down. Another bowl of water, cool this time." Agnes nodded, and bustled out of the room, while Sarah reached for the linen floating in the bowl of warm water. She wrung it out, and began to lift Jake's nightshirt so she could continue cleaning him. Philip stepped forward with a grumbling noise and reached for the linen. "Here, let me do that." While she allowed him to take the cloth, she shook her head. "Do you not think I've seen a naked man before? I'm a healer." "Be that as it may, I'll do this," he muttered, stepping in front of Sarah and blocking her view of Jake, while he quickly bent and washed Jake's private area. Sarah stared at Philip's back as he bent to his ministrations. Though from where she sat on the edge of the bed, she could not see Philip's face, she did not doubt the man's devotion to his younger brother. His movements were gentle yet sure. She had seen the worry in his eyes when he gazed down at his brother. Noted the careful way he had held him. He cared deeply for Jake. Just like she felt for her younger sister. She would do anything for Heather. Just as Philip was doing for his brother. No shame, no embarrassment, just what had to be done. He finished washing Jake's legs, taking care to stay away from the right thigh, and then his feet. Quickly and efficiently. "There," Philip said, tossing the cloth into the water bowl. "You can finish and wash his wound now. Actually, I'm going to need a clean basin of warm water and a different cloth," she said, eyeing the bowl before looking up at him. Philip turned toward her. "Why?" "The water's still warm." "And dirty," she commented. "You want me to wash his wound with dirty water?" He had the decency to look chagrined. "I'll go downstairs and get it." He left the room. Sarah remained sitting on the edge of the bottom of Jake's bed, her shoulders sagging with weariness. Her charge was in dire condition. That much she knew. His condition made her nervous. What if she couldn't do anything to help? She needed to focus. She needed sleep and food. First, however, she had to get that dirty bandage off Jake's thigh. Only then would she be able to plan a course of action. The room smelled better. Gone was the stench of sweat, urine and infection. She couldn't imagine why the other healer, what had Phillip called her? Sienna. The woman had kept the room so closed off and dark. Why allow Jake to lie in a sweat-encrusted nightshirt and soiled bedding? What sort of healer did that? Sarah took it personally, an affront to healers. Of course, some were more knowledgeable than others. She considered herself very knowledgeable, but felt that she could always learn more. Still, to allow a wounded man to lie in his own filth? It made no sense. The flickering candles creating dancing shadows on the walls gave the room a warm, cozy glow. Wood planking covered by beautifully woven tapestries. She hadn't noticed the small stone fireplace in the corner opposite the bed, filled with a pile of ashes. That needed to be cleaned, a small fire lit to keep the chamber comfortably warm but not hot. Well-made furniture, the finest in linens and bedding. The bed itself, and the bedding was soft under her fingers. She longed to stretch out across the foot of the bed, to rest just for a moment in such luxury, but resisted the urge. Her bed at home was not so bad. So it didn't contain a soft mattress, but consisted of a straw-filled sleeve cover placed over roped webbing attached to the 4 bedposts. So she didn't cover herself with white linens and thick, padded quilts and richly embroidered bed covers. Why even compare? She was Sarah MacDonald. A healer. Needing only a dry roof over her head, a blanket or two, and food to warm her belly when the nights grew chill. She had no need of a bedchamber as nice as this, a bedchamber that was large enough to fit half her simple house in as it was. She sighed and stretched out her arms to relieve the tension in her shoulders when she heard movement outside the door. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Agnes as she entered the room, bearing another large wooden bowl. "I've brought some cool water," she said. Sarah gestured toward the far side of Jake's bed. "Phillip. Laird Duncan is bringing another bowl of hot water for me to clean Jake's wound. If you would, make a cold compress to place on Jake's forehead. It may not do much to bring the fever down, but may perhaps provide some comfort." Agnes nodded. Sarah saw the tears in her eyes as she gazed down at the man lying so still and pale on the bed. Her affection for him was obvious. She too gazed down at Jake's features, finding a number of similarities between his and Phillip's. There were also differences. Jake's hair was of a lighter tone than Phillip's. His face a bit wider, more rugged. His eyebrows a bit heavier, his nose a little thinner. The jawline, the square chin and the shape of their lips were very similar. "Can you help him?" Sarah pulled her gaze from Jake's face to look up at Agnes, who stared down at her with such hope in her eyes that Sarah swallowed. "I'm going to try." She glanced around the room again, this time with a frown. "Where are the herbs?" "The herbs?" Sarah nodded. "Phillip Laird Duncan said a woman named Sienna has been caring for Jake, and yet I see no herbs, no supplies." Agnes removed her hand from the cloth she held on Jake's brow, and stepped to the small armoire beside the bed, opened the door and retrieved yet another wooden bowl, this one filled with small leather sacks each bound with sinew. She stepped to the end of the bed, and handed the bowl to Sarah. "She keeps other things with her, tied to her belt. I don't know what they are." Sarah glanced down at the sacks, prepared to open them one at a time to see what kind of herbs Sienna had gathered for Jake's care. She paused as Phillip re-entered the room carrying a chair. Behind him came a servant bearing the bowl of warm, steaming water. Sarah reached for the steaming bowl, as the servant took away the old one, and then placed the bowl in the vacated space on the bedside table. Sarah reached for another folded linen cloth, and dunked it into the steaming water. She wrung it out but not too tightly. It must be moist. Not wet and dripping, but saturated enough to help ease the stained cloth from the wound. Assuring herself that it wasn't too hot by placing it on her own forearm first, she placed the cloth over the stained bandage on Jake's thigh. He groaned softly. She heard Phillip curse under his breath, but she refused to look at him. She had to do this. He must know that. Still, she expected him to reach out at any second and snatch her hands away from her task. He didn't. She allowed the warm cloth to rest on the soiled bandage for a minute or so, and then repeated the process. Another groan of pain from Jake's lips, another muttered oath from Phillip. The third time she placed the warm cloth on the soiled bandage, she tried very slowly and gently to lift one of the edges far enough to see the skin beneath. She barely choked back a gasp of horror. The skin had turned a mottled blackish-blue color, darker than a bruise. Not entirely surprising. It was the odor that escaped from beneath the cloth that alarmed her. As she slowly eased away the edges of the bandage, patient and infinitely gentle, she began to see the telltale signs of infection. The swelling. The angry pink skin. The odor of pus. She saw the lower end of the wound, and the thick yellowish exudate that oozed from it. Thread-thin red streaks radiated from the wound outward. This was not good. It took about a half a dozen tries before she was able to completely lift the soiled, stained bandage off of Jake's thigh. Behind her, she heard Phillip mutter an oath under his breath, his anger unmistakable. Agnes lifted a startled hand over her mouth as tears filled her eyes. Sarah frowned, her heart thumping with dread. The wound was severely infected, the skin around its gaping edges angry and swollen. The inside edges of the wound had begun to crust over, trapping the infection beneath it. Her heart sank. She looked over her shoulder at Phillip, dreading what she had to tell him. He searched her face for several seconds before he asked, his voice choked with emotion. Thinking that she would tell him there was nothing she could do for his brother? What is it? He wasn't going to like it. She bit her bottom lip and then forged ahead. I'm going to have to reopen the wound. Whatever the blazes for. Not the words he had expected, surely. He scowled and shook his head, gesturing toward his brother. He's already in bad shape. You'll just cause him more pain. Sarah strove for a calm tone, knowing that the calmer she spoke, the calmer Phillip would become. She wanted to offer him hope, not only for his sake but hers. Her future. Her return to Kirkcaldy. But she wouldn't lie to him. If I don't get that infection out, he will die. She gestured toward the wound. See those red streaks? She didn't wait for his answer. Those are signs that the infection has already begun to spread through his blood. We don't have much time to waste. Phillip's expression transformed from worry to darkly foreboding. She tried to still the shiver of dread that raced through her body. Would he kill her? She was trying, truly she was, but the wound was severe. The other healer had done little, if anything, to keep it clean or take steps to help prevent infection. She watched as Phillip grimaced, and then rolled his eyes toward the ceiling, shaking his head. Imploring whatever deity he worshipped to save his brother. He looked down at her, his eyebrows lowered, his lips pressed into a thin line. His anger was unmistakable. He swiped a palm down his pant leg, his face pale. He rubbed the back of his neck and inhaled deeply, then released it, all the while his eyes riveted to hers. Not sure whether he could trust her or not. There was nothing she could do or say that would convince him one way or the other, so she remained silent. Her hands grew clammy, and she swallowed. Despite her outward calm, she trembled with fear inside, her stomach a tight knot. He wouldn't blame her if his brother died, would he? If you do that, can you save him? She could not promise that she could heal his brother, even if she did open the wound and draw out as much infection as she could. She took a deep breath herself before answering. I will try, but I cannot promise. His condition is dire. She didn't have to say any more. Phillip gazed down at his brother, then at Agnes, who stared back at him, her eyes wide, her brow furrowed with worry. Finally, Phillip nodded. Do what you have to do. Sarah nodded, and reached for one of the large squares of fabric that the servants had brought in earlier. Carefully she bunched it up under Jake's injured thigh, thinking to protect the clean bedding from what she was about to do. That done, she sighed and spoke to Phillip. I'll need your knife. Phillip hesitated, but only briefly before he removed it from the sheath attached to his belt. He extended it toward her, handle first. She shook her head, gesturing toward the small candelabra on the bedside table. passed the blade through the candle fire several times to clean it. She sensed his hesitancy before he moved from the opposite side of the bed, stepped past Agnes, resting a gentle hand on her shoulder as he did so. She saw the squeeze he gave her, as if comforting the older woman. He rounded the bed, and strode to the table with the candles. Held the knife blade in the flame for several moments, then turned it over and waited. "That's good." He glanced at her, and once again extended the knife to her handle first. She took it. "This is not going to be pleasant," she said matter-of-factly. Already steeling herself. She had done this once. She had also nearly run from the bedside of the young woman, wanting to scream with the horror of it all. Her throat was dry. She was afraid to swallow, fearing that if she did she would choke. "You're going to have to hold him down. Both of you." Again Phillip cursed under his breath, but he glanced at Agnes and nodded. He appeared surprised when Sarah climbed onto the bed and straddled Jake's lower limbs. She gestured. "Hold him down at the hips." She turned to Agnes. "You hold down his shoulders. Lie over him if you have to. I'm not sure if he'll wake up, but he might, and this is going to hurt. No matter what, you cannot let go. If he moves, I may end up injuring him. Once I start, I must finish." She dared a glance at Phillip. His face looked stricken but resolved. Resolutely calm, despite the fact his face had turned a paler shade. Somberly he once again nodded at Agnes, who did as she was instructed, placing one strong hand on each of Jake's shoulders. His back to Agnes, Phillip bent down and placed a hand over each of Jake's hips. Heart pounding, Sarah bent over the wound, imagining every move in her mind that she had to make before she did it. Though necessary in the attempt to save Jake's life, she knew from experience that it was an unpleasant, heart-wrenching task. She swallowed, took a breath, steadied her slightly trembling hand, and then nodded. She didn't look at Phillip or Agnes. "I'm ready." Without another second's hesitation, she bent closer toward Jake's thigh, inserted the tip of the knife into the top of the partially scabbed gash, and then sliced downward with firm pressure, reopening the wound. The pain startled Jake into a semi-conscious state. He screamed. Agnes began to weep, and as Sarah had suspected might happen, failed to hold Jake's shoulders firmly on the bed. She didn't hesitate either, but immediately laid her torso over Jake's as she had been instructed, in order to keep him from rising off the bed. The wound open and bleeding, Sarah glanced up very briefly into Phillip's face. Only a second, but enough to gauge his reaction. Jaws tightly clamped, lips pressed together, his eyes mirroring Jake's pain, if not physically then emotionally. He leaned his weight into his hands, elbows locked, exerting pressure against Jake's hips to keep him lying still. With Jake trying to buck beneath her, Sarah quickly placed her palms on each side of the now bleeding gash and pressed, her stomach turning as she squeezed the infection from the wound. A foul odor rose upward, causing her to gag. Warm blood and a viscous liquid streamed through her fingers. Sarah clenched her jaw tightly and focused on her task. Shut her ears against the moans of pain, of Phillip cursing, Agnes weeping. She focused on tamping down the nausea surging in her stomach, the fear, the knowledge that she was causing an incredible amount of pain to her wounded charge. She didn't stop breathing from her mouth, so she didn't have to inhale the stench of the wound. She massaged the area surrounding the angry gash firmly, stroking toward the opening, trying to squeeze as much pus out of it that she could. Finally, convinced she had done as much as possible, she sat upright, hands smeared with blood, trembling. "That is enough," she said, startled by the sound of her own voice. Frightened and emotional. Tears warmed her eyes, but she blinked them back. Not now. The entire process had taken only a minute or so, but Sarah felt drained. Jake lay unmoving on the bed beneath her. Her trembling was not merely from the unpleasant tasks she had just performed, but caused by a bone-wearying exhaustion. Physical and emotional. She quickly scrambled off the bed, gesturing that Phillip and Agnes could release their grip on the once again unconscious Jake. "I need another bowl of warm water, not so hot as you brought before," she said to no one in particular. Agnes hurried from the room, stifling her crying as she left to do Sarah's bidding. Jake lay quietly on the bed. Phillip stared down at him, an unreadable expression on his face. She reached for the lukewarm water and cleaned Jake's thigh, staying away from the edges of the freshly oozing wound. Now what? Sarah looked at Phillip. I clean the wound, try to draw more infection. She lifted her blood-stained hand in a calming gesture when he began to protest. I will not have to squeeze it again, she said. I will use a hot cloth, as hot as his skin can tolerate. Then, I will allow the wound to air dry for an hour or so. Later, I will make a poultice to place over the wound and loosely wrap it. For now he should rest. Philip's gaze passed between her and his brother. She saw his obvious concern, but didn't know what else she could say to reassure him. She would not make any promise that his brother would survive. She turned her attention to the bowl of leather satchels that Agnes had retrieved from the armoire. She opened one, lifted it to her nose and then put it down, reaching for another. She repeated the process until she had opened several bundles. She frowned. What? She didn't want to say. Didn't want to suggest. Tell me. The tone brooked no refusal. In the mood he was in, she felt compelled to respond. Some of these herbs have not been dried properly. They are of little use. Maybe Sienna is using something else. She looked up at Phillip. I saw no signs of a poultice in the wound. How has she been treating him since he arrived? Phillip was about to answer when Agnes returned to the room, bearing yet another bowl of steaming water. Sarah gestured for her to place it on the floor near her feet. As Agnes bent to place the bowl on the floor, she sank down to her knees once again, reaching for another square of linen floating in the water. She nodded her thanks to Agnes, then dipped her fingers into the water, hissed in a breath, and then carefully snatched one corner of the cloth in her hands, grasping it between the tips of her fingers. She was barely able to wring water from the cloth, but she needed it wet. She waved it in the air for a moment or two, and then placed it over the now open gash on Jake's leg. The hot cloth against his already tender skin drew a groan of pain from Jake's throat, but he didn't wake up. She glanced up at Phillip. The heat will help draw the infection upward toward the surface of the skin. He nodded and glanced at Agnes. What has Sienna been doing for Jake? Sarah said she saw no signs of a poultice on his wound. Agnes seemed startled by the question, glancing between Sarah and her Laird. With fresh tears brimming in her eyes, she stammered a reply. I'm not sure exactly. What do you mean, you're not sure? The question was asked softly though firmly. Sienna didn't want anyone in the room while she was tending to Jake, she said. Sarah glanced at the satchels, and then gestured toward the small stack of linens on the padded bench on the other side of the armoire, where the servants had left them. Agnes, will you unfold one of those linens here at the foot of the bed? The woman quickly did as she was asked. Sarah shook the contents from each of the satchels onto the linen, forming small piles of dried herbs. Barberry. Somewhat useful for keeping a wound clean, but not one as severe as Jake had suffered. Besides, the shredded pieces of bark and roots looked old, reducing their effectiveness. None of those were beneficial in treating an open wound. She identified dried black walnut leaves, which might be effective to ease bruising. Dried burdock root, which she often used to relieve gout. Butcher's broom, sometimes beneficial in relieving inflammation but again in Jake's case useless. Dandelion flowers. Another small pile of herbs that looked like a mixture of some sort. She wasn't sure. What is it? Sarah heard the impatience in Philip's voice. Should she share her suspicions? Put herself in an even more precarious situation? More importantly, would he believe her or think she was lying? Tell me, he snapped. Just as Sarah was about to respond, the door slammed open, and an outraged female voice filled the room. What's going on here? Who is she, and what are you doing with Jake?
Chapter 8. Phillip stared at Sienna Cameron, standing in the doorway, green eyes flashing with anger, her long curly auburn hair hanging loose down to her waist. As always, Sienna's stunning beauty hit him right in the gut. Too bad her outward beauty didn't go any further than that. He stepped forward to impede Sienna's path toward Jake's bed. She glared at him, eyes widening in surprise, and then looked toward Sarah, sitting on the bed, curiously eyeing her over one shoulder. When she saw what Sarah was up to, she scowled. "What are you doing with my herbs? Leave those alone." She tried to bypass Phillip and reach for her bundles, but Phillip grabbed her arm and jerked her back. "Calm down, Sienna. Where have you been?" "Where do you think I've been?" she replied with a haughty toss of her head. "I've been in the forest gathering supplies." "In the middle of the night?" She frowned up at him, searching his eyes. "You're questioning me, Phillip?" She shook her head as she yanked her arm from his grasp, teasking with disappointment before focusing her anger on Sarah. "Who is she?" "A healer from down on the coast," Phillip explained. "Since you have failed to find a way to heal my brother, I thought I would explore other options." Sienna stared, mouth agape. "Phillip, I've been by your brother's bedside for nearly the whole time since he was brought back from the battlefield. I've been doing my best to care for him. It's not my fault the wound is so deep and slow to heal. If it was beyond your ken, you should have said something a long time ago. He's at death's door." He gestured around the room. "His condition has deteriorated greatly in just the week that I've been gone. It stunk to high heaven when we walked in. How could you leave him lying in such filth?" For the first time, Sienna seemed to realize the difference in the room. She looked toward the open curtains, the shadow of Ben Nevis now looming darkly in the moonglow, the candles and the fresh bed linens. She turned to glare angrily at Agnes. "Did you do this, Agnes? I told you that no one was to be allowed in this room. His condition might be contagious." "He is not contagious," Sarah broke in quietly. Sienna focused her wrath on Sarah, sweeping a discerning look over her disheveled hair and her torn and dirty clothing. She turned to Phillip, an unpleasant sneer marring her beautiful features. "Where did you find this trollop? Look at her. And you trust her over me? Who is she?" Phillip was not particularly surprised when Sarah stood and faced Sienna, chin lifted. Despite her weariness, her dirt-smudged face and torn kirtle, she stood proudly, eyes flashing with what he could only define as ire. Sienna could be intimidating, no doubt about it. She intimidated the staff, the servants, and had a temper to match. But Sarah stood calmly in front of her, her gaze unwavering. "My name is Sarah MacDonald." She gestured toward the herbs and then turned her eyes to Phillip with a raised brow. At first he wasn't sure what she wanted. Then he understood. Requesting permission to argue with the local healer. Well, this might prove interesting and illuminating. He offered a slight nod. "I'd like to know more about your experience as a healer," Sarah broached the question to Sienna. "Oh, you would you?" Sienna replied, hands on her hips, her tone heavy with disdain. "And what would you know about it? I know that those herbs will do little to relieve the infection, nor provide comfort and surcease of pain for Jake. Some of them are too old and too dry to." "Who are you to question me?" She looked once again at Phillip. "Are you going to allow this interloper to stand here and question me and my skills?" Phillip, under any other circumstances, might have been amused by the confrontation. At the moment, he was not. "Understand this, Sienna. I will do anything and everything I have to do to make sure that Jake survives his wound. If you're offended, so be it. Your belligerence is not appreciated." He struggled to rein in his roiling emotions, to keep his temper. "My brother was lying in his own filth, Sienna. Care to explain that?" She scoffed. "He wasn't lying in his own filth when I left this afternoon." She turned to Agnes. "And I told you this morning to change his bedding and air out the room." Agnes gasped, obviously taken aback. "No, Sienna, you did not. You told everyone to stay out of the room. I would have changed his bedding days ago if you had not." "I did." "Enough," Phillip snapped. "Sarah will provide care for my brother from now on." He glanced down at the pouches hanging by long leather thongs from Sienna's belt. "May I have those?" Siana took a step back and frowned in suspicion. Why? Because I asked for them, he replied, his anger growing. How dare she speak to him like that? She had never taken that tone with him before, and he didn't appreciate it now. No, let me amend that. Because I demand them. Siana stared at him a moment, perhaps trying to gauge the level of his anger and seriousness. He'd thought she knew better. He took a step toward her. With a grunt of frustration, Siana pulled the thongs from her belt as Phillip held out his hand. Instead of handing the satchels to him, she tossed them to the floor. One of the leather satchels spilled open, disgorging tiny yellow flowers. It took everything he had not to grab her and shake some sense into her. What had gotten into the woman? While a temperamental creature, one who often succumbed to her emotions, he had never known Siana to behave this way. Jealousy because someone else was here watching over Jake, her former beau. Resentment because he didn't trust her skills. Threatened by Sarah's beauty. The thought and comparison surprised him, gave him pause. Sarah was not beautiful in the classical sense of the word. Her features were not as fine nor as delicate as Siana's. Her hair not a vibrant color of red but a mousy brown. Her eyes not soul-searching green. Still, despite her circumstances and the fact that he had kidnapped her from her home, the past couple of hours had shown him the depth of Sarah's compassion. To him she was beautiful inside and out. It was too bad that he could not say the same of Siana. Siana shifted her gaze from him to Sarah. It was obvious what she thought of the healer. His captive. She didn't know anything about the situation that had brought Sarah here, but he doubted that even knowing the truth would have altered her opinion in any way. He didn't care what she thought. He had to think about his brother. Go, he said. Siana glanced at him, then Jake, and then slowly nodded. Faced him before she turned to leave. Fine, I'll go. But when your brother dies, don't blame his death on me. You want to trust a stranger more than you trust me. Someone you've known nearly your entire life. The burden is on you, Phillip. With that, Siana turned and left the room. Had he made the right decision? Choosing Sarah over Siana. He turned to his captive, who watched him warily. Despite his annoyance with the local healer, he knew what she said was true. He was placing his trust in a stranger, and not in a woman he had known for most of his life. Sarah swallowed. I asked you about her skills, she said softly. I need to know. Phillip shrugged. Her mother was a healer, her grandmother before her. She grew up here, in the village nearby. Jake and I and Siana often played together as children. Her mother passed on her knowledge to her. She continued to eye him, nodding, her hand moving, gesturing for more. He continued. Jake and Siana were close once. We all thought they would become betrothed, but nothing happened. He paused. Why are you questioning her skills? Once again, Sarah bit her lip. Realizing that she had no choice, she spoke as she gestured to the herbs on the bed. As I said to Siana, none of the herbs here are beneficial in treating a wound such as Jake has suffered. They may not even help with bringing down a fever. He gazed down at the 4 leather satchels now lying on the floor, one of which had spilled its contents. What are you saying? He knew what she was saying, but he didn't want to believe it. When it came down to it, could he trust her? Or was this a ploy to drive a wedge between him and Siana, possibly even Agnes? No, he discounted that as unreasonable. Why would she? Why would she even care? She had one goal in mind, to go home. Answer me, he said. What will those herbs do? She hesitated. Maybe Siana is not as skilled as you believed, she said simply. While she may have told a partial truth, he knew there was more, but at least for now he also didn't want to pressure her. He wanted her focus on taking care of his brother, not being afraid of him. Will he be all right for a while? I'm not sure, she replied. I'll sit with him. No, he said. He got the impression she was being honest with him, at least for the moment. You must rest for a while. A bath has been drawn in the chamber next to this one. Agnes has seen to it that there are clean clothes for you also. Rest yourself. Tomorrow will be another long day. He glanced at Agnes. Will you sit with Jake for a while? Notify me if there is any change whatsoever. Agnes nodded, and sank into the chair beside the bed. He turned to Sarah. Follow me. Sarah glanced at the satchels of herbs on the floor, and then followed him out of the chamber to the one next door.
Chapter 9. The minute Sarah left Jake's room, exhaustion nearly overwhelmed her. She did need rest. A warm bath sounded wonderful, as did clean clothes. Her head pounded anew, and she knew that if she didn't get some rest, she would be no good to Jake, and even worse, might make a mistake that would cost him his life. Phillip paused in front of a heavy wooden door just a few steps from Jake's chambers. She was so tired she felt dazed. Nearly bumped into him when he paused. He opened the door and gently pushed. She looked past him, eyes widening with surprise. Here? She was to rest here. The fire in the fireplace not only looked comforting, but inviting. Warm. Steam rose from a large wooden tub in front of that fireplace. On a chair nearby was piled a stack of linens she could use for drying after her bath. A luxurious four-poster bed was nestled into one corner of the room, graced with a heavy coverlet and plump pillows. Oh, so inviting. In the opposite corner of the room stood a small armoire, and beside that a washstand with a large shallow wooden bowl, and a small barrel with a ladle attached to it by a leather thong. Water for cleansing. Wash the dirt from your journey. Then lie down and rest for a while. I will have Agnes fetch you. With that he turned and left the chamber. Sarah stepped farther into the room as the door closed softly behind Phillip. She hadn't expected this. Rather, she had expected, as a captive, to be shackled somewhere. The stables, maybe. Was there a dungeon underneath this castle? Perhaps. But to be a captive in a room as comfortable as this? She shook her head in disbelief. Curious, she stepped toward the bed to look at the clothes that had been laid out for her. Extended her fingers to touch the dark blue kirtle and beige underdress. Obviously used, but the texture of the fabric and the weaving still much finer than her own. What would Heather think about all this? Sarah could hear her giggling now, sitting, maybe even bouncing on the bed, running a gentle hand over the heavy, thickly padded coverlet. Sarah did sit on the bed, but only for a moment. If she lingered, she would never get into that steaming water in the wooden tub that had been brought into the chamber and placed deliciously close to the fireplace. She would lose the chance to wash the dirt and dust from her skin, to don clean clothes. Only after a bath would she allow herself to lie down and close her eyes for a few blessed moments. Before she succumbed to exhaustion, Sarah stood and quickly undressed, dropping her filthy torn clothes in a pile at her feet. As she stepped toward the tub, her gaze found the small square object lying on the floor beside it. Soap. She had seen it once at the Laird's house. The housekeeper, whom she and her sister had befriended, had let them hold the oblong square in their hands. Had shown them how it worked. They dipped their hands into the water, and then rubbed the bar of soap back and forth on their hands until it created a small lather. The scent of lavender and chamomile had risen from the soap, delighting their senses and causing them both to laugh with glee. Sarah gingerly stepped into the tub of water, but found it comfortable enough to quickly sit, her knees pressed close to her chest. The water level rose to just cover her breasts. Deliciously warm. Soothing her aches, relaxing her muscles. Oh, this feels like heaven. She reached her arm over the edge of the tub and clasped the soap, lifting it to her nose. It smelled like a rose. She groaned with delight. Knowing the water would quickly grow cool, Sarah washed, the piece of soap gliding over her wet skin, leaving a trail of scented roses wafting into her nostrils. While a bit awkward, she also washed her hair, leaning her head as far forward as she could manage. Cupping her hands, she poured water to saturate her hair before washing it with the soap also. By the time she finished with her hair, and pulled it over her shoulder to wring it out, the water had cooled. She began to shiver. Loath as she was to leave the tub, she stood, reaching for the linens as she did so. Suddenly, she felt a draft. The flames in the fireplace flickered and danced. Frowning, she glanced toward the door. She barely squelched a startled cry when she realized that not only was it halfway open, but Phillip stood in front of it, staring at her, his gaze taking in every inch of her, to her dripping wet hair, lingering on her breasts, caressing the indentation of her waist and in the flare of her hips. She scrambled to cover herself, one arm placed over her breasts, the other over her private parts. "Excuse me," he mumbled. He didn't seem the least bit sorry. He didn't move, either. She turned away from him and reached for the linen, anxious to quickly cover herself from his discerning gaze. "Stop!" She froze, half-bent, arm extended for the linen, heart pounding. Gracing him, within an inglorious view of her buttocks, she dared to slowly look over her shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat. His gaze focused on her back and then her right hip and her waistline. She knew what he saw. "You're bruised." She said nothing. Her skin prickled with goosebumps as she turned away from him, arms covering her breasts. He stepped closer. She tried to prevent him from seeing more than he already had. To her dismay, she felt a feather-light touch on her shoulder blade. Startled, she pressed her toes against the floor of the wooden tub, every muscle in her body tense, prepared to flee. Flee where? He traced the raised scar along the back of her neck, and down across her shoulder blade, that she had carried with her since the day of her mother's death. Her first savage beating from Patrick. Crazed with grief and fury. She shivered again, but not so much from cold this time. His touch evoked strange feelings within her. Her heart raced. Was it fear or something else? He touched another scar, traced its crescent shape in the middle of her back, between her spine and the outside of her rib cage. Then another on her upper right arm, that one still pink and puckered. "I didn't give you those bruises," he said. "The skin is yellow underneath. A few days old. But the scars." He didn't touch her again, made no move to, so she quickly snatched at the folded piece of linen, swiftly shook it out and held it close to her body. "Get out of the tub." She swallowed and obeyed, her backside to the fire now warming her skin. She clutched the linen to the front of her body, covering herself from his view. She refused to meet his gaze. "Look at me." She ignored him, humiliated. Not only because he had seen her naked, but because he had seen her shame. His voice gentler, he spoke again. "Sarah, look at me." This time she did. She didn't like the expression on his face. Why was he angry? "Who did that to you?" She didn't answer. "I am no stranger to injuries nor scars. Many of these are old, years old, but others are not. Nor are the bruises. Tell me." By the time he finished, his voice was a low growl. She grew frightened. "Tell me." She shook her head, bit her lip and cringed. Her reaction elicited an instant change in his demeanor. He took a step back. Muttered something under his breath that she couldn't understand. Suddenly she found herself wrapped in his embrace, the warmth of his hand caressing the back of her waist just above her hips. She glanced up at him in startled dismay, her heart pounding, every muscle in her body tensed. Her first instinct was to bolt, but the way he looked down at her, his gaze searching hers, changed her mind. His eyes were riveted to her lips. Warmth blossomed inside her, surprising since she stood nearly naked in front of him. He dipped his head and touched his lips to hers. Taken totally off guard, and having never been kissed before, Sarah wasn't sure how or if to respond. Why was he doing this? Was he kissing her out of gratitude for helping with his brother, or was it nothing but lust? She was not familiar with this aspect of men's behavior. Of course, she knew how animals mated, and people for that matter. She had taken care of women heavy with child, had delivered more than a half-dozen. But the actual act of... He couldn't possibly. A mewling sound escaped her throat. She wanted to lift her hands to push him away, but her fingers tightly clutched the linen sheet in front of her body. She didn't dare release her grip, or she might expose a part of herself, while he had certainly seen her exposed, that had been an accident. She wasn't about to give him another look. His kiss deepened, evoking strange yet evocative sensations within her. The pressure of his lips was infinitely gentle, tender, almost caressing. He placed his hands on her shoulders gently, as if testing her resistance. The warmth of his palms on her shoulders, the feeling of his lips on hers, the heat emanating from his body, coupled with the warmth of the fire from behind her, made her feel boneless. His mouth pressed gently against hers, and then instinctively she responded. Hesitantly at first. She wasn't sure what to do, so she matched the pressure of his lips with her own. He made a sound low in his throat, almost a sigh, his breath warm against her lips. Though it felt like long minutes, the kiss only lasted a few seconds. Then he lifted his head, slowly removed his hands from her shoulders and stared down at her, his eyes searching hers. She found her gaze locked with his, unable to pull away. She stood naked in a room with a man who just kissed her. Her captor. She should be protesting, and quite loudly at that, but she didn't. Why? She finally stammered. He didn't answer. With a sigh he backed away, gestured toward the clothing on the bed. I didn't intend to interrupt your bath. I just came to tell you that Jake is resting peacefully for the moment. Agnes has gathered up the herb satchels that Sienna left in his room. Make use of what you can. Otherwise, come first light, I can arrange for you to venture into the garden, the fields behind the castle, or the woods beyond, to gather what you need. Still clutching the linen close to her body, her lips tingling with the aftereffects of his kiss, she nodded. That will most likely be necessary. She dared to ask. After I have done what I can for your brother, you will release me? Let me go home. He frowned, his gaze once again sweeping down the length of her. To her surprise, he shook his head. Not until you tell me who did that to you. She frowned. It is of no concern to you. Why was he doing this? Why did he care? All she wanted to do was get back home, to Heather. Perhaps not, but you have piqued my curiosity. Besides, I find any man who strikes a woman to be a coward. She wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. He was a Highland Laird. They had a reputation for being brutes, violent, uncouth, base, and without morals. At least, that's what she had been led to believe growing up. But Laird Phillip Duncan was the opposite of everything she had been told about Highlanders. Nevertheless, her personal life and history were none of his business. It had nothing to do with why he kidnapped her, nor her ability to care for his brother. She said as much. He turned and strode toward the door, scowling again. Frustration. Anger. Like she had seen on his face when he had confronted Sienna earlier. I'm warning you, Sarah, he said. Calmly, but the underlying tone of threat was ever present. I would suggest that if you want to go home, you cooperate. In a fit of pique, she stomped her bare foot against the wood floor, producing a dull thud against the floorboards. I have cooperated. And against my will, I might remind you. I have told you that I will do the best I can for your brother. But it may be too late. He's in. His condition is very severe. He may not recover. Are you going to blame me if he doesn't survive? She felt intimidated by the look he gave her. Only moments ago he'd kissed her so tenderly, so softly. Now he was her captor again. She was beginning to discern that he was not a man accustomed to people confronting him, arguing with him, or disobeying him. While he had yet to lay a hand on her in anger, she didn't trust him farther than she could throw him. She trusted no man. Especially one not as handsome, or as intriguing as Phillip Duncan. The door closed softly as he left the room. She stood frozen for several moments, just in case he decided to re-enter. She heard his footsteps moving down the hall. All grew quiet. She quickly toweled herself dry and stepped over to the bed, and hastily donned the clothes, relishing the sensation of the well-worn but clean clothing against her skin. Maybe she would lie down just for a little while, although she doubted she would sleep. She had been away from home for 2 entire nights, heading into a third. She was incredibly worried about Heather. How was she faring against their stepfather's foul temper, especially since Sarah had been gone for so long? Was anybody out looking for Heather? Would Patrick even care? The thought of gentle, kind and reclusive Heather having to face their brute of a stepfather brought tears to Sarah's eyes. Her sister was no match for Patrick MacDonald. Glancing about the room, she felt guilty for appreciating its comfort, its warmth, and the feeling of security it provided. How could she forget for an instant what Heather might be going through back home? She should escape. If she wasn't so exhausted, she might have tried, but she had no idea how to get out of the castle, let alone. The door opened suddenly, and Sarah startled, eyes wide, half expecting Phillip to walk back into the room. To confront her? To have his way with her? Had he changed his mind about letting her go? Had something happened to Jake? Much to her surprise, it wasn't Phillip who entered the room, but Sienna. Sienna briskly entered and closed the door, leaning against it, her hands pressed against the wood. Her green eyes blazed, her lips pressed close together in apparent anger. For a second, Sarah felt a surge of relief that her visitor was not Phillip, but the expression on Sienna's face quickly caused her to feel more than a little trepidation. "You little trollop, you have no idea what you've done, do you?" Sarah stared, not comprehending. "What I've done?" "He's going to kill you, you know," she hissed. "Who's going to kill me?" Sarah's heart trip hammered in her chest. Butterflies erupted in her stomach, and her hands clutched at the bed covers beneath her. "Phillip," Sienna replied, her voice a loud whisper. She quickly glanced over her shoulder, as if expecting Phillip to barge through the door any second. "What? You're not from here," Sienna snapped. "You have no idea what the Laird is really like. Why do you think I avoid him, and his scourge of a brother so vehemently? They're brutes. Animals. They take what they want when they want it. If you argue, if you try to fight, they lock you up in the dungeon below." Sarah shivered. There was a dungeon. And if his brother dies, he's going to kill you. You do realize that, don't you, you foolish girl? Sarah herself grew angry. "Do you think I came here of my own free will? He kidnapped me." That drew a surprised response from Sienna. "Kidnapped you? From where?" "Kirkcaldy, down by the coast." "What did he tell you about his brother?" "That he was wounded in battle," Sarah replied. While not easily intimidated, she didn't like the look in Sienna's eyes. Didn't know whether to believe what she was telling her, but why should she lie? Was she foolish to believe Philip's promise to release her if she helped his brother? He'd given his word. Phillip is the one who doesn't want anyone in Jake's room. Sarah didn't believe it. She had seen the look on Philip's face. His heart ached at what his brother was going through. She frowned and shook her head. "That can't be true. He cares deeply for his brother. You're his captive. He kidnapped you. And yet you choose to believe him over me? You're more of a fool than I thought." She sneered. "Phillip doesn't love his brother. He hates him. Has long wanted to be rid of him, so everything belongs to him." She gestured. "The land. The people. He wants it all for himself." Sarah didn't know Phillip. She had only spent a few hours with him. Not days, not months, not years. "Why are you telling me this?" She couldn't help but be suspicious and wary. "He's brought other healers here before you. One less than a fortnight ago." "What happened to her?" Sarah wasn't sure she wanted to know. She tried to maintain a mien of calm. She would not display her fear to this woman. She had a feeling that Sienna would find pleasure in her fear. Sienna shrugged. She disappeared. Here one day, gone the next. Sarah felt confused, uncertain, even more so than she had since the moment she had been snatched from the wood's edge near Kirkcaldy. All she had counted on was Phillip keeping his word. That if she did her best to help his brother, he would let her go. If he planned on killing her. "Why are you helping me?" Sarah demanded softly, lifting her chin in defiance. She would not show Sienna Cameron any fear. Not any more than she gave in to it with her stepfather. Sienna offered a low laugh. "I'm not helping you," she snapped. "You mean nothing to me." As far as Sarah was concerned, that statement belied her reason for being here. "Then why are you here?" Sienna shrugged again. "I'm not sure. But I've warned you. If I were you, I would look for a way to escape. The sooner, the better." With that, the woman turned, pulled the lever to open the door, and peeked into the hallway before she abruptly disappeared, closing the door softly behind her. Sarah sat still on the bed for several moments, her heart racing, her thoughts jumbled. Fearful and wary of Phillip, she wasn't sure she should trust Sienna. Was the woman telling the truth? Why say anything to Sarah at all? She glanced around, then quickly stepped toward the small window on the opposite wall. Through the wavy glass she saw nothing but inky blackness beyond, only dimly lit by moonglow. Should she try to escape? Right now, this very moment when Phillip thought she rested. She didn't know the layout of the manor, but she had not ventured far since entering. Was it just a few hours ago with Phillip? A quick dash down the hall and the stairs to the front door and out. How complicated could it be? She hesitated. She didn't want to abandon Jake in his time of need. But what if Sienna was telling the truth? What if Phillip was a brute? She didn't want to get caught between brothers vying for anything. Abandoning her patient was against her morals. She had never done it before, and she wasn't sure she wanted to do it now, even if Phillip had kidnapped her to take care of him. Or was that just a pretext? Had Phillip been the one to allow his brother to suffer in his own filth? She gnawed at her lip, uncertain. If she was going to escape, she should do it now while she was alone and unguarded, with Phillip in the next room watching his brother. Or was he? She made up her mind and, heart pounding, realized she might not have another chance.
Chapter 10. Phillip wasn't sure what to think after he left Sarah in the small chamber beside Jake's own. He sent Agnes away to get some sleep. He'd felt outraged at the signs of bruising on Sarah's body. Healing bruises, nothing he had done. And those scars. The thought of someone laying a hand on the young woman caused his insides to roil with rage. He knew it was common for men to be rough with their wives, with the women in their family, but neither he nor his brother had ever laid a hand on a woman and never would. Doing so was unmanly, cowardly behavior. Was that what had compelled him to kiss her? Sympathy? Pity? He grimaced. Sarah MacDonald would not take kindly to either. He sensed that. So if not sympathy, what? The image of her white soft skin glowing in the light of the fire behind her. Her exquisite form. Her perfect breasts, a waist he could have spanned with both his hands, her long lean legs. He had always thought himself above such base reactions, but he was a man. A man who suddenly found himself attracted to a woman he had no business being attracted to. A woman he'd kidnapped. Literally forced to provide aid for his brother. A woman who he had promised to return home. He scowled as he moved toward Jake's bed and sat down in the chair, succumbing to a great weariness. Not due only to the fact that he had slept little in the past week, but emotional exhaustion. He crossed his arms over his chest and willed himself to wakefulness. Sarah had asked odd questions about Sienna's ability. Yet he sensed something more, something that Sarah was hesitant to tell him. He wasn't sure what. After she'd acquired a couple hours of sleep, he would broach the topic with her again. Heaving a heavy sigh, he stared at his brother, resting peacefully at the moment, though his face was still ghastly pale and drawn. His brother had been in rough shape when Phillip had departed to fetch Sarah MacDonald, but he had been communicative. Now he looked close to death. What had transpired over the past few days that had caused him to grow worse? Phillip knew that dirty wounds and the toxins trapped within them could eventually poison the entire body. At that point, survival could not be guaranteed, and more often than not the individual succumbed. The thought of losing Jake filled him with despair. He shook his head, refusing to even contemplate the idea. He closed his eyes, thinking to give them a rest, if only for a moment, when the door opened softly behind him. He lifted his head, and glanced over his shoulder to find Agnes entering the room, stepping carefully as she gave him a sympathetic smile. "I told you to go rest, Agnes," he said softly. "I'm just going to place a fresh cloth on his forehead to cool his skin. You rest, Laird Duncan. Goodness knows you deserve it." Phillip nodded, sagged back into the chair, and watched as Agnes stepped to the bowl of water, removed the cloth from Jake's forehead, dipped it in the now cool water, wrung most of the water out, and unfolding it placed it once again over Jake's forehead. "Do you think the girl can help him?" Phillip didn't know anything at this point. "I hope so, Agnes. I hope so." Agnes nodded, and slowly and gently stroked Jake's hair, stopping to tuck a few strands of it behind his ear. Her movement suddenly froze. Phillip saw and frowned. "What is it?" "I'm not sure," she said softly, looking his way. "Something's wrong." "What is it?" He leaned forward in his chair, his heart rate once again accelerating. No, he couldn't be dead. His chest still rose and fell, though laboriously. "Look," Agnes said softly, eyes wide as she lifted her hand. Phillip gazed in confusion at the clump of hair between Agnes's fingers. "What did you do?" he asked softly. He had seen Agnes stroke his brother's hair, but not roughly. "It just came out in my hands." This wasn't right. He shook his head and stood, moved toward the other side of Philip's bed, and gently threaded his fingers through his brother's shoulder-length hair, as if combing a snarl out of it. To his dismay, more strands of hair detached from Jake's scalp, hanging loosely in his fingers. He glanced at Agnes, staring back at him. He didn't understand it. Tightly grasping the strands of his brother's hair in his hand, he hurried from the room and stepped toward Sarah's temporary chambers. Without bothering to knock, he lifted the latch and stepped inside. "Come quickly," he urged. "Something's happening with my brother." Phillip didn't wait to see if Sarah followed him out of the room, as he rushed back to his brother's chamber. His heart pounding, his mouth dry, he moved to his brother's bedside and crossed his arms over his chest, mainly to disguise the slight trembling in his hands. He'd never felt such extreme anxiety, not even during the moments before battle. Facing an enemy on the battlefield was something known to him. This was not. "Look at his hair," he said, as Sarah entered the room, her expression questioning as she glanced between Phillip, Agnes and Jake. Sarah moved closer to the bed. He noted that she wore the clean clothes Agnes had seen to. The blue kirtle suited her coloring well and fit her properly, mostly. It was a little long. He would thank Agnes later for seeing to it that his captive was properly attired, perhaps ask one of the servants to cut some of the length away. Not now. Other important things to consider. He watched as Sarah bent closer to Jake, frowning as she tentatively extended her hand to touch Jake's hair. First, she held a few strands between her fingers and rubbed the strands between the pads of her fingers, said nothing, then slowly threaded her fingers through the hair on the top of his head as if combing it. When she lifted her hand, her fingers brought with them a tuft of Jake's long brown hair. She stared at it, then glanced up at Phillip before repeating the process more confidently this time. Again she lifted her hand, this time displaying a thicker tuft of hairs. "Well, what is it?" he asked her. He forced himself to ignore the dark circles under her eyes, her pale features and her obvious exhaustion. It was apparent to him that she hesitated to reply. "Tell me, Sarah," he bade firmly. He understood her trepidation. In her position, and with his mood darkening by the moment, she was undoubtedly fearful of relaying more bad news. He felt it in his gut. "I'm not going to hurt you, Sarah," he said. "I gave you my word that if you tried to help my brother, I would see to it that you are returned to your home in Kirkcaldy." Despite his words of reassurance, she continued to hesitate. Finally, with a drawn-out sigh, her gaze riveted to that of his brother, and she replied, "I can't be certain, but I'm afraid it might be some kind of poisoning." "Poison?" Agnes gasped, her hand lifted to her mouth. What do you mean? Phillip grumbled. What kind of poison? Blood poisoning? From the infected wound. Sarah slowly shook her head. That wouldn't necessarily cause his hair to fall out. I've never seen an actual case, but the damaged hair, his inability to heal, might be hemlock maybe, or perhaps belladonna. That would explain the wound not healing. This poisoning. Could it be deliberate? He saw her nervous fidgeting, the color draining from her face as she looked up at him, eyes wide. Not necessarily. His wound is severe. He's weak. Perhaps his body is less able to tolerate the healing potions. Sienna's healing potions, you mean? She stared at him, swallowed, and then offered a slight shrug. Was she suggesting? Phillip, I can't know for sure. I haven't even had a chance to examine Sienna's herbs more closely. I can't ask her how she used them, what ingredients she mixed, how heavy a dose she gave him. I will have to start from the beginning, but what? But it might be too late, she replied, her voice soft and uncertain. He knew he was frightening her, but he couldn't help it. He was so angry, so frustrated. Usually in control of everything around him, this uncertainty, this inability to help his brother, gnawed at the depths of his soul. Left him feeling helpless, vulnerable, and incredibly annoyed. He turned to Agnes. Where did you put those satchels? She gestured to the armoire. He stepped to it and opened the door. He retrieved the bowl of leather bags, some smaller than the palm of his hand. He gave the bowl to Sarah. I want you to identify each and every one of these herbs. Can you do that? She stared at him wordlessly for several moments, but despite her obvious weariness, nodded. He knew he was pushing her. It was a risk. She might make a mistake because she was so tired. He knew how exhausted he felt, and he wasn't even dealing with the emotional aspect of being a captive, forced to. Wait, he said, glancing at Agnes. See to it that she has some food. Agnes nodded and scurried from the room. He stared down at his captive, his mind wavering between sympathy for her and fury towards Sienna. Sarah. She looked up at him. I know you're tired. Agnes will bring you food. But, if my brother has been poisoned on purpose or accidentally, I want you to. I need you to tell me if there's anything we can do. How much time? Sarah glanced at Jake. I can't make you any promises. If I can identify which herbs or what combination of herbs that Sienna might have used that might provoke this kind of reaction, I might be able to stop it. She looked down at Jake, and then up at Phillip again. But if the poisoning was deliberate, chances are that it will not be found among the satchels. That would be foolish. He didn't want to think such a thing of Sienna. They had grown up together, played together and fought together. Jake and Sienna had been very close for many years, so close that a marriage had seemed inevitable. He wasn't sure what had cooled Jake's feelings for the woman. He had never come right out and asked. Maybe he should have. Had she deliberately poisoned Jake? And if so, why? He shook his head, not believing that Sienna was so cruel to do such a thing. Sarah sat down on the floor next to the bed, her back against the wall as she took the leather satchels out of the wooden bowl one by one and placed them on the floor. She looked up at him, and gestured toward the linens on the chair as she had requested once before. She wanted a piece of linen that she could pour the contents of the satchels onto. He gave her the cloth, and watched as she spread it out and then folded it on the wood plank floor beneath her. As she was about to open the first bag, Agnes reappeared bearing a wooden platter that held several slices of oat bread, cheese, some cold fowl, and salted fish. She carried a tankard of buttermilk, a thick liquid Phillip didn't care for that was left after churning the butter out of cream. He watched as Sarah nodded her thanks to Agnes, who handed her the platter, as the older woman set the tankard on the floor beside her. Again, the healer looked tentatively up at Phillip. Once again, his emotions warred with his desperation and his sense of impending doom, both which increased his impatience. He also knew that he couldn't expect Sarah to perform miracles. He didn't want her to faint from hunger, fatigue or mental exhaustion. Much to Agnes's obvious surprise, he sat down cross-legged on the floor in front of Sarah. "Eat," he directed, reaching for one of the satchels. "I will dump the herbs onto the cloth and keep them separated. You look at them, tell me what they are and how they are used." She eyed him in surprise as he picked up a piece of bread and gave it to her. "Eat, Sarah. You will be no good to me if you fall ill." She slowly took the piece of bread and bit into it. Chewed for several moments and then took another bite, then another. Soon she reached for a slice of cheese, placed it on top of another piece of bread, and then took another bite. He nodded in satisfaction and reached for the first satchel. By the time he finished shaking out their contents, there were numerous small piles of dried herbs, flowers, and mixtures of leaves, roots, and what looked to be tiny bits of berries or fruits on the cloth, separated by small spaces. Sarah had eaten all the bread, had finished most of the cheese and a portion of the fowl. She had not touched the fish. "Drink," he said, gesturing toward the tankard of buttermilk. He knew it was fortifying, so he fought the grimace of disgust. She obeyed. When she lowered the tankard, he almost smiled. A thin stream of froth was evident above her upper lip and at the corners of her mouth. He resisted the urge to swipe his finger over it. Just the thought elicited another stirring of attraction, heightened when her tongue darted out and took care of the buttermilk. A swipe of her hand followed the tongue as she glanced down at the piles of herbs. "Now tell me." She nodded and pointed to the small pile of shredded bark. "That's bayberry. It can help to lower fever and stop bleeding." "But—" She looked at him, again uncertain. He encouraged her. "Sarah, I need to know. I'm not going to blame you for all these. Now explain." "It's not to be used for a long period of time or in a high dose. I have no idea how Siana used it." She turned to another small pile that looked like a combination of leaves and bark. "That's birch. It can be effective to relieve swelling and as a mild pain reliever. When it's applied to the skin, it's effective for sores and boils." She shook her head. "For a wound as severe as Jake's, it would not prove effective." He nodded in understanding. "Go on." She continued to point. "This one is known as black snakeroot. It can be used on some snake bites and it can relieve the pain of old joints, but again, not very beneficial for Jake's condition." She explained the other piles in a similar manner. Blessed thistle, butcher's broom, calendula, chamomile, and elderbark and feverfew. Again, she took a defensive approach, stating that she had no knowledge of how Siana used the herbs. "I understand," Phillip repeated, striving for patience. He could understand her fear and hesitance, but he didn't know how to stress that he just needed information. He was not casting blame. He was looking for knowledge. "Can these things hurt Jake?" Again Sarah shrugged, pausing to look more closely at the last pile. He noticed. "What is it?" She frowned, nudging her fingertip in the ingredients. "It looks like bits of hawthorn berry and something else, but I don't. I'm not sure, maybe golden seal." "And?" "Hawthorn can slow down circulation or how well the heart pumps blood, but it depends on how much is used. Sometimes when mixed with other herbs it can make the heart. It can decrease the blood flow through the body." She eyed the pile, frowning. "And the golden seal, it can be used to reduce swelling and fight infection, but it's not supposed to be taken on a daily basis." She looked up at Phillip. "When used separately, some of these herbs are useful in treating minor ailments, cuts and wounds, but nothing as extreme as Jake's. However, when used together, they can cause more damage than they actually help." He looked at her, then the piles of herbs before turning to look at Jake. "Do you think that's what happened?" "I don't know," she replied, frustrated. "That's why I asked you how experienced she was. It's an easy mistake to make if you don't know what you're doing, or if you don't have a great deal of experience in treating wounds like his," she said, gesturing toward Jake. Phillip frowned. "Siana comes from a family of healers. Her mother and her grandmother before her." Sarah nodded. "Then she should know better. I need you to tell me." Do you think that Siana has purposely tried to poison my brother? That is something I cannot answer, she replied. You know her better than I. I will find her and talk to her. He rose from the floor. What should we do now? She took a deep breath. By the expression on her face, he could tell that he wasn't going to like what she suggested. Because it's not certain what Jake has been given, I would say that we do not give him anything more right now. She looked up at him, gauging his reaction. Let his body purge itself of any of her treatments. His wound has been cleansed. The cooling cloths will help with his fever a bit, or at the very least perhaps make him more comfortable. He frowned. No, he definitely did not like what she suggested. But if we don't give him anything, won't he get worse? I have no supplies with me, she reminded him. I don't want to use any of these herbs. They are not helpful, at least right now. Some of this looks old and will have lost its potency. I can go gather some things in the woods first thing in the morning. But it might be best to let him sweat the toxins out of his body. Then I can see how he's faring and make a poultice and some tinctures that might help. He watched his brother for several moments and swallowed heavily. He hated to see him suffering. Jake slept fitfully, but didn't seem to be experiencing much pain. Maybe the cleansing of the wound had helped enough to hold death at bay, for now. Phillip finally nodded. Go to your chamber and sleep. Come daylight, you can gather what you may need. I will sit with Jake for a while. In the morning, I will send someone to fetch Siana. You can speak with her then. He noticed the expression on her face. Do not worry about Siana. I will make sure that she tells you what you need to know. He gestured toward Agnes, and she nodded in understanding. Come with me, Sarah, the older woman said. I will take you to your chamber. Sarah took the proffered hand of the older woman, and slowly and stiffly rose from the floor, glancing down at the half-eaten platter of food. He saw the grimace of pain she tried to hide. Those bruises. He frowned as she glanced at him. She then turned to Agnes. May I take the rest of the food and the buttermilk to my chamber? I will finish it and then go to sleep. Agnes smiled and nodded. She stooped to retrieve the items. Phillip watched them go. Sarah held the platter of food close to her body, and tightly clutched the tankard of half-consumed buttermilk. Knowing where she came from, chances were that she had never tasted buttermilk before, nor had the opportunity to eat so heartily. He frowned, again wondering about the bruises and the scarring on her body. The bursts of temper and obstinacy he had experienced on their journey here were gone, tempered by exhaustion, hunger, and the strain of her situation. Maybe a good night's sleep, food in her belly, and that warm bath would serve to revive her. He recalled the sight of her standing naked in her chamber, her skin shadowed with her depths and curves, the soft glow of the firelight against it. He purposely turned back toward his brother, pushing softer emotions and nudging of desire for the young healer from his mind. He must focus on his brother. Had Siana deliberately tried to kill Jake, or was Sarah merely yet quite effectively driving a wedge between lifelong acquaintances? He sighed as he sagged in his chair to watch over his brother. He had no way of knowing. In the morning, he would find Siana and get the answers he needed.
Chapter 11. Sarah didn't think that it would do much good for Phillip to talk to Siana. If she had been deliberately trying to hurt Jake, the woman certainly wasn't going to admit it. Why would she? But what did that bode for her? She still felt doubtful of Philip's promise to return her to Kirkcaldy, no matter what happened to his brother. Siana's comments also weighed heavily. She sat down on the edge of the bed and then stretched out, thinking a few moments' rest would certainly be welcome. But her mind was spinning, her senses attuned to every aspect of her environment. The manor, at least in this section, was quiet. She heard no footsteps, no voices, nothing. Perfectly silent. She sat up, her heart thumping. Should she? Everyone was asleep. She heard no sound from the chamber next door. Was Phillip still in there with his brother, or had he gone to his own bedchamber to get some much-needed rest? The thought of running away was tempting, and at the same time troubling. She should sneak out of the house when she had the chance and run. But how far would she get before her disappearance was discovered? At the same time, her conscience panged at the thought of leaving Jake in the condition he was in. Why should she care? This was not her problem. It was not her fault that Sienna Cameron obviously didn't know what she was doing. How she had managed to fool so many about her lack of skills for so long was interesting. Or had she? Maybe she had deliberately poisoned Jake. She shook her head with a disgusted grunt. It was none of her business. While she didn't like to see anyone suffer, chances were that Jake would not recover no matter what she did to help him. Her mind kept going around and around. Would Phillip blame her if his brother died? Had Sienna spoken the truth? Was he planning on locking her up, enslaving her, or perhaps even killing her when she had outlived her usefulness to him? She had heard of the brutality of the Highlanders and their warring clans. Were the tales true? She didn't know, but as the minutes passed and the flames of the fire in her room died down, inviting heaviness of her eyelids, her bone-weary fatigue, Sarah knew that she had to make a decision, and soon. This was her chance. The only sound that came from outside, passing through that narrow opening in the stone wall, was the distant hoot of an owl before that too ceased. She rose from the bed, nervous, her feet stepping lightly on the floorboards, cringing at the mere sound of a creak. On the balls of her feet she hurried to the door, and hands braced against it, pressed her ear against the wooden surface. Listened. 5 seconds, 10, and then 20. Nothing. Taking a deep breath, she slowly lifted the wooden latch. She hadn't been locked in. Did Phillip actually think that she would not try to escape? When she peeked her head out the door, would she find her guard standing there, or perhaps even Phillip standing in the narrow hallway, arms crossed over his chest, waiting? The thought brought no little amount of trepidation, but if she didn't open the door, she would never know. Slowly, cringing in expectation of the door making a sound, she opened it just enough to see through. She saw no one. She opened it a little farther, still no sound anywhere. Her heart pounded faster. Stay or go. Stay or go. She glanced down the short hallway toward the stair landing. Still no one in sight. Sarah stepped over the threshold, swallowed thickly, and tried to calm her anxiety. She turned to take one step toward the stair landing and then paused. No, don't do it, she told herself. Just go. But something held her back. Guilt. Her devotion to her craft as a healer. She didn't know what it was, but she decided she would just peek in Jake's chamber, make sure he was still breathing. There was a chance that Jake might heal on his own, albeit a small one, without her own remedies or poultices. She measured the distance with her eyes, between the door of her chamber and Jake's. Maybe 10 steps. Calling herself a fool with every step, she quickly tiptoed to Jake's door, then once again paused, glancing down the hallway before she pressed her ear to the door. Again she heard nothing. No moans, no sound of snoring from a possibly sleeping Phillip. Good. He had probably retired to his own chamber. Just a peek, and then she would go. It might be her only chance. Ever so slowly, she pulled on the leather thong that would lift the latch on the inside of the door. Taking a deep breath and briefly closing her eyes, she prayed that she was right, that Phillip had gone to sleep in his own chamber, or even possibly fallen asleep in the chair beside Jake's bed. She took another breath, and pushed the door open far enough to take one step into the room. Her eyes widened in dismay. She gasped, her heart thumping hard, so hard that she felt the pulse throbbing in her neck. She caught her breath, held it, frozen as Phillip turned from the small table on the right side of the room. She swallowed as her gaze took stock. He had turned to look at who came through the door, obviously as startled as she. He stood there, bared to the waist, one hand holding a white piece of linen he was obviously using to wash himself. She took it all in a single glance, the broad shoulders, rippling muscles, wide chest and narrow waist delineated with abdominal musculature. No stranger to a man's physique, she couldn't help but admire his frame. She felt a surge of warmth flood over her face and then race down her spine, and then wrap around to warm her belly. She opened her mouth to say something, anything to explain her sudden appearance, but no sound came out. He continued to watch her. Then he slowly released the cloth. It fell back into the bowl of water with a soft plop, before he turned fully toward her, crossing his arms over his chest. Why did he have to do that? Why did he have to be so muscular, so handsome? That thought startled her even more than her dismay of finding him standing half naked in front of her. The tables had turned indeed. How could she think her captor handsome? He had kidnapped her. Literally dragged her away from her home, her sister. But she couldn't help the reaction of her body. He was impressive. "What are you doing here? I told you to go to sleep." The sound of his voice jolted her from wayward thoughts. She quickly licked her lips, sought to tamp questionable emotions down so she could respond, cringing at the sound of her tremulous voice. I just thought I would check one more time on Jake." It sounded like a weak excuse, even to her. She tried to maintain a calm expression. Would he guess what she had intended? He hadn't moved, just continued to watch her. To keep up the pretext of wanting to check on his brother, she moved to his bedside, noted that he still slept a bit fitfully but held his own. She reached out to touch his forehead with the palm of her hand. It was still hot, but had the heat decreased a little? She thought so. She turned toward Phillip, still standing on the other side of the room, arms still crossed over his chest, watching her. He gazed from her to his brother, and then back again. What was he thinking? Why did she care? She shouldn't have come. Shouldn't worry about Jake. After all, she was a captive. Forced to take care of a complete stranger, a Highlander, and alas, because Laird Philip Duncan demanded it be so. He had kidnapped her, giving her no choice. And while she was here, who was watching over Heather back home? Nobody. Warm tears filled her eyes. She headed for the door but turned too quickly, forgot she wasn't wearing her own kirtle. This one was a bit long and got caught up in her feet. 1 second, she was stepping toward the door, desperate to get away from Philip and his brother, and the next, she was teetering precariously, losing her balance, her feet tangled in the overlong underskirt and kirtle of the borrowed gown. She bit off a startled cry as she tried to catch her balance, but there was nothing to grab. She started to fall, and closed her eyes in expectation of slamming face first into the floorboards. One knee banged into the flooring. She bit her tongue as she extended her hands to break her fall. She felt something warm and hard beneath her palm. Not floorboards. She opened her eyes, only to realize that Philip had caught her in his arms, just before she landed on her shoulder. He was down on one knee, her upper torso captured in his embrace. The palms of her hands pressed against warm, slightly damp skin. Beneath her left hand, she felt the rock-solid muscle bulging in his upper arm. Her cheek pressed against the middle of his chest, and beneath that cheek she felt the beat of his heart. Steady and sure. She gasped and tried to quickly scramble out of his grasp, but the way she had fallen was too awkward. Her body thrummed with awareness while her brain screamed at her to move. All she could manage was to look up at him, then wish she hadn't. He gazed down at her, his eyes once again searching hers. For what? He dipped his head closer, his lips perilously near her own. And the devil be cursed, she wanted to kiss him. Wanted him to kiss her. Wanted to feel those soft, warm lips on her own. Her common sense struggled against her physical awareness. He was the enemy. He was her captor. He wasn't letting her return home. And yet, in the furthest recesses of her mind, repeating it over and over, she realized that this was the first time that she ever felt truly safe. A soft mewling sound escaped from the nether regions of her throat. The sound captured her confusion. Her dilemma. Philip lifted his head slightly. Are you all right? The deep timbre of his voice caused a shiver to race up her spine. She watched the slow smile, his parted lips, and the edges of his white teeth that transformed his features. She felt a trail of heat, as his lingering touch stroked her arm on the pretext of helping her up. Her mouth grew moist, and she felt her entire body flood with warmth. She felt lightheaded, aware of her pounding heartbeat. Every nerve ending in her body stirred and tingled. To her abject embarrassment and shock, her body craved his touch. The thought jolted her back to awareness. The tingling in her stomach increased, and her brain tried to find logic in her body's reaction to this man she should hate with every ounce of strength she had. She swallowed and mentally distanced herself. "I'm fine," she said, striving for calm. "You can let me back up now." In a matter of moments, she stood in front of him, his hands still grasping her upper arms until she maintained her balance. She tried to step back, to lean away, but he was compelling. She tried to control her body, a subconscious effort to protect herself from the undeniable attraction. Her mouth felt dry, and her stomach turned into a hard knot of tension. Desperate to defuse the situation, she spoke. Then nothing. She tried again and turned to step toward the door, this time carefully lifting her skirt and kirtle. "Good night." With stiff back and squared shoulders, she lifted her chin slightly into the air. The epitome of decorum, of self-control, of injured pride regained. She walked to the door, not sure she could manage a calm expression on her face. As she prepared to pass through the half-open doorway, he spoke. "You better get some sleep, Sarah. I'll have someone fetch you at first light, to venture into the woods and get what you need." She nodded and stepped over the threshold. He spoke again. "If I were you, I wouldn't try to escape. You'd never make it back to Kirkcaldy by yourself. Between the outlaws, the wild animals, and the fact that you don't know the way, your chances of survival are quite slim." She froze, closed her eyes and cringed. If he didn't know for certain, he at least suspected. She said nothing, but continued through the doorway, closing the door softly behind her. She cursed herself for all kinds of a fool as she hastened her way back to her chamber, closed and latched the door, then leaned against it. Her knees felt weak and wobbly, her heart still racing, her breath coming in sharp gasps. She wasn't entirely sure that her emotional reaction was caused by his gentle warning, or by her body's reaction, no betrayal, to his utterly masculine physique. The sound of a sharp knock on her door jolted Sarah upright. At first, she didn't know where she was. This wasn't her room, no, she wasn't home. She was up in the Highlands at Duncan Manor, kidnapped to take care of his wounded brother. She had fallen asleep on top of the bed, a deep dreamless sleep. Exhaustion had taken its toll. She blinked, rubbing the sleep from her eyes as the door opened and Philip's form filled the entrance. While the first words out of her mouth should have been words of accusation, a demand to release her, or to curse his black soul, what actually came out was quite the opposite. "How's Jake?" Her question appeared to startle him as well, given his raised eyebrow. "Holding on. Agnes and Mackay will accompany you into the forest, to gather what you need." He looked at her for several moments, as she swung her legs over the side of the bed. "Do not try to escape, Sarah. You will not succeed. I was not lying last night about the dangers of attempting to do so." Despite his dire warning, her body tingled with odd sensations as she eyed him. He looked refreshed, his cheeks freshly shaved, his hair damp, one brown lock dangling over his forehead, tempting her fingers to reach out and flip it back. She felt a warm flush of heat in her cheeks and glanced down, pretending to brush the wrinkles out of her kirtle. Shame on her. She should hate him. She should be shouting vile epithets in his direction. How could she be thinking such thoughts of her captor? What was wrong with her? She carefully schooled her expression as she lifted her chin. "I want to remind you of your promise to return me home." "Tell me where you got those bruises and scars," he replied softly. She shook her head. "That is not your concern. I must return home as quickly as possible." "Why?" The question stunned her. "Why?" She stood and scowled as she placed her hands on her hips. "Why?" How could he possibly ask such a question? "For one, because I don't want to be here. I don't belong here. For two, this is not my home. For three, I need to get back to." She bit her lip and stopped herself just in time. She didn't need to give him anything more that he could use as leverage to hold over her head. To get back to what? Never mind. As I said, it is not your concern. He said nothing for several moments, but stood unmoving in the doorway, watching her. Remember what I said. With that, he turned and walked away. She heard his footsteps move down the hallway, but not toward Jake's chamber. In the other direction, toward the stairs. Before his footsteps faded away, she heard another set of footsteps. Whispered words. Moments later, Agnes appeared in the doorway carrying 2 wicker baskets. Will these be enough for your needs? Sarah nodded toward the older woman. She would not take out her anger or frustration on her. She was just doing her Laird's bidding. They will suffice. I'm not sure what I'll be able to find, but we will see, won't we? She followed Agnes down the short hallway to the stairs. 10 steps down into a great room. For the first time, Sarah got a better look at it. It was designed much like the Laird's manor back in Kirkcaldy. A large fireplace at one end, a doorway nearby, probably leading to the kitchen area. In front of the fireplace, a table that could seat perhaps 8 or 10 people. Between the table and the front door of the manor stood a large oblong chest. Weapons. The main room was not as large as the Laird's home back in Kirkcaldy, but similarly decorated, tapestries hanging from the walls, a myriad of weapons, both new and those that look antique, mounted on the walls. A stack of firewood that rose to nearly halfway up the wall, obviously in preparation for another long cold winter. As Sarah followed Agnes out of the manor, she hoped and prayed that she would be back home well before the snow fell. Heather must be worried sick about her. The thought brought a glaze of warm tears to her eyes. Not only would Heather be worried, frantic over her disappearance, but she was afraid that her stepfather would quickly find a substitute for his brutality. They entered the yard in front of the manor house. Sarah saw one of the men, who had accompanied Phillip down to the coast, kidnap her. The smaller one. Mackay. He glanced at her and grinned. She scowled at him. How dare he act as if nothing untoward had happened? He'd kidnapped her. He cocked his head in her direction, assessing her, she supposed, and then shrugged before he gestured toward the woods in the distance. I have orders to escort you 2 ladies. And good morning, Agnes. He smiled, and offered an exaggerated bow toward the older woman. Agnes smiled in return but didn't speak. Off we venture into yonder woods, Sarah, and you may find some items in the meadow just off to the south there which might also prove beneficial for your needs. Sarah stared at the man, wondering at his manner. He spoke formally, as if she were a guest. Almost deferentially. He hadn't been so deferential when he was kidnapping her. Why now? She said nothing but followed Agnes and Mackay from the yard and down a path that wound its way around the pond and toward the meadow and the trees beyond. How's Jake? Mackay asked, turning to glance at her over his shoulder. Not good. She could tell that he wanted more information, but she was afraid of saying too much. She didn't know whom to trust. Things could change. Instead of a comfortable bedchamber, she could find herself locked in a prison cell down in the dungeon, as Sienna had warned. When Phillip grew tired and impatient, waiting for her to help his brother, then he would strike out at her instead. Her thoughts drifted back to Heather, but she tried to push thoughts of her younger sister out of her mind. She had to. The more she worried, the more anxious she became, the less she would be able to focus on the task in front of her. And that task was the one that would guarantee her freedom. Or at least she hoped it would. If Laird Philip Duncan kept his promise. In case he didn't, she had to start making a plan to escape. Maybe pretend to be acquiescent and amenable. Keep them off guard. The moment the opportunity presented itself, she would escape. Like she had last night? Instead of quickly heading down the hallway and out the door, and into the very woods they approached, she had instead turned toward Jake's door. To check on him. Why? And then to find Phillip standing half-naked in the room. Just the memory of his appearance sent another warm flush through her body. She stumbled, muttering under her breath as she caught her balance. Both Agnes and Mackay turned to look at her. Once again, she scowled in return.
Chapter 12. Philip returned to Jake's chamber, frowning in deep thought, his mind racing. While he could understand Sarah's desire to return home, he was getting an impression that something more than that compelled her. An awful supposition struck him. She had a child. A cold chill raced down his spine. Had he taken a mother from her child? He had not been told of any husband, nor child, nor elderly parent or grandparents who would require her care. He had asked. He had not been greatly enthusiastic about the idea of traipsing down to the coast to kidnap a healer in the first place, but desperation had driven him to it. Had he made a mistake? Had he separated a mother from her child? She was old enough to bear children. Her full figure, her features, certainly attractive enough to. He pushed such thoughts away from her quite admirable characteristics, and focused on her body. The bruises and the scars he had seen. Who had done that to her? It made his blood boil. A brutish husband. The thought of any man striking a woman. Of course he knew it was common, but not in his manner, not among any of his clan, nor the villagers nearby. He dealt harshly with any man who abused his power and sovereignty over any woman. Even his female servants were protected by his decree. He returned to his brother's bedside and sat down just before Millicent, one of Agnes's daughters, entered the room bearing a clean nightshirt and linens. He glanced at her in question. She dipped him a slight curtsy. "Good morning to you, Laird Duncan," she said. "My mother, through the healer, told me to bring these things for Jake, to wash him, to change his bedding and his nightshirt." "Again?" Philip asked. "Why?" The young woman shrugged. Barely 15 years of age, she was the spitting image of her mother in her younger years. Philip had known Agnes first as his nursemaid, then his governess of sorts, and then as one of his most loyal and dedicated servants. He didn't even think of her as a servant anymore, but family. "All my mother told me was that the healer woman. I can't remember her name." "Sarah." "Yes, Sarah?" "She said it was important to keep Jake comfortable, dry and clean. She, Sarah and Mackay left the manor just a few minutes ago, and headed for the woods to gather herbs or something." Philip saw the blush on the young girl's cheeks. She was sweet on Mackay. He nodded and then stood, gesturing for the nightshirt and linens. He took them from the young servant's hands, placed them at the foot of the bed, and then peeled the coverlet and sheet down from Jake's still form. He seemed to be resting peacefully, his face no longer twisted in pain as it had been when they arrived the night before. Still, he hoped that Sarah would find just the right combination of herbs or whatever she did that would help to bring his brother back to him. He looked at Millicent. "I'll lift Jake from the bed. You must immediately strip the linens off the bed and replace them." "Understood. You must move quickly." The girl nodded, watching, ready to move the instant Philip lifted Jake into his arms. Jake uttered a soft moan as he did so, but otherwise remained still. The moment Philip lifted his brother from the bed, Millicent pulled the coverlet completely off the bed, dropping it to the floor. She yanked at the linens, quickly pulled them off as well, and then efficiently replaced them with the clean sheet. The task was completed in less than 30 seconds. He was impressed. "You did a fine job, Millicent." "Thank you. While I don't particularly care to move Jake about too much, it seems that our new healer has a penchant for cleanliness, doesn't she?" Without waiting for her to answer, he continued. "Now turn around, just for a moment. I want to remove Jake's nightshirt. When I ask you, hand me the clean nightshirt." As he had done only hours before, Philip pulled Jake into a half-sitting position, enough to pull the nightshirt from his body. He snapped his fingers at Millicent. "Hand me the nightshirt." She did, and he quickly managed to get Jake covered enough so that Millicent could help him with the rest. He was getting good at this. "That's good, Millicent, now you can finish with the bed." Millicent nodded as she turned around, unfolded another large square linen sheet, and placed it over Jake and tucking it up close to his shoulders. She repeated the process with the bed cover, and then turned to the fireplace. The embers glowed. She turned to Phillip. "Laird Duncan, I was also instructed to open the windows for a few minutes, and make sure the fire was going so Jake doesn't get chilled." It seemed to Phillip that she was making a statement, rather than asking a question, but she waited for his approval. He nodded. He didn't understand the rationale behind Sarah's instructions, but at this point he wasn't going to question them. His brother was clean, lying on clean bedding and in a clean nightshirt once again. The room didn't smell bad, but opening the window might help to invigorate the air. Millicent moved to open the window, and then stepped to the small fireplace. She bent to add a few pieces of wood to the fire, which was soon blazing and popping. Phillip looked down at his brother. Jake breathed slowly but deeply. His skin still felt hot to the touch, but not quite as hot as the night before. Phillip was tempted to take a look at the wound, but didn't dare touch the bandage that Sarah had placed over it. He had to trust her, but such trust went against every one of his tendencies. Still, there was no choice but to rely on her knowledge and skill to help his brother. He himself was powerless, and could do nothing for his brother but watch. The thought frustrated him no little amount, but he strove for patience. 1 hour passed, and then 2. Despite his effort to be patient, Phillip paced inside Jake's bedchamber for what seemed like half a day before he left the room, found Millicent, and told her to sit with his brother. He strode downstairs to clear his head. Servants were busy performing their tasks. He saw the wary glances they sent his way. He realized he was scowling and tried to rein in his impatience. Phillip walked outside and peered into the distance. No sign of Sarah, Agnes or Mackay on the path that meandered around the pond, nor in the meadow beyond. Beyond that, the tree line. Where could they be? Why is it taking so long to gather a few herbs? All she had to do was pull up a flower or two, maybe grab some tree bark. What was so complicated about that? He shook his head, knowing he was being foolish. The medicine arts were extremely complex. He had always respected healers for their knowledge. While he could identify an impressive number of flowers, trees, and bush species in the Highlands, he had no idea how to transform them into medicines, poultices, or tinctures. At the same time, he felt that if much more time passed, nothing anyone could do would save his brother. It was that very thought that increased his agitation and impatience. After another hour had passed, he headed for the stables, thinking to saddle his mount and go looking for them, but just then he saw movement from the tree line. He paused, watched a moment, and nearly sighed with relief when he saw 3 figures emerge from the trees and head toward the meadow. His relief was palpable. He closed his eyes and lifted his face to the early morning sun and exhaled deeply. Startled by his jumbled thoughts and his overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude, he watched as Mackay, Agnes and Sarah slowly approached. Agnes and Sarah each carried a basket. He could only pray that Sarah had found what she needed to help his brother. As they approached, he nodded at Mackay, who grinned and immediately moved off toward the stable. Agnes walked beside Sarah, a pleased expression on her face. Phillip turned toward Sarah, who stared implacably back at him. He did notice that her face appeared to flush briefly, but he knew she must be tired from their herb-gathering expedition. He turned toward the house, the women following. "Did you find everything you needed?" "We will see," Sarah replied. As they entered the manor, Agnes handed her basket to Sarah. Phillip looked down at the older woman. "Thank you for helping Sarah. Go get something to eat and then bring some food to Jake's room when you've finished." "Of course," he said. She turned to Sarah. "If you need any help preparing those, you tell Phillip, and he will come find me." Sarah said nothing, but nodded and waited. He took the cue and gestured toward the stairway. As he took the first step and she followed, he spoke. "We have changed his nightshirt and bedding as you asked. The room has been aired out again, and a fire is burning in the fireplace." She said nothing. When he reached the landing, he glanced back to watch her mounting the last few steps. In each hand, she held a basket brimming with the accoutrements of her trade. Some of it looked like weeds. He saw flowers, some roots, some big pieces of bark. Several different types of leaves. She caught him looking and finally spoke. "I'm going to need a mortar and pestle, a bucket of water, and several wooden bowls. I'm also going to need another good-sized piece of linen to make a fresh bandage." He nodded, not quite surprised when she said nothing more, but brushed past him heading for Jake's bedchamber. He lifted an eyebrow as he watched her walk down the hallway, her back straight, her shoulders back and her chin lifted in. What was that? Defiance? He chuckled as he followed. The sleep last night, though brief, had obviously rejuvenated her to some degree, and her feigned arrogance was back. And that was exactly what he believed. She wasn't arrogant, nor self-centered, nor cruel. She was frightened. As well she should be. Another thought trickled into his head, causing him to pause before he entered Jake's room. He didn't want to let her go. He stopped just past the threshold, watching as Sarah moved toward the fireplace. She placed the 2 baskets on the floor, and then sat down cross-legged in front of the fire, arranging her kirtle around her before plucking her spoils from the basket one at a time, organizing them on the floor in front of her. He watched for several moments. When she glanced up at him with a raised eyebrow, he held back his grin and left the room to go downstairs and let Agnes know what she needed. No longer the frightened mouse, not with the look she had just given him. Almost a silent command, an indication that he had better hurry up and do as she asked, or what? He found himself chuckling as he moved down the stairs and across the great room toward the doorway on the far side of the hall into the kitchen area. He rarely stepped inside, and his presence now startled not only Agnes but the cook, Agnes's daughter Millicent, and Catherine, the cook's helper. Everyone froze with varying expressions. Agnes, the most familiar with him, made a gesture as if to shoo him out of the kitchen. "Laird Duncan, you're frightening the servants. Does the young lass need something?" He nodded. A bucket of water, a mortar and pestle, and several bowls. He turned to leave before he remembered. "Oh yes, and more linen. A large piece," she said, "to make more bandages." Agnes nodded, and turned to gather the requested items. Again, Phillip held back a grin. What was this? A conspiracy? Being silently ordered about. Shooed out of the kitchen. He recalled his youth, when he and his brother managed to upset the household with their antics. Agnes had had no trouble putting them in their place then, and she had no trouble now. Still, he found it rather amusing that both Sarah and Agnes would display such familiarity with him. He was the Laird of the clan. He sighed as he returned to the great room, heading for the stairs. Who was he fooling? He had never demanded respect from his servants and household staff. He had earned it. He took care of them, kept them clothed and fed and sheltered. In return, they had given him their unswerving loyalty. He was familiar with most of them, and preferred it that way. This was his home. They were his people, his clan. They took care of each other. He had never mistreated anyone. It had always been that way, at least until recently. Until he had broken a rule that he had made long ago when his father died, and the clan leadership passed down to him. To treat all his people with the same respect with which he wanted to be given. Until Jake had been carried home wounded. Until Jake had not recovered. Until Sienna had failed to heal him. Until he had resorted to kidnapping a young woman against her will to do his bidding. While on a moral level this behavior disturbed him, his emotions did not allow his morality to overcome his desperation to find a way to save his brother. He would not, could not apologize for that. He would keep his promise to Sarah MacDonald that he would return her home. Even though he no longer wanted to. He found her captivating. An odd mixture of defiance, obstinacy, gentleness, and compassion. He had never met anyone quite like her. She wasn't afraid of him, or didn't appear to be. She seemed to realize that he was relying on her to help his brother. That gave her a certain amount of power, but she had yet to take advantage. She had not refused to help Jake. That was something. He returned to Jake's chamber, relayed to Sarah that Agnes would bring the items up momentarily. She nodded, focused on sorting and separating the items on the floor in a semicircle around her. He had no idea how she was going to prepare her medicines. A poultice. A drinkable concoction. A salve to rub onto his skin. After you've prepared your medicines, what then? The question prompted her to look up at him. She seemed to study his face longer than needed before she answered. We wait. His response was interrupted as Agnes came into the room, carrying the bucket of water in one hand, several bowls, the mortar and pestle nestled inside the top one in the other hand, the linen draped over her forearm. She set the items down beside Sarah. The two began to talk quietly among themselves, as Sarah gave the older woman instructions. Phillip felt unnecessary for the moment, and with a glance at Jake, sleeping deeply or unconscious on the bed, he decided to leave the women to their tasks for a little while. I will return shortly. Neither acknowledged him, and he turned and left the room, once again shaking his head. He supposed he should be grateful that they were both focused on preparing the herbs for use. The sooner, the better. He left the manor house and walked toward the stables. Several horses strolled through the corral. One stood still in the middle. Hugh straddled over the hind leg of the sorrel stallion, the hoof held up between his knees, filing down the edges. Hugh. Hugh paused and glanced up. When he saw it was the Laird, he immediately released the horse, wiping the muddy file on his pant leg. Go find Siana. Hugh said nothing but nodded, tucked the file into the waistband of his pants and climbed between the railings of the corral. Phillip watched him as he headed for the path around the pond and the village beyond. He was going to get down to the bottom of this, once and for all. He would have Siana tell him everything that she had done for Jake. He wanted to see if she had an explanation for the old, somewhat useless herbs that Sarah had pointed out. But why doubt Siana's ability to help Jake? Why doubt her loyalty and devotion? It had been months since the two had cooled their ardor for one another. Maybe that was something he needed to talk to her about as well. Perhaps that would be the only way to settle whether Siana had deliberately tried to harm Jake. He didn't want to think it. Found it ludicrous, but it was his brother. It seemed like all he had been doing lately was waiting. Waiting for Jake to get better. Waiting for Siana to make him better. Now he was waiting for Sarah to help his brother. Waiting again for Siana to answer his questions. The sense of helplessness and confusion surrounding recent events troubled him greatly. But at least for now, the answers to his many questions would have to wait. In the meantime, he would check on the progress being made with the new herbs. When he returned to Jake's bedchamber, Sarah sat quietly beside the bed, placing a cool cloth over Jake's forehead. Agnes sat on the floor, crushing herbs with the pestle inside the mortar. The gentle grinding and Jake's breathing were the only sounds in the room. He nodded at Agnes and then strode to the side of the bed, where Sarah sat still in the chair. When she looked up at him, he noted her troubled expression. What is it? The sound of the grinding pestle paused for the briefest of seconds. Both he and Sarah looked at Agnes, who bent over her task with deliberate purpose, refusing to look at him again. He turned back to Sarah, as she reached for something on the bedside table. She extended it to him. He looked at the limp bunch of a green plant, not much longer than Sarah's hand. It had a few reddish-purple bell-shaped flowers clinging tenuously to the vine. The leaves were dried and shriveled, as if it had been picked days ago. He didn't recognize it. What is it? It's called many things. No man's cherries, the devil's herb. I call it deadly nightshade. It felt like someone had just punched him in the gut. He stared at the plant she held, then at Jake. He looked over his shoulder, saw that Agnes was still purposefully ignoring them both. Had Sarah given his brother the poisonous plant? His heart began to pound. He didn't want to believe it, but she looked so calm, so serene. Her revenge? Where? How? I found it under the bed. Her words nearly took his breath away. Relief. She had not done this. He frowned, not comprehending. She had not been the one who plucked this deadly plant, but if not Sarah, then who? Siana. Consuming even a single leaf can prove fatal, she said. It appears that he has not ingested a fatal dose. I imagine that a leaf might have been soaked in broth or water, and then given to him to drink. He would not have been able to eat the leaf, or the berries. If that was the case, it would have taken maybe 10 berries or so to prove fatal. Phillip darted his gaze between Sarah and Jake, disbelief transforming into nearly overwhelming fury at the betrayal. Siana had done this. Siana had tried to kill his brother. Sarah had confirmed it. I can state with certainty that your brother has been deliberately poisoned. There is no reason for this plant to be in here, let alone hidden beneath the bed. She paused. By your expression, I surmise that you suspect Siana of the deed, but I remind you, I cannot place this herb in Siana's hand. I found it under the bed. I am not pointing the finger of guilt. She lifted her chin. And you can't make me. Initially, he felt confused. Why was she defending Siana? And then he understood. She wasn't defending Siana. She was defending herself. She was the stranger here. The newcomer. The captive. To cast accusations against a member of the Laird's clan without absolute proof could very well be a death sentence. He sought to reassure her. Sarah, it's all right. This is between you, me, and Agnes. He looked over his shoulder at Agnes. At first she didn't want to look at him, but then she did, her face crumpled with sorrow and grief. She slowly nodded. He knew that she would say nothing. Sarah glanced at Jake and then back up at him. I can make a broth that we can spoon into him to help him regain his strength. Most of the toxins are now working their way out of his body. I will make a poultice for the wound in his leg. It should begin healing well as the poisons work their way out. He studied her face. You're telling me that Jake is going to live? She nodded. He should. I will tell Agnes exactly what to do, and how to prepare a poultice and the broth mixture for the next couple of days. Phillip swallowed. He knew what she was going to say next. I want to go home. You need to take me home. He shook his head. Not until my brother wakes up and he is better. You promised? Phillip's mind whirled. His brother had been poisoned. By a friend. One who had been so close to his brother that he thought that she would become his sister-in-law. What had prompted Siana to do such a horrible thing? Revenge. Jealousy. A headache began to pound behind his eyes, and he shook his head. He must also deal with Sarah. He had given her his word. And I will keep my promise, he insisted, his temper rising. He pointed toward his brother. But I am not going to leave his side, and neither are you until he wakes up, his fever is gone, and I am satisfied that his wound will heal properly. He will. You must believe me. I don't, he argued. I have already been betrayed by one healer. I will not be betrayed by another. He didn't realize he'd raised his voice until he heard Agnes gasp. He refused to look at her, instead watching as Sarah slowly stood from the chair and turned to face him, arms crossed underneath her ample bosom. He jerked his gaze from that lovely bosom back to her face, now revealing signs of stubborn obstinacy. Her eyes flashed with anger, her jaw clenched tightly. Then, much to his surprise, she poked him in the chest with her finger. You promised to take me home. Each word was emphasized with a poke. If it had been anyone else poking a finger at him, he would have grabbed it and broken it, but not Sarah. Such a little thing, yet very brave, sometimes foolish, and certainly not afraid to stand up for herself. Tell me who beat you. No. Tell me why you're in such a hurry to return to Kirkcaldy. No. He crossed his arms over his chest, straightened to his most imposing height and gave her his fiercest scowl. Based on her reaction, he didn't intimidate her a bit. He scowled. "We seem to be at a bit of a standstill, don't we? You promised? Och, will you two quit your arguin'?" Sarah and Phillip both turned to find Jake looking up at both of them, grimacing in pain, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Phillip was so startled he was rendered speechless. Then hope burgeoned in his chest. For the first time since before he left to go down to Kirkcaldy to fetch the healer, Jake had been able to speak. He couldn't help the burst of relieved laughter that escaped. "Jake, how are you feeling? Would be better if I could get some sleep round here," he mumbled. Then, as abruptly as he had woken, he once again slipped into a deep sleep. Phillip, still stunned, stared down at his brother with an incredible sense of a reprieve. He glanced over his shoulder at Agnes, who quietly wept as she sat on the floor, the pestle still clasped in one hand. And then he looked at Sarah, not sure what to say. She spoke first. "Told you."
Chapter 13. Sarah walked from Jake's bedchamber back to her own. Since he had awoken a few hours ago, he seemed to be resting more comfortably. While he hadn't regained consciousness again, Sarah felt comfortable that he would. Exhausted, he would sleep, likely for the next couple of days, but she had no doubt that with the proper care he would recover. Due to the damage to his thigh musculature, he would most certainly have a limp, maybe even a constant ache, especially in cool, damp weather. She could do nothing for that but suggest mild pain relief tinctures or poultices. Exhausted, she longed for a few hours of uninterrupted sleep, but as before, felt guilty even thinking about it. Heather and her predicament weighed heavily on her mind. As far as she was concerned, she had given Phillip what he wanted. She had helped his brother. After the brief discussion that had woken Jake earlier, Phillip had not said a word about releasing her. It wasn't fair. To insist that she remain until his brother was up and walking about? That could take another few days, maybe even a week. He had no right to keep her. She had tried to discuss this with him again, but he had abruptly cut her off each time. He'd left the room or simply scowled at her without responding. For the first time, Sarah wondered if what Sienna had told her was true. Maybe Phillip had been lying all along. Perhaps he had no intention of releasing her. After all, if she notified their local sheriff in Kirkcaldy that she had been kidnapped and held against her will by a Highland clan, it could cause no little difficulties for the Highlander and his clan. Word of the kidnapping would spread far and wide as fast as a horse could travel. Enemies of the Duncans could take advantage, claim they would seek retribution and do so, covered by the blanket of the law. Sarah shook her head as she entered her bedchamber and closed the door softly behind her, so exhausted that her entire body trembled with weariness. She wasn't thinking clearly. Still, the thought of never returning home filled her with a sense of stomach-churning dread. Her little sister was no match for Patrick. She could only pray that Heather was all right, and that she wasn't taking the brunt of Patrick's drunken episodes. Patrick had never blamed Heather for the loss of his wife, their mother. No, that hatred was reserved for Sarah. Still, when Patrick was drunk, he made little distinction over who received his hand or his vitriol. When they were together, Sarah always urged Heather to seek shelter in their room, to shut and bar the door. Sometimes she did, but once she had refused, claiming that she come to Sarah's defense. That had resulted in Heather receiving a solid blow to her jaw that had knocked her flat on her back. That sight had triggered a fit of fury in Sarah so powerful that she had attacked her stepfather, to little avail. She had received a severe thrashing for that. Following that event, Heather had avoided engaging in a direct conflict with Patrick, at Sarah's insistence. That didn't stop her from attempting other methods of curtailing Patrick's rages. She had even gone so far as to mix a sleeping potion with Sarah's herbs. She sometimes slipped the potion into his ale or food. Heather was a smart girl. Though her physical stature was not as impressive as Sarah's, and she might not be any match physically to Patrick's brute force, she could use her brains to protect herself. With a sigh, Sarah gingerly lay down on the bed, sinking into its comfort with a sigh of relief. She didn't want to snuggle between the sheets or beneath the coverlet. Too tempting. She had to maintain her determination to get back home. As she rested in the darkness, the dull glow from the fireplace sending flickering shadows dancing along the walls, the occasional pop of sap inducing her to sink into an exhausted slumber, Sarah fought against it. She had tried once before. Did she dare try again? Agnes was in the room with Jake, watching over his sleep. Phillip had gone to his chambers a few moments before Sarah had left the room. She knew that he was just as exhausted as she. His relief at knowing that his brother would survive would certainly serve to lower his guard. Should she try again? To escape? This time she would not venture even a glance at Jake. He would be all right, she told herself again and again. While preparing a poultice for his wound earlier in the evening, Sarah had shown Agnes what she was doing. Identified the herbs used to make the poultice. The older woman had watched carefully, perhaps out of wariness but also interest. Agnes had also watched as she'd prepared a broth for Jake, with other herbs that would continue to relieve his fever, provide him with nourishment and ease his pain. As far as she was concerned, she felt assured that Agnes would be able to replicate her recipes. There were still plenty of herbs, flowers and other accoutrements of her trade remaining in Jake's room. She should not feel guilty whatsoever over trying to escape again. However, knowing that Jake would be all right did not ease her trepidation. What if she was caught? What would Phillip do? Had Sienna been telling the truth? That he would likely find her usefulness had reached its end, and throw her in the dungeon, force her into servitude or even worse, sell her to someone else, someone even farther up in the Highlands or perhaps even across the Irish Sea. She had no idea what to expect from Laird Phillip Duncan. No one became a clan laird without displaying a capability of force, of intimidation, or instilling fear in the enemy. While Phillip seemed to have the respect and loyalty of his household, did that respect and loyalty extend beyond his lands? She doubted it. Despite her questionable and curious attraction to the Highlander, she knew that tonight might be her only remaining chance to escape. The more she thought about it, the more she realized she had been naive to believe and trust that Phillip would casually return her to Kirkcaldy as if nothing had happened. She hadn't even thought of the legalities of his doing so. In addition to possibly inciting violence with other clans that might hate the Duncans, the punishment for kidnapping could vary, depending on who meted out the sentence. Clans often punished other clans, and blood feuds were common. Still, some of what Sienna had said rang true. Even down by the coast, Highlanders were considered barbarians. Atrocities committed by Highlanders were nothing short of savage. She had heard that warring clans were known to cut open women carrying babies, killing both, and even beheading priests. The more she allowed her thoughts to roam, the more agitated she became. She couldn't sleep, not with such images flashing in her mind. At that very moment, she decided that she would do it. She would make her second attempt to escape. This time, unlike the last, she would succeed. Without giving herself a chance to change her mind, to hesitate because of her own fear of being caught, she quickly rose from the bed and stepped to the door. As before, she placed her ear against it, listening for any sounds from the corridor or the rooms nearby. Nothing. She closed her eyes and uttered a silent prayer. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly as she carefully opened the door to her room. Poked her head out and looked up and down the short hallway. All quiet. Her slippers made no sound on the wood floor as she stepped past the threshold, and then paused, her heart pounding so hard she was sure the sound would wake everyone in the manor. Her mouth was dry, but she couldn't swallow anyway. Her hands trembled as she slowly stepped toward the head of the stairway, placing her feet carefully, closer to the walls than the middle to avoid creaking floorboards. At the landing, she paused and glanced back over her shoulder. No, don't feel guilty for leaving Jake. You have done all you can for him, she told herself. Now it was up to Jake. She leaned very slowly over the railing at the top of the stairs, peeking around the corner to see if anyone was in the great hall. Half-shadowed, lit only by the flickers of a dying fire, the hall looked empty. Everything still and quiet. She took measured, stealthy paces one at a time, wanting to race, to throw open the large front door and fly away, but made herself move slowly and methodically. Silently, she took the stairs deliberately, her hand tightly clutching the railing as she went. If anything moved or any sound came from the kitchen area, from the rooms behind her or the front of the manor, she had no place to go. No place to hide. Every nerve in her body alert, her senses heightened, her eyes wide, she focused on the front door. She reached it, without being discovered. Ever so carefully, she unlatched the door and opened it. Only a little bit at first, to see if anyone stood guard outside. No one. She wasn't sure what time it was, but it must be well past midnight. Everyone sleeping, though certainly someone on the grounds must be awake somewhere. She opened the door only wide enough to slide her body through, and then closed it gently behind her. Her knees felt weak from the tension and anxiety thrumming through her veins. Keeping to the darker shadows near the stone walls of the manor house, she quickly searched for a route that would take her down the path, around the pond, and into the trees without being exposed to anyone who might happen to glance out a window. If she could dart down the path quickly enough, she could disguise herself in the deeper shadows of the reeds and cattails lining one side of the pond, the side opposite the path that she, Agnes and Mackay had taken previously to gather herbs. Then she could disappear easily into the woods beyond. After that, she didn't know. She stood at the corner of the manor, deep in shadows, her back pressed against the cold, unforgiving stones of the wall. Moving as little as possible, she gazed around the property, watching for any signs of movement, listening for any noise. All she heard was the sound of frogs and crickets down by the pond. Now or never. She lifted the skirt of her kirtle and undergown, tightly clutched in each hand, her legs bare from the knees down. She would have to move as quickly and silently as possible. She could only hope that she wouldn't step on a stone or a pebble that would cause her to stumble and fall, perhaps inadvertently cry out in pain. The slippers were not suited for outdoors, but she had no options. Think of Heather. Think of Heather. It was the only thought that overrode her overwhelming fear and anxiety of being caught by the Laird, or any of his people. She had no doubt that if she was caught, she would be punished. She didn't allow herself to think of the wild animals out there, the possible outlaws, or even the fear of getting lost. She had to try. She glanced up into the night sky and noted the placement of the stars. She knew enough to find the North Star. She found the cluster of stars linked to an ancient Norse poem that Heather had told her had something to do with a tree. It formed a canopy of stars overhead. Her sister was fascinated with the stars in the night sky, had told her about the 4 patterns that represented 4 stags, Dunea, Darathraw, Dwalin and Dane. She looked for the star Heather had described as the root of the world tree, a crowded path of stars that streaked across the night sky, numerous as the sands piled along the beaches of the coastline. She didn't know much more, and now wished that she had listened more carefully when, occasionally in the evening, she and her sister would sneak out of the house late at night to sit in the grass, looking up at the stars, the moon, imagining where they came from. Sarah felt that she knew enough about the placement of the stars, that she would be able to maintain a southerly path. Once the sun came up, she would know exactly which direction she headed, and would focus on keeping the sun on the left side of her face until the noon hour. After that, she would keep the sun on her right side. How long would it take her to reach Kirkcaldy on foot? She didn't even want to think about it. Nor how she would feed herself, or find shelter from the wild animals. She had to focus only on one thought. Getting home. Go. Just go. No more thinking. No more planning, at least not now. Her primary goal was to get away from the manor house and into the depths of shadows of the woods. She would worry about everything else after she had achieved that single goal. She didn't hesitate another second, but pushed herself away from the wall and, skirts lifted high and holding her breath, she ran toward the side of the pond opposite the path. The first 20 paces or so were relatively level, but the closer she got to the pond, the more the ground sank beneath her feet. Once she stepped into a slight dip, nearly toppled, and barely managed to maintain her balance. If she twisted her ankle or injured herself, she would be caught. Though it went against every instinct, she slowed her pace slightly and desperately tried to pinpoint where her feet would land before they did so. In a matter of seconds that passed much slower than those in her mind, she reached the large rushes and cattails that surrounded the far side of the pond. The ground was softer here, mushy almost. Still, this side offered better hiding spots and deeper shadows. As quickly as she could, hugging the banks of the pond, she rounded it, then looked across the edge of the meadow that lay in front of the tree line. Nothing moved. Her passage around the pond had momentarily caused the frogs to stop croaking, but the crickets still sang their constant yearnings for a mate. Hopefully, the silence of the frogs wouldn't alert anyone, but if it did, maybe it would be blamed on an animal emerging from the forest to drink. Hunching low, she stepped away from the pond and headed toward the tree line, trying to stay as far to the right side as she could. The tree line was only steps away now. Perhaps 30. Excitement burgeoned in her chest as she smiled with self-satisfaction. She knew she would make it. She knew. Mere minutes after she had exited the manor, she stepped into the darkness of the woods, her heart still pounding, though now with excitement. She heaved a sigh of relief. She had escaped the manor house. Managed to reach the shelter of the woods without being discovered. She would make it, now she was positive. Her chest heaving with excited breaths, she stood for several moments, seeking to calm her pounding heart. Which way? All she knew was that she needed to move away from the manor house. Away from Phillip Duncan. Away from captivity. She glanced up at the stars, but saw very few of them through the canopy of tree branches. The night sounds returned and the frogs croaked once again. A gentle breeze rustled through the tips of the pines, and she smelled loam, the brackish water of the pond behind her, and the scent of dew-dampened flowers growing in the meadow. Still holding up her skirts, watching where she placed her feet, she began to weave her way through the trees, glancing occasionally over her shoulder to make sure that she kept the manor house behind her. She avoided as much underbrush as possible, afraid of tearing her clothes, which might leave evidence of her passing. She knew that her footsteps around the pond would be visible, as the ground had been soft, so now she deliberately looked for larger stones and rocks that she could use to hide the direction of her travel, if anyone cared to follow her deeper into the woods. It probably wasn't necessary. The moment she was discovered missing, Phillip would have no doubt which direction she traveled. South. Toward the coast and Kirkcaldy. She paused in indecision. Tried to cover her tracks or pick up her speed and flee, get as far away as possible before dawn. She was on foot. Phillip and his men had horses. No, speed was not necessarily of an advantage to her. Hiding her trail as best she could might give her an edge. She took another breath, and turned away from a large cluster of rocks, intending to head into a thicket of trees just ahead. Gathering her kirtle close about her, she entered the thicket, felt the sharp sting of a thorn against the skin of her arm, and bit back a startled cry of pain. She glanced down to see if she'd torn anything from her dress, but it was difficult to see in the near blackness. What if? She slammed into something hard and unyielding. She stifled a gasp, thought for a moment that she had run into a tree trunk, but it wasn't a tree trunk. It gave a little. What could possibly? She heard the deep rumble of laughter. A moment later, a voice that made her blood run cold. Something struck the back of her head. Hard. Pain exploded in her head, and white flashes danced in front of her eyes. She felt herself falling. No. No, this couldn't be happening. Then nothing. The terrible pounding in her head nearly took her breath away. She tried to move to reach up and touch the throbbing spot but couldn't. The last thing she remembered was sneaking away from Duncan Manor. She had just stepped into the darkness of the woods, and remembered running into a tree. No, not a tree. A man. That man had laughed just before she felt the pain bursting inside her skull. Someone had knocked her unconscious. Her heart dropped to her stomach. She wanted to scream, but something had been shoved in her mouth. As she slowly regained consciousness, she realized that her hands were tied behind her. She lay on her side on the ground. The smell of dirt and leaves pervaded her nostrils. Had Phillip discovered her? Had he managed to get ahead of her? A cruel ploy to frighten her, to make sure that she remained a captive. A cold sensation swept through her, followed by trembling. She didn't want to open her eyes and see the truth, but knew that she would have to, eventually. Looks like she's waking up. That wasn't Philip's voice. It was a female voice. It didn't belong to Agnes. Reluctantly, she forced her eyelids open. Her vision blurred, but after blinking several times it began to clear. When they focused on the person staring down at her, her eyes widened. A surprised sound erupted from her chest, muffled by the gag tied around her mouth. Sienna. Sienna stood next to a large man wearing dark trousers tucked into scuffed and well-worn black boots, his tunic held in place by a wide leather belt. A woolen cloak was draped over his shoulders. His hair was cropped close, so close she could see his scalp. She could see. And then she realized that dawn had arrived. She'd lain on the forest floor unconscious throughout the night. She struggled to sit up, the pulse pounding through her veins. She glanced frantically around, didn't recognize anything. Where was she? She wasn't anywhere near the manor. No, she was in a cave at the moment, a shallow cave. Beyond rose a slope littered with stones and small boulders. In the distance, the hills wreathed in fingers of fog. Rising above the fog was the mountain, Ben Nevis, only from a different angle than that she had seen from Jake's window at the manor. Any hope she had of returning to Kirkcaldy suddenly evaporated. They were nowhere near the manor. She had been carried from the trees surrounding Duncan Manor, and transported far away, no one the wiser. She felt sick to her stomach. A wave of dizziness assailed her, but she couldn't even lift her hand to cradle her aching head. She wouldn't have even considered it, but at this very moment, she wished she was still back at Duncan Manor, sleeping in the soft, warm, comfortable bed that had been provided for her. Phillip had been right. The dangers of the forest around Duncan Manor were certainly teeming with bad things. She tried to speak. What was Sienna about? She didn't doubt for a minute that Sienna had not tried to help her escape. There would have been no need to knock her unconscious if that was the case. Her muffled attempts to talk caused the man standing next to Sienna to frown. "Shut her up," he muttered. Sienna glanced up at him, and then turned to look at Sarah. "You might want to stop that noise," she suggested. "Fergus has a bit of a short temper." Sarah stared at Sienna, frowning as she waited for some sort of explanation. "You're wondering why you're here? What I'm doing here? Am I here to help you escape the Duncans? Maybe even more importantly, are wondering who he is?" She gestured with her thumb toward Fergus. Sarah slowly nodded, even the slightest movement causing shivers of pain to course down the back of her neck and into her shoulders. "His name is Fergus Orkney of the Orkney clan. You're not from around here, so you don't know that the Orkney clan and the Duncan clan are sworn enemies." She waved a hand. "No one seems to remember how the blood feud started, but it's lasted longer than I, my parents or my grandparents remember." She paused as if waiting would force Sarah to respond, which of course she couldn't. "Oh, you're waiting for me to explain all this, aren't you?" She smiled, glanced up at Fergus and then back at Sarah. "A little birdie told me that Phillip was looking for me. That he wasn't at all happy about my treatment of his brother." She scowled. "And then I wondered where he got that information. Of course it came from you, didn't it?" Sarah tried to hide the dread that swept through her. Sienna had deliberately tried to poison Jake. She had just confirmed it. But now what? What did these two have planned for her? She didn't want to contemplate the options, but couldn't help herself. Why hadn't they killed her to keep her quiet? Would they take her to the Orkney clan? Keep her captive for the rest of her life? Or would they abuse her, use her, and then kill her? She tried to swallow but had no saliva. The gag in her mouth didn't help any. She choked back a retch. "Let me explain," Sienna said, sitting carefully on the ground near her, arranging her kirtle around her legs before glaring at Sarah. You think you're so smart, don't you? The woman leaned so close that Sarah felt her breath on her face. Desperately trying to hide her fear, she stared at the beautiful woman, features now twisted with disgust and hatred. I am a healer, and believe me, I do know how to heal. I simply chose not to do so with Jake. She paused and waited for Sarah's reaction. You want to know why? I'll tell you. We grew up together, played together, and then fell in love. Or at least I fell in love with him, and he made me believe that my feelings were reciprocated. Sarah tried to calm her racing heart. She found it hard to follow what Sienna was saying, her ears occasionally buzzing with the pain of her throbbing skull, and with fear. I even allowed him to take liberties with me. She shrugged. At that, Sarah glanced quickly at the man standing over her, arms now crossed over his chest, scowling. Still he didn't move. Then Jake went off to battle. I had thought for sure before he went that he would ask me to marry him. After all, it's what we all expected. But you know what he said to me. She didn't wait for an answer, even if Sarah had been able to give her one. He thanked me for my friendship, but told me that he was not interested in marrying, at least not for a few more years. She shook her head. He thanked me. Sarah sat perfectly still. Can you believe that? After all these years, after all the effort. He just threw me away like a piece of garbage. After he used me. She offered a guttural laugh, in her throat carried no indication of humor. He's a pig. He took what he wanted from me, and then he lost interest. So when he came back to the manor wounded, I pretended to be the dutiful friend, the fond lover, the healer dedicated to making sure that he lived. Sarah could tell that Sienna was growing increasingly incensed, her face flushed with anger, her eyes flashing with emotion. A sheen of tears emphasized her pain, and her fury at such a betrayal. Well, as far as I was concerned, Jake needed to be taught a lesson. He needed to suffer. And he did, until you arrived. Sarah tried to speak beyond her gag. As if she had had any choice being brought here. She tried to shake her head, but the movement proved painful. She winced. Phillip kidnapped you. And yet there you were, doing your best to nurse Jake back to health. Why? She shook her head. Why would you assist the very person who kidnapped you? Sarah tried to speak beyond the gag, but nothing intelligible came out. Sienna shook her head. When he finds out what I did to Jake, he's going to kill me. And you know what? He's going to kill you too. Enough, Fergus growled. Let's go. Sarah glanced up at him, eyes wide with alarm. She turned to look at Sienna, rising from the ground and brushing at the dirt and twigs clinging to her gown. Go where? What were they going to do with her? No, this couldn't be happening. She thought of Phillip. Would he come after her? Or would he be so angry that she had escaped the manor, that he would leave her to the dangers of the woods? Perhaps he... Yes? Sienna smiled, her calm returning as she stood and stared down at Sarah. Let's go.
Chapter 14. Philip's enraged roar reverberated through the manor. He stood in the doorway to Sarah's bedchamber, staring at the empty room, his heart pounding, his mind spinning with disbelief. Despite his warnings, despite the fact that he had promised to return her to Kirkcaldy, she had disappeared. Escaped. His frustrated anger released, his next immediate thought was concern for her safety. The little fool. Did she think he had been lying to her about the dangers of a Highland forest? That he had been trying to frighten her with his warning of wild animals and outlaws? How could she? Laird Duncan. What's wrong? Is it Jake? He turned to the sound of steps hurrying up the stairway, and saw Agnes, skirts lifted, rushing toward him. No, he quickly assured her. It's Sarah. She's gone. Gone. She frowned, confused. Where? Probably lost in the forest as we speak, he growled. Go check on Jake. He slept through the night. I believe his fever has broken. He swore again under his breath. I promised her I would take her home. You heard me promise her that. But I had to make sure that Jake was going to be all right, that he was going to heal properly, that he wouldn't succumb to another fever or... I watched her very carefully when she made the poultice for his leg last night, Laird Duncan. I'm sure I could do it myself now. And the same for the broth she gave him. She placed a hand on his forearm. Go find her. I fear that she may be in danger out in those woods by herself. Yes, she is, he muttered. What was she thinking? May I speak plainly, Laird Duncan? He made a face. Agnes, when have you ever needed my permission to speak plainly? She lifted an eyebrow. She's been kept against her will. Did you honestly expect her to linger once Jake took a turn for the better? The lass is frightened and wants to go home. Can you blame her for that? His anger bubbling inside him, he wanted to rant against what Sarah had done, but deep down inside he understood. It still didn't make it right. She promised to help Jake. And she did. She kept her word. But I'm afraid she wasn't so certain that you would keep yours. He started to protest, but she just gave him the same look that she had given him ever since he could remember, that look that there was something that he wasn't telling her and she knew it. He sighed. I like the lass. I do too, she said. But there's something that frightens her even more than remaining a captive here with you. I've been watching her. Phillip, I've watched her with you. While I don't see complete trust there, I do see. I don't know quite how to put it. It's as if she senses that she's safe with you, even when you're angry with her like you were last night. She paused, searching Philip's eyes. I still don't understand. You've certainly noticed how she cringes, even though she tries to hide it, when something startles her, when voices are raised, when someone moves too quickly nearby. There's something on her mind, something that is compelling her to return to her home as quickly as possible. Surely you notice that? He nodded, somber. She's been abused. And as you recall, I demanded that she tell me where she got those bruises, those old scars. Because if told, he would do something about it. Take revenge? He shook his head again. This was none of his business. She could very well be married, or a widow with children, or... That's just it, Laird. You demanded it, Agnes said gently. Such an easy thing for a man to do, and by the looks of her, she's had a man telling her what to do and how to do it for a very long time. He watched as Agnes turned and walked toward Jake's bedroom. She was right. If Sarah was being abused and manhandled, the last thing she needed was another man making yet more demands. And that's exactly what he had done. He sighed heavily as he headed toward Jake's room as well. He stood in the doorway for several moments, looking at his brother before he realized that Jake's eyes were open, and he was smiling up at Agnes, hovering over him at his bedside. Jake. He hurried into the room. Jake looked at him. Again, your bellowing is keeping me awake. What's gotten into you? Phillip was torn between wanting to sit down and fill his brother in on everything that had happened, and his urge to saddle his horse and go in search of Sarah. The little fool would get lost out there. Maybe had already fallen into the many crevices that riddled the mountain slopes. Hurt herself. Maybe at this moment she lay at the bottom of one, broken and bleeding, unable to help herself. Alone. Not to mention the wild boars, the wolves, and the outlaws that called the forest their home. I'll tell you everything, but first I have something to take care of. Where's that young lass, that pretty thing who's been taking care of me? She left. Whatever she did, whatever she gave me, I certainly feel a lot better. Just tired. Like I could sleep for a week. Indescribable relief surged through Phillip. Then you sleep, brother. I'll do my best to keep my voice down. His brother grinned up at him, then dropped off to sleep again. He looked at Agnes. You'll watch over him, won't you? Agnes scowled at him. Of course I will. Been doing it his entire life, and will likely be doing it until the day I die. Phillip bent over and gave the older woman a kiss on the forehead. I know you will, Agnes. Thank you. You just go find that lass before she gets herself hurt out there. Philip quickly left Jake's room. Just as he passed her doorway, he stopped, retraced a couple of steps and looked into her bedchamber. She hadn't slept in the bed. He saw the slight dent in the pillow where she may have lain her head, but that was all. Did she despise him so completely that she couldn't bear the thought of staying one more moment? No, Sarah MacDonald was nothing if not practical. And stubborn. Once she had made up her mind, she would want to move quickly. In a fit of pique, he strode out of the room, down the stairs and through the main room to the front door. With every step he took, his anger grew. He imagined Sarah dashing through the woods, her feet flying, her hair trailing behind her, skirts lifted in her hands. Eyes wide with panic as she raced through the trees, leapt over stones and through streams. Heading south. By the time he slammed the front door behind him and headed toward the stables, his images grew darker and blacker. Imagined her lying at the bottom of a crevasse, limbs broken and bloodied from a violent fall. Being attacked by wolves, terrified, backed against a tree with no weapon, no way to defend herself. Mackay. Hugh, he roared, his stride taking him ever closer to the stables. The horses in the corral stared at him, ears flicked forward, tails swishing in alarm. Mackay strode out of the stables, wiping his hands on a rag. Philip, what's? Saddle my horse. You and Hugh will ride with me. Mackay nodded, and immediately turned toward the stables to do his bidding when Hugh emerged. What's wrong? He asked. Sarah's gone. Gone. Gone where? His gaze darted toward the meadow and the woods beyond. Don't tell me she went to gather more herbs on her own. Philip growled low in his throat. She's gone. Escaped. Sometime during the night. He glowered as he turned toward the woods and gestured. She's out there somewhere, probably lost, maybe injured. Certainly frightened. Hugh and Mackay exchanged knowing glances, but Philip was too upset to question them about it. While he waited for the horses to be saddled, he strode back into the main hall and the large trunk in the great hall that held swords, dirks and daggers. He snatched a bow, a quiver of arrows and a small dagger and then returned outside. Mackay and Hugh waited for him, already mounted on their horses, Mackay holding on to the reins of his gelding. Both men were also armed with bows and quivers of arrows, swords and dirks tucked into their boots. Let's go, he said shortly. Without another word, he leapt onto the back of his horse, and the three rode away from the manor, keeping the horses to a walk. All three of them taking note of the ground, looking for fresh footprints. Sarah had been wearing foot slippers, not shoes, not boots. In a matter of hours, her feet would likely be bruised and bloody. He swore under his breath, again shaking his head. What had compelled her to run? He had promised that he would return her to her family. One more day, maybe two. She couldn't wait. He realized she might be afraid of him, but he'd given her no reason to fear him. If anything, he had softened to her. That kiss when she was bathing, and then later, the look in her eyes when she had seen him washing up in Jake's room. He liked the girl. He admitted it. She was brave and spoke her mind even when it didn't serve her well. She had spirit, and he admired that. But he was a fool. A fool to think that perhaps her feelings and attitude toward him were as gracious as he imagined. He had kidnapped her, after all. He wasn't sure what he felt beyond his anger at this moment. Worry, yes. Disappointment? Is that what he was feeling? The thought of never seeing her again left him feeling like something vital was missing from his life. He grunted. Ridiculous. He had only known her for a few days. He didn't know her at all. He had pulled her into his life, made demands of her, and had learned that he had underestimated her. Not only her skills, she had proven those. Perhaps he had been a Laird so long that he automatically expected everyone to do his bidding without question, without argument. But Sarah MacDonald? No, she was no. Philip, look. They had rounded the far side of the pond along the trail, but had seen nothing. They continued around it, heading back toward the manor around the far side. She had to have left some sign of her passage. He pulled his horse to a halt, and looked where Hugh pointed down at the marshy, somewhat soggy soil along the side of the pond between the closer corner of the manor house and the forest. 2 distinct foot impressions. Small. "That's her," he said. He peered in the direction of the footsteps, which gradually disappeared to the point where they entered the forest. "Come along." They followed the sporadic trail until they entered the tree line. Then Mackay pointed to a nearby shrub. A thread hung from it. Perhaps her undergown or kirtle had caught on the shrub, but not enough to tear off a piece. Just a thread. Nearly hidden by the shrub, he saw another small imprint. His relief transformed to confusion when he saw other footprints nearby. Larger and heavier, left by someone wearing a boot. Another smaller set of tracks left by someone wearing pointed flat-soled shoes. What the hell? Do you think someone came from Kirkcaldy to fetch her? Phillip looked at Mackay, frowning as he shook his head. Nobody knows we took her. There was no way she could have sent a message, either. She hasn't been here that long. Mackay disagreed. Maybe somebody saw us take the girl. Followed us. Doubtful, Phillip said. They would have confronted us before we reached the mountain. No, she was alone when she left the manor house. Then who do those prints belong to? Mackay asked. That's what we're going to find out. They had ridden only a short distance into the trees when they spied hoofprints in the loamy soil. Phillip swore. I warned her about this. Both Mackay and Hugh glanced at him, then exchanged yet another glance between themselves. Phillip noticed. If you two have something to say, then say it. Now. Mackay, not at all intimidated by Phillip's gruff manner, grinned. You're sweet on the lass, aren't you? Hugh glanced at Mackay, nodded, and then turned to Phillip, eyebrow lifted. I think he has been since the moment we took her. Phillip sighed. All right, so I like her. She's spirited. Very gifted. Mackay and Hugh spoke at the same time, but then they sobered. Phillip, she can't have gone far, even on horseback, Hugh pointed out. The landscape is too rough around here. Too rough to risk a fast-moving horse. Too many gullies and rock-strewn slopes. There was no moon last night. The horse would have had to move slowly. Mackay pointed out the obvious, his comment only slightly serving to calm Phillip's growing concern. Phillip, we've seen no signs of blood. No body. Even if someone has taken her, she's still alive. The thought of Sarah being taken against her will yet again caused his heart clench and his stomach to roil. Was it possible, or were these tracks just coincidence? Maybe the tracks had been left by some of his own people. His villagers. He knew the likelihood of that was slim. These hills were rugged. While his men routinely patrolled the region, he didn't often send them out in pairs unless signs of other clans or activity were noticed on his lands. Besides, the 2 sets of horse tracks they followed were not heading back toward the village, nor toward any of his holdings. No. They were heading northwest. His heart sank. To the northwest were the lands of other clans. The rugged mountain range in that direction was a common hideout for outlaws. His grip on his horse's reins tightened, and his anger continued to grow. They needed to find Sarah, and quickly, before something happened to her. They rode for an hour, and then another. They lost the trail several times. Since their first discovery of her footprint along the marshy sides of the pond back at the manor, they had seen no other footprints that could have been left by Sarah. It didn't take long for the truth of the matter to dawn on all of them. Someone had come upon her just after she entered the woods. But who? Any of his people would have brought her to the manor. So it had to be Laird Duncan. The trio pulled up their reins, horses prancing as they watched a rider carefully wind his way down a rock-strewn slope, hailing him. At first, Phillip wasn't sure who it was and reached for his bow, but as the rider drew closer he recognized one of his sentries. Malcolm MacDougall. Phillip waited impatiently until Malcolm drew his gelding close to his, nodded a brief greeting to Hugh and Mackay, and then turned once again toward him. "Malcolm," he said without preamble, "have you seen a young woman riding either by herself or with others come along this way?" To his surprise, Malcolm nodded. "Explain." "It was just before dawn this morning. I was up there on the rocky crag, one of my preferred lookout points," Malcolm explained. "You can see for a long distance from up there. And I saw an Orkney. Fergus, to be exact." Philip frowned. The Orkneys didn't often venture close to Duncan lands. The two families had been feuding for generations. Philip was surprised to learn that an Orkney was so close. And there were two young women with him. One of them rode her own horse, the other was sitting in front of Fergus. "Did you recognize the women?" Malcolm nodded. "I'm sure one of them was Siana." "Siana?" Clarity dawned over Philip. Hugh and Mackay expressed their startled dismay, glancing once again at each other and then at Philip. "Siana riding with an Orkney?" He looked at Malcolm. "Are you sure?" Malcolm nodded. "I'd swear my life on it," he said, nodding vehemently. "Nobody forgets what Siana looks like." Philip tried to rein in his temper. "And the other woman?" "Brownish hair, sturdy frame, riding astride. It looked like her hands were bound behind her back, but it was a little too far to see for certain." Philip's heart pounded. If he had any doubts before, he was now convinced that Siana had deliberately tried to poison his brother. For what reason, he didn't know, and at the moment he didn't care. He also had a feeling that Siana was behind Sarah's mad dash from the manor. What foolishness had Siana told her? What fears had she instilled in his captive, to prompt her to risk everything, and leave the safety and security of the manor to the uncertainty and dangers of the forest? He turned to Malcolm. "Return quickly to the manor. Gather the men. If the Orkneys are on our lands, we will drive them off. As for Siana, I want her alive. The other woman, I want her also, and she is to be protected. She has been taken against her will." He felt guilty saying that. He had taken her against her will. Now too had the Orkneys, but he knew that their plans were far less honorable than his own. As soon as Malcolm spurred his horse in a direction that would take him back to the manor house, Philip turned to Mackay and Hugh. "Siana will pay for this, and dearly. So will Fergus Orkney. I have the distinct feeling that we are not the only ones who have been fooled by Siana, her beauty, or her beguiling ways. But the Orkneys will regret passing the borders onto our lands, and if Fergus Orkney has laid one hand on Sarah, he too will pay with his life."
Chapter 15. What had she done? Sarah silently cried to the heavens. What had she done to deserve this? Her heart pounded, her blood pulsed through her veins, her head exploding with every hoof-fall of Orkney's horse. She had long ago lost track of time. They had ridden through the night, alternately walking or trotting the horses. She rode astride in front of Fergus Orkney, the stench emanating from his body causing her stomach to turn, prompting an occasional gag. He was large, heavy-set and solid, but she would not rest against him as she had done with Philip. Philip. He had kidnapped her too, but oddly enough, she had never felt as extremely frightened of her situation as she was now riding with Orkney and Siana. Siana. How could she betray her former love the way she had? A healer never deliberately caused harm to another in their care. Never. Yet she also knew that hatred and jealousy could destroy anything good and decent about a person. Her stepfather was a perfect example of that. Orkney suddenly pulled his horse to a stop at the edge of a small clearing. Siana followed suit, glancing at him with a frown as she spoke. "Why are we stopping? We're not nearly beyond the Duncan borders. The horses need rest. Mine is carrying double weight, remember?" Orkney snapped. "It will be dawn soon. We need to find a place to hide." Siana mumbled something under her breath, and Sarah felt the rumble from deep in Orkney's chest. If these two were allies, their relationship was tenuous at best. She glanced at Sienna, who glowered at her. Sarah knew without a doubt that if she didn't have the gag in her mouth, she would give Sienna a good piece of her mind. Perhaps it was just as well that she was gagged. Her mouth had often gotten her into trouble, especially with her stepfather. Much of the time Sarah kept her mouth shut, knew that the more she railed against him, criticized him or shamed him, the worse the beatings got. He didn't know that she did that, to keep his anger and hatred focused on her, and away from Heather. Heather. She had a sinking feeling that she would never see her sister again. The thought brought tears to her eyes. She turned her head away, so that Sienna wouldn't see her fear and heartache. With a sinking heart, she realized she should have stayed with Phillip. She should have trusted him and not Sienna. And if not trusted, at least believed that he would keep his word. With Phillip, she had had a chance of returning home. She knew it now. And yet she had allowed herself, her opinions and her very instinct to be swayed by Sienna's lies, which she knew were the only things the ill-willed healer had ever told her. Lies. Phillip would not have thrown her into the dungeon, even if his brother had died. In the short time she had known him, at least on the surface, he appeared to be a just man. He would not punish her for failing to save his brother. What he had done in kidnapping her, right or wrong, was a grasp born of desperation. A willingness to do everything and anything he could to ensure his brother's survival. Phillip and Jake were not enemies. Sienna had lied to her about that too. It was obvious to her now that Phillip was devoted to his younger brother, just as she was devoted to Heather. And she swore to herself that she would do everything and anything she had to. She gasped in surprise as she was roughly flung to the ground off the back of the horse. Unable to brace herself with her hands tied behind her back, she landed heavily on her side. The air was knocked out of her lungs, and she lay there gasping like a fish out of water for several moments, while Orkney dismounted, followed by Sienna. Neither paid her much mind. "We'll make a small camp over there by those rocks," Sienna protested. "If you expect me to sit out here in the dirt and the cold air much longer, Fergus Orkney, I swear I'll—" Sarah watched in dismay as Fergus Orkney turned on Sienna, hands balled into fists at his sides as he towered over her. "Or you'll do what, Sienna?" She said nothing. Swallowed hard, gazing up at Fergus with wary caution. This did not bode well. Sienna had betrayed her own clan. It was apparent that Fergus didn't trust her for a moment. What was she going to do? How could she get out of this? Sienna slinked off behind a rock, perhaps to take care of nature's needs. Fergus turned toward Sarah. Looked her up and down, lying on the ground, her kirtle and gown bunched above her knees. Realizing what Fergus was doing, Sarah ignored her pain and quickly scrambled to sit up, to cover her limbs from Orkney's view. When she glanced back up at his face, she noted his wicked grin. And that's exactly what it was. Wicked. Her blood ran cold. He couldn't possibly. "Are you thinking the same thing I am thinking?" he said, displaying dingy teeth with that sneering grin. She tried to scream beneath the gag, but all she ended up doing was choking. He laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. Yet. Maybe later. For now, I have more important things to do." He too moved off into the trees. For the moment, she was alone. She struggled to sit up, difficult enough with hands tied behind her, let alone dealing with the pain that throbbed through her every move. She had just managed to get into a sitting position, her legs crossed, when out of the depths of the woods several figures emerged. She stared at them, wide-eyed, so afraid that she thought she might burst into tears any moment. Behind the three men dressed roughly, their clothes filthy, their faces bearded, came Fergus and then Sienna. "Are you certain you weren't followed?" she asked them. While Fergus sent her an annoyed glance, the others nodded. "And our reward?" Sarah felt her heart skip a beat as she glanced between the men and Sienna. "Reward? You'll get her when this is finished." She turned to look down at Sarah. The look on her face was anything but pleasant. Sarah felt the chill of terror shoot down her spine. Disbelieving, horrified, sick to her stomach, she stared at Sienna. How could the woman be so cruel? She blinked back her tears and swallowed her growing panic, refusing to show fear. Escape. She had to escape. Before all was lost. You've ruined everything, do you know that? Sienna snapped at her. Everything that's about to happen, it's your fault. I want you to know that. What was she talking about? Sarah tried to speak, but the gag prevented her from doing so. With an impatient gesture, Sienna gestured to one of the men. That man, tall and thin with long dirty hair, stepped toward her, interest in his eyes and a grin turning up the corners of his mouth. Half his teeth were missing. When he was within 2 paces of Sarah, she caught a whiff of his odor and nearly retched. He pulled a knife from the sheath at his waist. She froze, eyes wide as he stepped behind her. She hunched her shoulder blades together in expectation of a blow, but it never came. Instead, he sliced through the gag. Then he sliced through the bindings. Her arms dropped to her sides, leaden. She fought the stiffness in her shoulders and brought her arms in front of her, reaching up to pull the gag from her mouth, spitting out threads. You scream and I'll tell him to cut your tongue out. You understand? Sarah stared at Sienna. What are you doing? She croaked, her mouth and throat dry. Why have you done this? Why kidnap me? She glowered at her. It wasn't my choice to be at Duncan Manor. You do know that, don't you? Sienna smiled, but it was far from friendly. So many questions from the mousy healer. She walked several paces away, before turning back to Sarah. All right, I'll give you that. It's not your fault that Phillip rode down to the coast and kidnapped you. But I still plan to take my revenge, even if Jake will survive. She gave Sarah a look. And he will survive, won't he? Thanks to you. Despite her terror, Sarah lifted her chin. Yes. He will live, no credit to you. What kind of a healer? Jake will pay for his betrayal, Sienna warned. And now, because of you, I can also take my revenge on Phillip. You know, as soon as he confirms that I tried to kill Jake, and he probably knows that already by now, doesn't he? He will have me hunted down. Maybe even killed. I don't believe that. And what makes you think you know him so well? Sienna asked with a sneer. Let me put it this way. He will not forgive my poisoning of his brother, even if he did deserve it. But now I can take care of your meddling and Phillip at one time. I'll go back for Jake some other time. She glanced at the others and then shot her gaze back to Sarah. And I can promise you, I will have my revenge on him. What did she mean? She was going to have her revenge on her and Phillip at the same time. And why even take any of this out on her? Because she'd saved Jake? Did that make her Sienna's enemy? Apparently it did. Sienna shook her head. You honestly don't see it, do you? Sarah had no idea what the woman was talking about. The men stood impatiently, watching the woods, her and Sienna. The way they watched the woods made her nervous. As if they were waiting for something. Phillip's going to come after you, you know? Sarah didn't believe it. Why would he go to the trouble? He knows Jake's going to be all right. Why should he care what happens to me? Sienna shrugged as if amused. He's grown fond of you. Her words startled Sarah. What was she saying? How could she possibly think? I grew up with him, remember? I know everything about him and his brother. How they think what they think. I saw the way he looked at you. Not just as a healer, or as someone who is helping his brother, but as a woman. She sneered. He wants you. Though the words were not meant kindly, they sent a warm flush through Sarah. While there was no doubt that she had sensed a deep, primal reaction to him when she had walked into Jake's bedroom and seen him washing up, and the same reaction when he had walked in on her bath, and then kissed her, she didn't think for a moment that Phillip had any personal interest in her. In fact, she scoffed at the very idea. She shook her head as Sienna continued. I don't care whether you believe it or not. It doesn't matter. I know he's going to come after you, and you'll make good bait. We'll be ready for him when he comes." Sarah didn't understand the depth of her meaning for several moments, and then with a sinking dread, she understood what Sienna was up to. Sienna was using her to lure Phillip into a trap. An ambush. Her heart began to race again. Though the man had kidnapped her from her home and dragged her away from Heather, she didn't want to see him hurt. Why? She should be relieved that her captor would soon be dispensed with, but she wasn't. She knew why, and at the same time felt appalled by her feelings for the man. How could she? How could she possibly develop a liking for her captor? But the more she thought about it, the more she wondered if it was true. Sarah frowned, glanced down at the ground, her mind and thoughts racing. How could this have happened? When? All right, men. You know what to do. Sienna's voice broke the silence. Rory, you and Sean take the first watch. She turned to one of the others and gestured. Tie her to that tree yonder. Sarah followed her finger, and saw a small fir tree near the perimeter of their camp. One of the other men had begun to build a small fire. Another produced some type of dried fish or meat from a leather pouch. The man stepped toward Sarah, reached down and wrapped his meaty hand around her upper arm. He was rough as he yanked her upward, and she bit back a cry of dismay as she tried to pull away from his grasp. He slapped her. Hard. Her head snapped back as she felt the sting on her lip, felt the warm trickle of blood ooze from the corner of her mouth. Her tongue instinctively darted for it. Nothing she had not experienced at the hands of her stepfather, but the fact that this brute of a man had slapped her infuriated her. She struggled to pull from his grasp even as he swung his hand back to slap her again. He froze, arm lifted in mid-strike. She heard an odd PFFFT, and then her eyes widened in dismay when she saw the arrow embedded deep in his shoulder. It had come out of nowhere. The man cried out, let go of her with a shove, and spun around, roaring with rage. Sarah froze, her eyes wide with fear as she cast her gaze about the forest. Chaos reigned. Shouts. Sienna and the Orkneys took cover, wherever they could find it. Sarah dropped to the ground, crawling on hands and knees as she scrambled for the shelter of the trees. Her ears buzzing, her body trembling badly, Sarah fought back the tears of panic. Confusion, exhaustion and the anxiety of the past few days caught up with her. Her breath came in ragged gasps. She desperately wanted to run, but where? No matter where she ran, she would be running toward an uncertain destiny. Dawn barely lightened the eastern sky. Who had attacked the camp? Would this morning be her last? Would a stray arrow find her? She quickly glanced over her shoulder, tried to locate Sienna, Fergus or the others, to make sure that no one was racing up behind her, ready to plunge a knife into her back or crush her head in with a rock. The others had taken cover. She no longer saw any sign of Sienna. She dove into the shadow of the trees and cowered behind one of them, her back scraping against the rough bark, hands pressed flat against the ground, reaching for a rock, a stick, anything with which she could defend herself. She had never been so frightened in her life. Not even when she had been kidnapped. She gazed into the semi-darkness of the trees, warily eyeing the slight mist that rose from the ground. Which way? Which way? She decided that any direction away from the camp was a positive one. Rising to her knees to crouch behind the tree, hands pressed against the trunk behind her, she made a decision. Forced her legs to move. Go. Run. She dashed into the deeper shadows of the trees, but an instant later, a blur of movement caught her attention. It was too late to stop her forward momentum. Only at the last moment did she recognize the figure. Sienna. They collided, toppling them both to the ground, Sienna with a string of choice words, Sarah with a grunt of pain. They lay entangled for several moments before Sienna managed to scramble to her knees, her expression twisting with fury. The woman reached for Sarah's throat. Before Sarah could stop her, Sienna's hands had tightened around her neck, squeezing. She yanked Sarah's head from the ground and then slammed it back down. Sarah bit her tongue. Her eyes watered. She gasped in pain as she tried to pull Sienna's hands from around her throat. "You've ruined everything. Everything." Crash. Her head slammed into the ground. She saw a flash of white, and then pain shot through her head and down her spine, leaving her gasping. Panic. She felt nothing but panic. She couldn't die. Who would take care of Heather? "You're as good as dead." Smash. Her head slammed into the ground again. She desperately tried to thrust her body upward, to throw Sienna off balance, but the woman was determined. All her anger, her frustration and her fury she took out on Sarah. Sarah grabbed her forearms, tried with every ounce of strength she had to loosen her grip, but Sienna had the advantage. Sarah gasped for breath, trying to hiss in a lungful of air. The buzzing in her ears grew louder. Her mouth gaped open but no air entered. Her vision swam. She was going to choke to death. Fight. She tried, but it was no use. The darkness was hovering now, causing splotches of blackness to waver in front of her eyes. Her arms grew numb and weak. How many times had she defended herself against her drunken stepfather? How many times had she escaped with nothing more than some cuts and bruises, a few scars? She couldn't let Sienna win. She had to get back to Heather. She had to. Thunk. Her head slammed into the ground again. Her teeth clacked together. She felt as if her head was going to explode, and the encroaching darkness grew deeper, blacker. Then? Nothing.
Chapter 16. Phillip glared down at the two dead men sprawled on the ground, one with an arrow through his neck, the other, Fergus Orkney's brother, with an arrow sticking out of his chest right through to his black heart. Damned Orkneys. They knew better than to broach his lands for any reason. He and his companions had ridden through much of the night, stopping occasionally to light a torch and search the ground. After the second time, it was obvious where the Orkneys were heading, toward their own lands and borders. If they had expected the night to delay Philip's pursuit of them, they were sadly mistaken. He had not waited for reinforcements from the manor. A couple of hours before dawn, they had spied a small fire in the distance. The glow wavered occasionally through the trees, but enough to give them a direction. The fire had not lasted long, but it had been enough to tell Philip where they had stopped to rest. They were taking shelter among the trees along the slopes of Creek Darragh, one of the most northwestern landmarks on his lands, before transitioning to those of the Orkney land, another day's ride to the west. Fools. As they had ridden, his anger grew. He tried to tamp it down. He had to keep his wits about him. The Orkneys would be prepared for a fight. They may not be able to anticipate just when it would happen, but they knew it would. They wouldn't be taking chances. He frowned. Then why light the fire? They had to have known the firelight could be seen from a great distance, especially halfway up the mountain. What were they about? Perhaps a mile or two distance from where they had last spotted the fire on the slopes, Philip pulled his horse to a halt and spoke to Hugh and Mackay. They have set a trap. I know it. I also know that Sarah would not have gone with them willingly. His heart skipped a beat as realization dawned. They're using her as bait. Sienna knows that I would pursue her. Hugh and Mackay agreed, but it was Mackay who spoke up. No one in the manor has failed to notice the look in your eyes when you watch the lass, Philip. It's clear that you care for her. Philip was about to protest that the reason he cared for her was because she was a healer. She was there to help Jake. Not for any other. But he also knew the futility of lying, not only to himself but to his friends. I find myself captivated by her. But now is not the time to fathom why. Hugh and Mackay chuckled, but then sobered as Hugh gestured up the mountainside. So it's Fergus Orkney, Sienna and Sarah. Where Fergus is, so too is his brother and cousin, maybe 2 or 3 others. Shall we wait for our men? Philip pondered. While it made good sense to wait, he knew that the longer Sarah was in the hands of the Orkneys, the worse it would be for her. And Sienna. Her obvious hatred toward Jake himself, and likely Sarah for helping them would not bode well for her either. Sarah might already have been hurt. One of the Orkneys might have already. No, he could not allow himself to be distracted by thoughts of what might have already happened to her. She was strong. Smart. She was accustomed to fighting her own battles. The scars and bruises he had seen on her body had proven that much to him. But he swore by everything in his power that Sarah would never be hurt again. He wasn't sure how he would achieve that, but he was damned well going to try. They will be expecting us, but maybe not so soon. They've ridden all night with 2 women. I'm not sure about Sarah, but I can guarantee that Siana has been grumbling about the pace. She's not used to such activity. He shook his head. She would likely have wanted to stop and rest, but at the same time be hesitant to remain out in the wilderness any longer than necessary. She's too used to her comforts. Besides that, she has to know by now that we know Sarah escaped. She has to know that when I catch up with her, she will pay, and pay dearly for what she has done. The attack occurred swiftly and without mercy. Hugh, Mackay, and Phillip crept up to the outskirts of the camp. Hugh took care of the first man on watch with a swift slice of his knife to the man's throat. As they stepped closer, Phillip saw Sarah being grabbed by one of the Orkney clan. Fergus, Siana, and another man stood on the other side of the small fire. Philip's temper raged when he saw the man slap Sarah so hard it caused her head to snap back. She didn't cry out. She turned immediately back to the man, her gaze fierce and silently taunting. The man raised his hand to strike Sarah again. Phillip let his arrow fly. It struck the man in the shoulder. He cried out and fell, hollering. Chaos ensued. The Orkneys and their companions quickly recovered from the surprise attack and spread out. Phillip was forced to duck back into the shadows to reposition himself, and so he lost sight of Siana, Fergus, and Sarah. Shouting the Duncan war cry, he and his companions rushed the camp. The women were gone. Fergus stood by the fire, an axe in one hand, a knife in the other. His eyes wide and wary, he watched as Phillip approached, then as his companions took on Hugh and Mackay. "You shot my brother Duncan," Fergus snarled, quickly casting his gaze between his fallen brother with the arrow in his shoulder and Phillip slowly advancing. A short distance beyond, another of the Orkney clan was felled with an arrow to the chest. "I did." Phillip watched Fergus closely. "He's not dead yet. Why not have Siana help him?" He had clashed with Fergus Orkney before, didn't underestimate him. He was a fierce opponent, but Phillip was ready for him. Phillip tossed his bow to the side and pulled the knife from the sheath at his waist. He did not take his eyes off his foe, knew without question that Hugh and Mackay were dealing with the others. Guttural cries, curses, and the sound of scuffling were evident behind him, but he focused on Fergus. Both of them stared at one another, both half-crouched and circling, weapons at the ready. "You want the girl, you can have her," Fergus said. "She's not worth getting killed over." "Then maybe you shouldn't have kidnapped her," Phillip replied. He saw the look of consternation cross Fergus's face. "Kidnap her?" "I didn't kidnap Siana," Fergus denied. "And she told me that the other one was a cousin who you had kidnapped yourself and forced into servitude." Phillip wasn't surprised. "And you believed her?" Fergus frowned, paused in his circling. "So you're not after Siana? You're after the other one? Why?" Phillip was surprised when Fergus straightened. "I want both of them. Siana because she tried to poison my brother. The other one because she's a healer. And she's not Siana's cousin." Fergus scowled and shook his head. "Phillip Duncan, if what you say is true, then she is not worth more bloodshed." He glanced quickly around the campsite, saw that his men were overpowered. 2 lay dead, face down by the dying fire, blood puddling around them. His brother was on his side, watching them, grimacing in pain as he tried to staunch the flow of blood from his shoulder. Fergus then glanced toward the trees and back to Phillip. "If you can find them, you can have them both." He lowered his weapons. "I see that Siana is gifted with lying. I want no more to do with her." With that, he calmly tucked his knife and his short axe back into his belt. He stood with a straight back and lifted chin. "You and I will live to fight another day, Philip Duncan, I can promise you that. But not over these two women." As suddenly as it began, it was over. Philip watched as Fergus stepped to his brother and lifted him in one swoop from the ground and over his shoulder. The brother cursed a shriek as Fergus turned his back and simply walked away. Philip let them go, then turned to Hugh and Mackay, nodding. They too released their captives. It wasn't often this way, but Philip was not one to wantonly shed blood. Fergus had made his claim of innocence in Siana's schemes, and Philip believed him. Siana had disappeared, but her options were few. She could no longer seek shelter or support from the Duncan or the Orkney clan. She would be forced to leave the area. He would find her someday, but first he had to find Sarah. Where had Sarah gone? He turned to the others, surprised by the fear in his voice when he spoke. "Where is she? Did you see where she fled?" He didn't wait for an answer but raised his voice and shouted her name. His voice echoed through the early morning stillness. It was as if dawn held its very breath. The only movement he saw were thin fingers of mist in the low-lying clouds and fog oozing upward from the ground, the gullies and the trees higher along the slopes. Philip was sure that she was nearby. She had to be. But as he and his men had attacked the camp, he had seen several figures run into the depths of the forest. In the midst of the clash, short though it was, he heard the pounding of horses' hooves. Had Sarah found a horse, leapt onto its back and raced away? Or had that been Siana? "Sarah," he shouted. The forest had returned to normal after the short skirmish, but now the birds once again stopped chattering, and a squirrel halfway up a nearby tree trunk froze with a nut in its mouth. Then, with a twitch of its tail, the squirrel scrambled upward into the shelter of the tree. His mouth grew dry and his heart pounded. Had she been killed? Was she injured, lying somewhere nearby bleeding to death? Find her. They spread out searching for any sign of her. She couldn't have gotten far. No sign of her anywhere. Philip grew increasingly concerned. Had one of Orkney's men managed to escape on horseback, taking Sarah with him just after they attacked? It was possible. After nearly an hour of searching, he heard Mackay shout, "Philip! Over here!" Philip hurried down a nearby slope, startled by the combination of relief and anxiety he felt. What would he find? Startled by the emotion that question elicited, he emerged from the tree line and hurried toward Mackay, standing at the edge of a small clearing, gesturing. Moments later, he was joined by Hugh. They both looked down where Mackay pointed. On the ground were definite signs of a struggle. Leaves and small twigs pulled off of nearby shrugs. Scattered footprints, pine needles shoved aside. His stomach clenched when he saw the droplets of blood on several of those leaves. Mackay stepped over toward a thorny bush, lifted one of its small branches and exposed a rock. He swore when he saw the blood on it. The three exchanged glances and then focused on searching the ground nearby. "Here." Mackay pointed to a spot between two close-growing trees. Philip looked down at the ground and saw what looked to be drag marks. His heart plummeted as he followed the tracks to the nearby ravine, lined with brush, rocks and debris from years of snowmelt. There, at the bottom, he saw a shape that didn't belong to the landscape. He scrambled down the steep slope, sending small pebbles and debris raining down to the bottom. Maybe 15 or 20 feet down, Sarah lay at the bottom. Face down, arms and legs akimbo. If she was dead, it was his fault. He knew it. "Sarah. Philip, be careful." He ignored Hugh's cautionary tone and scrambled downward. Not yet halfway down, he lost his footing and half slid down to the bottom, triggering a small landslide of dirt, pebbles and stones. He hunched over Sarah, seeking signs of life. The back of her head was bloodied. So too were two knuckles of her right hand. He smiled grimly. She had at least managed to get in at least one punch to her attacker. He placed his hand gently in the middle of her back, holding his breath until he felt her chest rise, then fall. The relief that surged through him was nearly overwhelming. Without pausing to contemplate exactly when Sarah had suddenly become so important to him, he gingerly turned her over, the rage inside him growing when he saw her bloodied face. In addition to the blood on the back of her head, she had a cut on her forehead that had bled profusely, leaving trails of it running down over her eyes, her cheeks and her neck. Worst of all, though, was the bruising around her neck. Someone had tried to choke the life out of her. The bruises were fresh, only now turning from a reddish hue to a dark, angry purple. Whoever had done that would pay, and pay dearly. Sarah? Sarah, wake up. Nothing. As carefully as he could, he gathered her into his arms and then began to make his way laboriously up the steep slope. Mackay and Hugh met him halfway, helping to pull him with the added weight of Sarah in his arms up to the top. They both wore grim expressions, and he could only imagine his were similar. With Hugh leading the way, the trio quickly hurried through the woods and back toward the clearing where they had confronted the Orkneys. He gently laid Sarah on the ground, while Mackay hurried to his horse and retrieved a thick leather pouch with a cork. He shoved it at Phillip. "Here's some water. Maybe it'll help revive her." The three hovered around Sarah as he attempted to assess her injuries. He didn't know how badly she was hurt. Carefully, he lifted her head, placed the leather pouch to her mouth, and trickled some water into her mouth. It dribbled out. Muttering under his breath, he handed the pouch to Mackay and then repositioned himself behind Sarah, pulling her up into his arms, her back resting against his chest, her head on his shoulder. He extended one of his hands and nodded to Mackay. "Pour some of that on my hand. Then check to see if she's got any broken bones." While he passed his hand over Sarah's forehead and cheek, she made a small breathy moaning sound. Mackay and Hugh each felt her legs and arms, shaking their heads as they completed the task. "No broken bones, at least there." He gestured for Mackay to wet his hand. Then he passed his fingers over her lips. Her mouth moved against his finger, her lips warm and soft. He repeated the process several times, before he felt her trying to move against him. "Rest easy, Sarah. It's Phillip. You're all right. You're safe now." But safe according to whom? Him. She still wasn't free. She was still his captive, although he didn't think of her that way. Was he any better than Fergus Orkney?
Chapter 17. At first, Sarah only sensed a terrible pounding in her head. Other bits and pieces of awareness followed. She felt warm. Something solid against her back, surrounded by what almost felt like a blanket. Something gently soothed her cheek. Then something wet and liquid touched her lips. She sensed rather than felt movement of her legs, then her arms. Then gentle pressure on her torso below her breasts. The pressure didn't elicit pain, but was almost tender in its exploration. Finally, over the ringing in her ears and as if from a great distance, she heard voices. Everything came rushing back to her. The Orkneys. The camp under attack. Scrambling for the shelter of the woods, only to be attacked by Siana choking her, banging her head against the ground. Then something hard crashing into her forehead, sending her into a black oblivion. Forcing her eyes open, she jolted her body forward. She had to escape. Had to get away from Siana. She had to. "Sarah. Sarah, hold still." The voice was close to her ear, so close she felt the warmth of breath on it. The deep rumble and tone of voice. "Phillip." Her vision was still fuzzy around the edges, and even blinking caused pain to shoot through her skull. She tried to lift a hand up to grasp her head, but it was caught in a large, warm hand. "You're right, Sarah. It's Phillip." A sudden desire to relax, to lean against him for support swept through her, but the aftereffects of her second kidnapping elicited roiling emotion. Despite Philip's urgings to sit still, she tried to pull away from his warmth and his support. He let her. She reached a hand up to cradle her aching head while her vision cleared. Mackay and Hugh knelt in front of her, both looking at her with concern. She tried to turn her head to look over her shoulder at Phillip, but even the slightest movement caused pain. Though she was relieved that she was no longer at the mercy of Siana and the Orkney clan, she was still trapped. She wanted to go home. Now? But she felt so weak. Exhausted. She tried to speak, nothing but a hoarse croak escaped her throat. Why did it hurt so? Then she remembered. Siana's hands wrapped around her neck, trying to squeeze the life out of her. Her eyes widened. Siana, she gasped. She's gone, Phillip replied, urging her to lean back against him again. She resisted. With every passing second, her faculties returned. While the pain in her head thudded mercilessly and her throat felt sore, she didn't feel as if she was seriously injured. Phillip reached around her torso for her hands. She tried to slap his hands away, but he caught hers in his. So strong, so warm, so comforting. No. This was not right. Nothing had been right for days. She struggled to sit up. Finally, perhaps afraid of hurting her, he relinquished his grip. Though it took every ounce of strength she had, she scrambled away from him, enough to sit on her own, legs bent to the side, eyeing the three of them as they in turn stared back at her. Where? She swallowed, winced and tried again. Where are the Orkneys? Gone. Mackay grinned. We got a couple of them, but then Fergus decided that he didn't want to have anything more to do with Siana. She stared at Mackay a moment, and then turned her gaze toward Phillip. Take me home. He slowly shook his head. I can't do that. Unconsciously her hands balled into fists. She lifted her chin, ignoring the pain rattling through her skull. Forming words and speaking them was difficult. She frowned, but even that caused pain. Lavender. Phillip frowned, confused. What? Or chamomile? He shook his head again, not understanding. For my pains, she explained, gesturing into the woods. Surely you can find some? Phillip nodded, and sent Hugh and Mackay in search of the flowers. She tried to put on a brave front, she felt weak and vulnerable. Especially with Phillip staring at her so fiercely. Why was he looking at her like that? She touched her hand to her face and felt dried blood. She gently explored the gash on her forehead, and then the very tender and swollen lump on the back of her head. She knew her hair was drenched with the blood. She felt the tangles. It probably looked worse than it was. Scalp wounds always bled a lot. She was tired. Tired of all of it. I want to go home. Phillip frowned. I can't let you go home just yet, he said softly. Why not? You're not safe there. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. The cut on her lip opened, causing renewed waves of pain. What was he talking about? She wasn't safe there. As if she was safer at Duncan Manor. Held against her will? I promised I would take you back home, Sarah. I will keep my word. But before I do, I need to know. Who's been beating you? You mean besides Siana and Fergus Orkney? He scowled, glared off into the distance, making an obvious effort to get his anger under control. He finally turned back to her, his eyes locked on hers. Who? She started to frown but changed her mind. Too painful. Why do you care? What is it to you? He shrugged, as if the answer should be obvious. I don't like to see women abused. She lifted an eyebrow, regretting even that small movement. Every word she struggled to get past her throat was an effort, but her anger at her entire situation gave her strength. And yet you take me from my home? My family. You have a family? She realized that she had said too much and sighed. Looked around and gestured with her hand. Look at me now. Where am I? Still on my lands, he replied. You don't have to worry about the Orkneys. They will not come back. And Siana? She would not dare. She is banished. And me? What do you mean? How could the man be so obtuse? I want to go home, Phillip. You are not safe there, he said simply. Though it caused pain, she frowned. And I'm safe here? What if you had not found me? What if? I did. What if Sienna had succeeded in killing me? He didn't have an answer for that. I want to go home, she repeated. I have to go home. Why? The question startled her. Why? Because I don't belong here. This is not my home. Tell me who has abused you. Her temper rose. She could feel the pulse in her neck throbbing with more than pain now. How could he possibly be asking her such questions? Even more importantly, why did he care? You are, she snapped. He wheeled back as if she had struck him. I have not laid a hand on you, he protested, eyes wide with surprise. I have tried to keep you safe. I rescued you from the Orkneys. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in so much trouble if you did not kidnap me to begin with. The string of words left her throat burning. She wanted to ask for more water but didn't. She didn't want anything from him. She didn't want his concern or his kindness. She wanted to go home. Tell me, Sarah, and I will take you home. I don't believe you. He stared at her, his expression calm, though she saw the pulse jumping in his throat. He gazed into the woods, maybe wondering where Hugh and Mackay had disappeared to in their search for flowers. Thinking of a response that she would believe. He looked tired. She had to admit that she was grateful that he had come after her, but had he done so for her, or to exact his revenge on Sienna? How is Jake? The question seemed to startle him. He's doing much better. Then there's no reason not to take me back home. Now? He shook his head. Not until you tell me where you got those bruises and those scars. Why was he being so stubborn? It's not your concern. She had a feeling if she told him the truth, that he would never let her return. And that was the crux of the problem, wasn't it? She was at his mercy and she knew it. She knew very well that she would have gotten lost in the woods by herself. Still, the desperate desire to escape, to get away, to at least try to make it back down to Kirkcaldy, is what had propelled her out of Duncan Manor in the first place. No. It should not matter to you at all. She scowled, ignoring the throb of pain in her skull. You men are all the same. You think you can? So it is a man, he said with a self-satisfied tone. A husband? The sound that made it out of her throat answered that question for him. A brother. It doesn't matter. She tried to speak softly though firmly. Why was he doing this to her? Why do you care, Phillip? I am nothing to you. No. Then why did I come after you? Did you? What do you mean? He stared at her as if the question was ludicrous. Of course I came after you. You think I would let you be taken by the Orkneys? What about Sienna? I didn't know until after I discovered you missing, and that you were seen in the company of an Orkney, that Sienna was with them. She couldn't help but wonder. Why? Why what? He was growing frustrated, but she needed an answer. So why did you come after me? He huffed impatiently. Because I didn't want anything bad to happen to you. I warned you about running away, didn't I? You would have gotten lost, attacked by wild animals, or as I warned you, confronted by outlaws. And again, I remind you that I wouldn't be in this predicament if it were not for you. Every word she spoke left her throat raw and scratchy. She was through talking. She tried to get to her feet, but was stunned by the lack of response of her muscles. Phillip quickly got to his feet and approached to help her. She swatted away his hand. Leave me alone. And where do you think you're going? He asked, scowling down at her. If you must know. You cannot venture into the woods alone. I forbid it. She sputtered for several seconds, amazed by his arrogant audacity. Forbid it. I am not your property. She was startled when he reached down for her, clasped her about her shoulders and helped her to her feet. Don't be so stubborn. He shook his head. Can't you see that I care for you? I don't. He paused, as if realizing what he had just said. She saw his brief confusion, the way he looked at her. Had he meant it? And even if he did, what did it matter? He kidnapped her. He was a Highlander. He was. His hand lifted to gently caress her cheek. His thumb traced the contours of her lip, careful to avoid the cut on it. Everywhere his finger touched felt warm. Don't you see, Sarah? The truth of the matter is, I don't want to let you go. And most especially, not back to a place where someone is hurting you. What was he saying? How could he care for her? He didn't even know her. He had kidnapped her, kept her against her will. But he hadn't hurt her. He had fed and clothed her, and even offered her a bedchamber, told his people to do whatever she asked so that Jake had a chance to live. The realization had an impact on her. No, he should not have kidnapped her. That was the truth and would always be so. But she also had to be honest with herself. After those first frightening hours after they had kidnapped her from the bluff above the shore, she had never felt threatened. I was desperate, Sarah, he continued. Desperate to save my brother's life. I regret, and will always regret, taking you like that from your home. I cannot take it back. And I will return you as I promised, but only if I am sure you will be safe from harm. And if she couldn't tell him what he wanted to hear, then what? She searched her heart. While at Duncan Manor, and for the first time in many years, she had not had to be on her guard from Patrick's drunken rages. She had known after those first hours that Phillip would not strike her. She didn't have to worry about being beaten. Still, her main concern was Heather. Everything for Heather. And if she told him the truth, if she told him what he wanted to know, would he help her? Hugh and Mackay emerged from the woods, their hands empty. They looked at Phillip, then at her in apology. We couldn't find. It is of no matter, she told them. It's all right. I'm feeling better now, anyway. She turned back to Phillip. If I tell you, will you promise not to take me back to Duncan Manor? He frowned. If I am assured of your safety in Kirkcaldy, I give you my word that I will take you back. But you must tell me the truth. Why are you so desperate to return? And if I take you back, will someone lay his hands on you? Did she dare hope? Was he telling her the truth? Was she? He wanted honesty. Well, the truth was she felt drawn to him. She, Sarah MacDonald, attracted to a Highlander, and the one who had kidnapped her no less. Would wonders never cease? The thought of escaping Patrick's drunken rages for the rest of her life was tempting. But not without Heather. Never without Heather. Tell me, Sarah. I will try to help you. He reached for her hand and grasped it within his own, giving it a gentle squeeze. Tell me. She swallowed with difficulty, and then, her body trembling with uncertainty, she divulged the truth. I have no husband, no brother in Kirkcaldy. He waited patiently for her to continue. But I have a sister named Heather. She is 2 years younger than myself. I have protected her most of my life. Protected her from what? He asked quietly. My stepfather. She saw his jaw tighten, his eyes narrow. Your stepfather beats you? And your sister? She shook her head, gingerly. Not if I can help it. Warm tears flooded her eyes. Every day that I am gone, though, I worry that he is taking his anger out on her. I must. She choked back a wave of emotion. I must return to Kirkcaldy. To protect my sister. Hugh and Mackay stepped closer to stand beside Phillip. Tell us everything, he bade. So she did. About her mother's death, about Patrick's hatred for her, his blaming her for his wife's death. The drinking, the beatings, though she left most of those details out. And about Heather. Sweet, gentle Heather, who, if she had anything to say about it, would never again feel Patrick's hand on her cheek. When she finished, the trio of men stared down at her, every one of them without expression. She focused on Phillip. What was he thinking? Had she made a mistake divulging everything? To her dismay, he slowly shook his head. Her heart clenched and her stomach felt hollow. She knew it. She wanted to cry. She should have known that he wasn't going to keep his word. No man kept his word, at least not in her experience. Forcing herself to stand tall, she lifted her chin in defiance. "You're not going to let me go back home, are you?" "No." She stood frozen inside and out. His next words took her breath away. "We will return to Kirkcaldy, but not to take you back home." What was he saying? "What do you mean? Why return to Kirkcaldy if you're not going to take me home?" She didn't understand. "We'll go fetch your sister. Then, if it is your wish, we will return to the Highlands, where your stepfather can never hurt you again. Or your sister." Sarah wasn't sure exactly how it happened, or what came over her, but in a matter of seconds, her spirit had transformed from despairing to jubilant. Quite to her dismay, and perhaps even more to Philip's, she literally flung herself at him and wrapped her arms around his waist. She rested her head against his chest, heard his steady heartbeat in her ear, and experienced a strong feeling of gratitude and affection for the man. She hugged him tightly, wordless in her gratitude. Hugh and Mackay chuckled, and then Philip wrapped his arms around her. Gentle yet firm and supportive. Her heart soared. Sarah struggled against her impatience, and her desire to be reunited with her sister. Philip, Mackay, and Hugh rode slowly and cautiously through the land, much the way they had done when they'd first ventured south to capture the healer, Sarah MacDonald. Still surprised by the way things had turned out, and even more dismayed by her story, Philip no longer felt guilty for kidnapping her. While he hid it well, his fury toward her stepfather knew no bounds. To take out one's anger on someone smaller, defenseless and female no less, was nothing more than the act of a coward. Since he had told Sarah what he intended, her entire demeanor had changed. No longer quite so reserved, he often found her smiling, humming to herself, nearly giddy with excitement. Over the past 2 days her bruises had darkened, on her face and around her throat, but she looked content and happy. She loved her younger sister with fierce devotion and loyalty, as he did Jake. He understood. She also understood his dedication to his brother, and the reason why he had made the decisions he had. No, it was not right that he'd kidnapped her, but he could truthfully say now that he did not regret it. He would take Sarah and Heather back to Duncan Manor. There they could decide what they wanted to do. The village would need a new healer. Maybe he could convince her to stay. He would continue to pursue Sienna, but that could wait. For now. After a 3-day journey, they approached the outskirts of the region surrounding Kirkcaldy. He smelled the sea air. Sarah rode astride in front of him, her back leaning against his chest, her hair often blowing in the breeze to tickle his nose. On the 4th morning, they neared the edge of the woods where Philip had watched Sarah on the cliff overlooking the ocean for the first time. He halted his horse just inside the tree line. Hugh and Mackay did the same. "You two wait here. Keep watch over Sarah," he said, dismounting. He grasped Sarah around the waist and lowered her to the ground. "Wait. You must take me with you," she exclaimed. "You don't know where I live. Heather doesn't know you. You'll frighten her." He mounted his horse, looking down at her. "I will find her. You stay here." He gave Mackay a look. "Do not let her out of your sight. Do you understand?" Mackay nodded and mumbled words of assurance as Sarah stood beside his horse, brows lowered in anger, hands on her hips. "Sarah, your reappearance will only draw questions and suspicion. It is best that I ride into Kirkcaldy by myself, a stranger. I will ask for the blacksmith on some pretext. You will wait here." She looked back up at him, defiance shining in her eyes. "I mean what I say," he said, the only thing he knew would prompt her to obey. "You wouldn't want Heather to get hurt, would you?" He knew he was counting on her deepest fear, but if that was what it took to get her to obey his wishes, he would do it. She was stubborn and willful. Not only did he not want to put her in any danger, but he knew that it would take very little for everything to go wrong. "Be patient," He looked at Hugh. If I don't return by sunset, take her and find a place in the hills to hide. I will find you. Abruptly he turned his horse toward the cliff, ignoring Sarah's questions, focused only on the task at hand. He was gone for several hours. Sarah impatiently paced back and forth, apparently amusing Hugh and Mackay as she did so. She muttered under her breath, and was about to give each of them a piece of her mind, when she noticed the sun heading toward the western horizon. She glanced at Philip's friends, and knew that they had also been tracking the time. Where are they? Be patient, Hugh said again. What if something went wrong? Her anxiety rose with every passing minute, in time to the slow descent of the sun. Can one of you go look for him? What if something happened? What if She heard the sound of a horse galloping their way. She spun and raced to the edge of the clearing, ignoring Hugh's words of caution. He grabbed her around the waist, just as the rider burst through the clearing. He let go as she clasped her hand over her mouth, when she saw Philip's horse heading in their direction, a set of small, feminine arms wrapped around his waist. She saw a light blue kirtle and bare legs from the knees down. She barely caught a glimpse of golden curly hair flying out behind him, when she felt her knees weaken with relief. Oh! She barely held herself in check as her heart pounded with joy and warm tears filled her eyes. Philip rode into the shadows of the trees, and before he even drew his horse to a complete halt, Sarah was reaching upward for her sister, who fell into her arms squealing with joy. Sarah began to cry, her arms wrapped tightly around her sister's waist. Heather's arms wrapped around her the same way. We must go. Sarah heard the words, knew the directive came from Philip, but she couldn't force herself to separate herself from her sister just yet. Sarah! Now! The gentle forcefulness in his voice prompted her to look up at him over Heather's shoulder. He wasn't looking at them, but into the distance from which he'd come. Then she understood and pulled herself from her sister's grasp, looked down into her sweet, beautiful, tear-stained face. Heather, we must go. She can ride with me. Though confused, Heather allowed Sarah to quickly urge her toward Mackay and his horse. Mackay mounted, then leaned down, hand extended to take Heather's. With one easy move, he lifted Heather onto the back of the horse behind him. Hugh also mounted, and Philip, still on his horse, reached down for Sarah's hand. With tears of joy still streaming down her own cheeks, she reached for Philip's forearm, her fingers wrapped around his hard muscles as he raised her. Without a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his waist, clutching tightly as he urged his horse forward, followed by the others. They rode for several miles, until full darkness settled over the land. They found a sheltered hiding place deep in the woods, surrounded by a thick growth of trees. There they dismounted. They lit no fire, but while Hugh and Mackay took care of the horses, Philip strode toward the sisters, now sitting hunched on the ground, arm in arm. Sarah had never been so happy and relieved in her life. Philip, gazing down at both of them, merely watched them for a moment, then glanced over their shoulders into the shadows of the night. I will scout a bit. You two stay right where you are. He glanced pointedly at Sarah. Understand? She nodded, her smile genuine. He didn't believe her. Promise? She laughed softly. I promise. The moment he turned and disappeared into the trees, Heather turned to her with questions. Who is he? Where have you been? Are you all right? Sarah nodded, clasping her sister's hand. He's a Highlander named Philip Duncan. He kidnapped me to take care of his younger brother, wounded in battle. And yes, I'm all right. And you? Has Patrick? At first he was furious that you were gone. At first he thought you ran away, but I told him you never would. That you would never leave me. Then he assumed you were dead, killed by an animal in the woods. He said. She hesitated. Go on, Sarah urged. He said that it would serve you right if you slipped off the cliff as Mother did. Sarah shook her head and then shrugged her shoulder, barely able to hide her wince. It was at that moment that Heather seemed to take in her appearance. She noted her bruised face, the purplish-red ring around her neck. Did he do that to you? she asked aghast, wide-eyed as she gazed toward the woods where Phillip had disappeared. No, Sarah said. He rescued me. I'll tell you everything later. Now tell me. Did Patrick hurt you? Heather shook her head. I stayed out of his way as much as I could. Oh Sarah, I've been worried sick about you. I'm so relieved you're all right. That man. Phillip Duncan, he said his name was. He came riding up to the house, asking for Patrick. I told him he was in town, at the tavern. She looked at Sarah. He's not been at the house much since you disappeared, but Sarah, that Duncan fellow, he looked at me so funny. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I began to wonder. He came back about an hour later. And then what? Sarah asked, wanting to know every detail. Oh Sarah, he's so handsome, so brave. Impatient to hear what had happened next, Sarah interrupted her younger sister. Please Heather, tell me what happened. Heather shook her head, eyes wide. I'm not quite sure. He returned to the house a little while later, and told me that our stepfather would never hurt us again. She paused. He said you were near, that I must go with him and leave Kirkcaldy behind forever. Sarah could imagine the confusion her sister must have felt. What made you decide? What did he say to you? He said he could protect me. Protect us. He said Patrick would never lay a hand on either one of us, ever again. Sarah stared at her sister. What does that mean? You don't think he killed Patrick? Heather shook her head. I asked him that. He said no, he did not kill him, but he would never lay a hand on another woman. He said he made sure of that. How? Sarah brimmed with curiosity. I really have no idea. She looked at her sister. Sarah, is he? Are you? Sarah realized what her sister was thinking. No. He kidnapped me. Took me against my will. He said you saved his brother's life. Is that true? Yes, but did he hurt you in any way? Did he touch you? Sarah recalled the kiss and shook her head. No. She smiled. He didn't hurt me. Did he tie you up and keep you guarded while you were there? In a dungeon? Sarah glanced at her sister, wondering why she was asking so many pointed questions. No, actually, I stayed in a bedchamber in the manor house. Heather nearly squealed, softly clapping her hands. I knew it. Oh Sarah, I can't believe our good fortune. We're away from Patrick. Forever. Sarah stared at her sister in dismay. She had rarely seen her so animated, so excited. What had gotten into her? And then she realized. What her sister said was true. They would be free of Patrick forever. Away from his drunken abuse. His hatred of her. The blame he cast in her direction for their mother's death. Before she could form a response, Phillip appeared from the edges of the trees and moved toward them, holding something in his hand. I found some berries. Hugh has some dried meat, but it's going to be a cold supper. We will not be lighting a fire tonight. Sarah didn't care. She stared at Phillip, trying to see him through her sister's eyes. Though misguided by kidnapping her in the first place, Phillip was a kind, decent and loyal man. And then, much to her dismay, she realized that her own softening toward him had begun days ago. Was it possible? Had she, despite her circumstances, despite the way they had met, and much against her own common sense, had she begun to fall in love with the Highlander?
Chapter 18. Phillip stared at the young women for several moments before turning back into the darkness of the woods, thinking to give them time to catch up, to appreciate and revel in each other's company. He yearned to do the same with his brother. It was something he and Sarah shared, perhaps even something on which they could build a foundation of friendship, maybe even more. He stopped pondering the thought. When he kidnapped Sarah, it had been for one reason and one reason alone: to save his brother. He had needed her to help his brother. The thought that had him feeling stunned now was the realization that he needed her. He wasn't sure why or even how, but he sensed it. He would take them back to the Highlands, to his lands. He would tell Sarah that she and her sister could live there under his care as long as they wished. She was free to do as she pleased. He would make sure they had a place to live in the village, or they could stay in the manor house. If she... You've grown very fond of her, haven't you? Phillip glanced at Mackay, who stepped from between two trees, tossing a small leafy branch to the ground. He and Hugh had been taking care of the horses, removing their saddles, rubbing them down with branches from the nearby shrubs. Phillip knew better than to even try to deny it. They'd been friends too long. I have, he said. I think she's grown somewhat fond of you as well, although don't ask me how or why. Sienna fooled her, made her take leave of her senses. Phillip shook his head. Sienna will pay for all of it, mark my words. I believe you, Mackay said. He gestured toward the small clearing where the two sisters sat side by side, arms entwined. And what about them? What about them? Phillip turned to watch them. They sat so close together, he couldn't drive a wedge between them if he tried. Their heads rested against each other's, both of them wearing smiles. You going to ask her or what? Ask her what? Phillip asked, distracted as he watched the two. If you don't know, you're denser than I thought. With that, Mackay walked off, leaving Phillip to stand alone in the darkness, watching Heather and Sarah talk and laugh softly, the sight warming his heart. Maybe kidnapping Sarah MacDonald was the smartest thing he'd ever done in his life. The following morning the group was up early, heading northeastward at a good pace. Sarah rode in front of him on his horse, while Heather rode in front of Hugh. Sarah had thanked him again when they'd mounted that morning, for returning to Kirkcaldy to get her sister. But she also had a lot of questions he didn't want to answer. What did you do to Patrick? She asked for at least the 6th time in the same number of hours. I didn't kill him, if that's what you want to know. How do you know he won't come after us? He won't. She shifted her position, and tried to look up at him over her shoulder. How can you be so sure? Just trust me, he replied gruffly. Trust him. Such simple words. She wanted to, really she did, but... Phillip! Hugh's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She looked his way, saw where he pointed and swallowed. Hard. A small plume of dust rose in the distance, beyond a field of trees on the other side of the narrow valley they rode through. Riders. Many of them. Her heart began to pound as she looked up at Phillip, eyeing the dust with narrowed eyes. Phillip glanced around and pointed. We'll take shelter there, he said, indicating an outcropping of trees. Hurry. The horses broke into a gallop as the group raced to the cover of the trees. Sarah's grip on a handful of the horse's mane tightened as they entered the deeper shadows. All 3 horses turned around, riders watching the edge of the woods on the opposite side of the field where the riders would emerge. Who was it? Someone coming with riders from Kirkcaldy? No, wrong direction. A clan of Highlanders, perhaps enemies of the Duncans. Maybe the Orkneys. She turned to Phillip. Who? He didn't look at her, but kept his gaze fastened on the woods. When the first riders emerged, he uttered a grunt of surprise. He opened his mouth as Mackay also reacted. And then Phillip laughed, clucked his horse into motion and rode out of the tree line. Obviously, he knew who the riders were, but she didn't, at least not until they were within shouting distance. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jake. Philip's brother rode in the lead, at least 10 men following him, all armed with bows, quivers full of arrows, swords, and who knew what else. She heard Phillip laughing, the sound rumbling from deep in his chest as he raised his arm and greeted his brother. Jake, clean-shaven and looking healthier than ever, rode up to Phillip, Hugh, and Mackay with a smile. Surprise, brother? He asked, dismounting. Sarah watched as Jake limped toward his brother's horse. Other than the limp, it appeared that he had healed well. He looked up at her. And you must be Sarah. As Phillip dismounted behind her, she nodded. Phillip held out his hand and helped her down from the horse. You look well. Much better than the last time I saw you. He grinned, lifted an eyebrow at his brother, and then receiving his short nod and a long-suffering sigh, reached for Sarah. Before she could utter a startled cry, he lifted her by the waist as if she weighed nothing at all and swung her around several times. "Jake, that's enough," Phillip muttered. "Put the lass down. Can't you see she's been injured?" Jake froze, gazed down at Sarah and appeared to notice the fading bruises on the side of her cheek for the first time. "Och, sorry lass, just wanted to thank you for saving my life." He bent down to take a closer look at her face. "Are you well?" Sarah looked into the man's green eyes and nodded. Such exuberance. She noticed the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. A man who laughed often and spent a great deal of time outdoors squinting into the sun. He turned to Phillip and the two men clasped hands, held for a moment, and then briefly hugged. Smiling, Jake pulled away to turn to Hugh and Mackay, also in the process of dismounting, when he stopped and stared. Sarah turned to see what he was looking at. "Heather." "Well now, who have we here?" He approached Heather, who stared at him with wide-eyed trepidation. He offered an exaggerated bow. "Jake Duncan of the clan Duncan, milady." He grinned. "Phillip, there is my brother." "And you are?" Heather glanced at Sarah, who smiled in encouragement. "My name is Heather MacDonald," she said, offering a slight curtsy. Jake couldn't seem to take his eyes off her younger sister. Sarah turned to Phillip with a raised eyebrow. "What?" he said. While the others gathered around, most of them clustering around Heather, Phillip took Sarah's hand and guided her a few steps away from the group, out of earshot but within sight. "I need to ask you something." Sarah, pulling her gaze from Heather, who smiled greetings to every one of the men who introduced themselves to her, glanced up at Phillip. His gaze was somber. She frowned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he said. He took her other hand, now holding them both in his. She felt the callous skin on his palms, the warmth of his fingers wrapped around hers. A sense of unexpected emotion surged up her spine. Her face flamed with heat. "Sarah, I want you to know that you and Heather, I, as Laird of the Duncan clan, offer you my protection. Forever. You can live in the village with Heather if you wish, but I also want to tell you that." She stared at him, surprised by his sense of uncertainty. Something she had not expected from him. He was trying to tell her something, but she wasn't sure what it was. "In the village?" she asked. Her own tone of voice surprised her. What was that? Disappointment? He sighed as he smiled down at her. "Sarah, I find that I've grown rather fond of you. What I'm trying to say is that I would like you to live in the manor house. With me." Well, her heart skipped a beat. Was she hearing him correctly? He wanted her in his house? Did that mean? "Sarah MacDonald, what I'm asking is if you might learn to be happy with a Highlander. With me. I'm not implying we do anything right away. But if you're willing, we can spend more time together. To get to know one another without all this," he said, waving his hand across the field. "And perhaps in the spring, if you're agreeable, we can marry." His gaze was locked on her face, waiting for her reply. She stared wide-eyed up at him. They stood so close she felt the heat emanating from his body. His gaze so somber, an eyebrow lifted in question. And then her eyes fell on his lips. In the next instant he lowered his head and touched them to hers. Without regard to who might be watching. He didn't care. She didn't either. She returned his kiss, lifting herself onto her tiptoes. For several moments it was just the two of them standing in a field, the warm sunshine surrounding them, the hint of grasses and flowers scenting the air, a bird scolding another in the trees. Silence. "What say you, Sarah?" Her heart leapt. She looked up at him and then grinned. "Do we have to wait until spring?" Silence. The quiet suddenly dawned on her. She made a sound in her throat and looked up at him. Saw the grin he gave her. It twisted her insides. Then he glanced over her shoulder and stared. She turned to find Jake, Heather, Mackay, Hugh, and all the others watching them with surprised and pleased smiles on their faces. "Now you've gone and done it, brother." Jake laughed. He looked from Phillip to Sarah, nodding with approval. "Looks like I'm going to finally get the sister I always wanted." The group erupted with laughter. Heather looked at her sister, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Sarah smiled back at her and laughed when Jake suddenly turned to Heather, grabbed her around the waist and twirled her around like he had done with Sarah just moments ago. "Put me down," Heather demanded, slapping at Jake's shoulder. "You big oaf, put me down." Jake laughed, and then Heather was laughing too. Sarah felt Phillip's arm wrap around her waist as she looked up at him. All was right with the world. Heather was safe. She was too. Neither of them would ever have to see Patrick, nor feel his hand on them again. Thanks to Phillip. Though their meeting had not been typical, she had a feeling that everything would work out just fine. The moment Phillip threaded his fingers through hers, she knew it for a certainty. Fear and hesitance were gone, replaced by a sense of security she had never known. And something else. Affection. Gratitude. And yes, the burgeoning of love for her Highlander. Sarah Duncan. It had a good ring to it. Yes, indeed.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.